Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
New York, Chinatown, rooftop. On a weathered 5-story walk-up, a 20-year-old Asian kid in a white tee and blue-white jeans hovered over a cheap grill. A cigarette dangled from his lip. A T-bone sizzled to charcoal on one side and bled on the other. An edible summary of divided attention. His gaze wasn't on the steak. It was on his left hand, on the brass band linking 2 rings across his index and middle fingers. A sling ring. The smell of burnt meat finally bullied its way into his brain. He grimaced, set the fork down. Yeah, that's done. Or murdered. He took his beer, retreated to a rooftop corner, and rubbed his stomach with theatrical misery. 2 years, he muttered. 2 years in this world. Soul and body, finally seamless. Even if Kamar Taj puts a lamp through my head, they won't see a ghost hitchhiker. His eyes drifted, and the mind reeled back to the day he arrived. 2 years earlier. Hospital. He hadn't been struck by lightning or fallen into a sewer. He'd fallen asleep. He woke expecting work and a toothbrush, found a hospital ceiling instead. A black nurse at the next bed was changing a dressing. Where's this? He tried to ask. Except the words came out in mangled Huaxia with a foreigner's tongue. And he was the foreigner. The nurse did a double take. "Oh my God," she blurted, then poured out a stream of English he didn't understand. "Sister nurse." The first 3 words were crystal. The rest? Static. He rummaged in his skull for English and found alphabet soup. How many letters again? 29? 25? He gave up. "Doesn't matter," he mumbled in bad Huaxia. I returned English to the PE teacher. The nurse, alarmed by the vacant look and slurred speech, sprinted out and returned with the doctor. The man in white yanked an eyelid up and flashed a penlight like he was interrogating the pupil. "Dizzy, Salt," the kid protested, grabbing the doctor's wrist 2 seconds late. His right hand lagged behind his brain like a bad internet connection. "Pupil's normal." The doctor nodded, then turned to the nurse in fluent English. The kid caught only his name, Li Feng. "That's me, but why is everyone foreign?" He thought bleakly. 2 cops waddled in. One set a chair by the bed and checked a folder. Li Feng, English name Austin. New York-born, 2nd-generation Chinese. Parents deceased last year. That right? The other cop made a little apologetic circle in front of his face. "Sorry, my colleague has face blindness with Asians. Need to confirm basics." Li Feng stared. He caught exactly one thing. Li Feng. He switched to clumsy Huaxia. "Sorry, don't understand anything you're saying." The officers blinked. The nurse blinked harder. The patient in the next bed helpfully translated. "He says he doesn't understand." The cops exchanged looks. A second-gen New Yorker who suddenly didn't understand English? The nurse ventured, head injury. Retrograde amnesia. Amnesia that deletes English and leaves Huaxia? She couldn't explain it either, but brains do what brains do. Between translations, Li Feng pieced together the basics. He'd been in a car accident 2 hours ago. 18 years old. Parents gone last year. The name matched. The life didn't. So my soul crossed an ocean and borrowed a body, he thought, outwardly calm and inwardly screaming. If souls are real, are zombies HR or PR? Still, amnesia was a shield. A doctor and a chart beat any interrogation. The cops left a business card and a copy of his info. "If you remember anything, call us," the patient translated. Discharge. Days later, the doctor released him. Memory might return tomorrow, or never. Li Feng didn't care. He swapped the gown for street clothes and bailed. He flagged a cab outside the hospital, handed over the address the police had provided, and let the city smear by. The driver chatted in a cheerful stream of English. Li Feng responded with a smile and a shrug, until a tabloid on the seat caught his eye. A photo. A stylized globe, steel arches, banners like fins, Stark screaming across the page. In his last life, Iron Man 2 had this exact shot. The Expo model Tony carted home from Pepper's office, the blueprint for a new element that cured palladium poisoning. Throat dry, he tapped the picture. Tony, Stark. The driver glanced, grinned, and nodded. Yeah, Stark Expo kicks off Tuesday. You going, sir? Li Feng leaned back as the truth slotted into place like a round in a chamber. Marvel Universe, New York, Chinatown, and a sling ring on his hand. Li Feng didn't remember how he got home from the hospital. One moment he was in the cab. The next he was slumped on a sofa, staring at a Captain America poster pinned to the wall. A Stark group was one thing. But if Captain America existed too, then this wasn't just some alternate Earth. This was the Marvel Universe. The place where a purple potato snapped his fingers and erased half of existence. Li Feng's thoughts were a tangle. In his old world, he had a wife he loved and a baby who had just begun to babble. If there was a choice, he'd pay to trade away this so-called opportunity. He wasn't some long-out yin with a golden finger system. He wasn't a destined hero. He just wanted to hear his child call him dad again. Still, there was no going back. And if he had to live here, better in his motherland than New York, where disasters dropped every other Tuesday. He even sketched out a plan. Invest in real estate, become a landlord, coast until retirement. If half the world vanished someday, hey, 5 years later, the Avengers would snap it back. Free resurrection package. But when he rifled through his parents' study, looking for anything he could sell as startup capital, his plans cracked apart. Behind the desk he found a sling ring, a notebook of spells written in huaxia, a diary in cramped, earnest handwriting. The sling ring alone made his throat dry. One of his parents had been a magician, a real magician. Seriously? My family tree hid sorcerers. Of course, in Li Feng's eyes, Marvel sorcerers were just monks with fancy hand signs. They couldn't even fling proper fireballs. Aside from Ancient One, who cheated with Dark Dimension juice, the rest were glorified melee brawlers waving shields and air blades. Still, sling ring equals portals. Portals equals opportunity. Mordo's words echoed in his mind. Master the sling ring, and you can travel freely through worlds. Maybe Ancient One would even take him as a disciple. The diary soured that dream quickly. His grandfather had only managed 3 spells in a lifetime. His parents, even worse talent, gave up early. And according to the notes, Li Feng himself had been no prodigy either. Grandpa's verdict, 2 spells at best. Li Feng rubbed his forehead. He wanted to cry. Great, my body comes with a negative talent stat. Still, the body was old Li Feng's. The soul was his. Maybe fate had reset the numbers? He cracked open the spell notes. 3 entries glared up at him. Portal, mirror dimension, astral projection. The last one was emphasized as essential. A magician couldn't sense mana properly without the spirit body. So Li Feng sat cross-legged, reading word by word, tracing every character like it might explode if he skipped. When his spirit finally slipped free, he almost shouted in triumph, until he noticed the reflection. The astral body wasn't the young, skinny host. It was himself from his past life, pudgy, middle-aged, paunch and all. The connection with his body wavered like a weak Wi-Fi signal. If it broke completely, he'd be stuck as a wandering ghost forever. Heart hammering, Li Feng snapped back into his flesh, drenched in cold sweat. The notes explained why. The astral form mirrored the soul. His sluggish reactions at the hospital, soul-body desync. Until they merged, every action would lag 2 seconds. Worse, if he went to Kamar Taj like this, Ancient One would throttle him first, ask questions later. To her, a mismatched astral form screamed Otherworld invasion. So for now, spirit walks were shelved. That night, as Li Feng wrestled with his existential crisis, he wasn't alone. A robed magician had felt the astral ripple from afar. He rushed to Chinatown, only to find the source was just little Li Feng, fumbling like a toddler. Heh, so it's Lao Li's grandson, the man muttered, relief softening his face. Practicing again? Poor aptitude. No teacher. Your future, kid, it'll be rough. He turned and left, cloak swaying. Li Feng never knew someone had been watching. He only knew that Earth's sanctums monitored everything. His tiny astral stunt might as well have set off a global alarm. "Great," he muttered, dragging himself to shut the window. His body lagged again, hands moving seconds late. What is this spiritual packet loss? Can't even AFK farm without lag. A few days later, reality hit harder. No English, no job, no money. Magic didn't fill your stomach. So Li Feng sold what he could, rented a single room in Chinatown, and began grinding. By day, odd jobs, cheap groceries, halting English practice. By night, meditation, spell basics, endless rereads of his grandfather's notes. And so 2 years passed. The Marvel universe spun its chaos above his head. Li Feng kept his head down, waiting, learning, and hoping his body and soul would finally click into sync. Because when they did, maybe he wouldn't just be an ordinary man anymore. A suitable environment really helped people learn. Just like Li Feng, he walked out of Chinatown for 2 years and wandered out of Chinatown. All he heard and saw was English. Together with his physical memory, he had long been fluent in English. Sometimes Li Feng laughed at himself. If I had to study so seriously during the college entrance examination, let alone apply for Tsinghua University and Peking University, I would be able to pass the test of the Earth and out of the galaxy. In 2 years, not only made Li Feng completely accustomed to life in New York, but also made his soul and body completely integrated. I was worried that physical aging under the influence of the soul of the uncle did not happen, but Li Feng lowered his head and touched his belly, and the corners of his mouth twitched and muttered, "It's still you who treat me best. Does this mean that you are my true love?" Li Feng laughed at the fat in his abdomen, and it felt good to love him, while getting up and returning to the small single room. Drinking beer and grilling steak on the rooftop is to celebrate the thorough integration of the soul and the body. Since the wine is also drunk and the steak is burnt, it is natural that Li Feng should go downstairs and do business. Returning to the small single room, less than 30 square meters, Li Feng took a deep breath after closing the doors and windows. While he was highly concentrated, he stretched his hands forward and slowly drew a circle. Unfortunately, the magic in his imagination didn't even have a spark. In this regard, Li Feng is not discouraged. He didn't know how many times he tried to cast spells before. It is his normal operation that no magical sparks appear. In recent months, as the soul and body integrate, occasionally appear when casting spells. Give a spark to comfort the patience that is about to be lost. After practicing for half an hour, Li Feng suddenly felt a rhythm in the energy. He had an intuition. As long as he flicked a few times along the flow of energy, a perfect practice cast was completed. Thinking of this, Li Feng hurriedly converged and stretched out his hands again to sign in front of him. First, a 50 cm long orange light appeared between his hands, and then as Li Feng drew a circle with both hands, the orange light drew a sparkling circle. Before Li Feng showed a smile on his face, the orange-yellow circle turned into a little spark and dissipated in the room. Although the final spell failed, Li Feng still grinned. At least there's progress, and it is not an ordinary progress. As long as I fully grasp the rhythm of this energy, I will be able to successfully cast the spell. Regarding the sling ring on his left hand and the figure wearing monk costumes on the computer surveillance screen, Li Feng cross-legged on the ground to recall the charm of this energy. As for the surveillance screen, he stands on the top of a building in the distance and observes his holy place. Magician, Li Feng just didn't see it. Li Feng himself didn't know how many times the opponent appeared after he cast the spell. Anyway, Li Feng found the opponent's figure more than 3 times. As for the number of surveillances that he didn't find, I'm afraid there would be more. After a while, Li Feng opened his eyes, looked at the surveillance screen helplessly, and mumbled, "Going! There's a magician holy place in New York, and they can always find my mana fluctuations in the first place. But they knew that I didn't come to contact me. Did they see my dead grandfather? Or did they feel that my ability was too poor and there was no need to contact me? Or just pure surveillance? As long as I'm not like Cassia, falling into darkness, they don't care about me." At first, it was because of the abnormality of his spirit body that you were afraid that you would find out and wanted to avoid you. But now that you are not looking for me, then I will find an opportunity to go to Kathmandu to find you." After finishing his thoughts, Li Feng scratched his forehead and continued to practice his casting process. With the first successful spellcasting, the subsequent spellcasting is as simple as opening the Rondu Meridian. After only a few practice sessions, Li Feng consciously can successfully condense the mana outside his body in a quiet environment. If there is noise, Li Feng said that he still needs to practice more. As for fighting, stop making trouble. He needs a quiet environment to cast spells now. It's still early to move spells in battle. For a long time, Li Feng sat on the bedside, holding a bunch of beautiful pictures of various countries. Now that the casting practice is over and all that is left is practice harder, he felt it was time to practice the portal spell. In his previous life, he had the desire to travel as soon as he wanted to. Unfortunately, the wallet in his pocket held him back and pointed to the nappy milk powder of his wife and children to prevent him from turning his ideas into reality. In this life, although he has gained extraordinary powers and has the opportunity to collect 6 infinite gems to start his way home, he hasn't collected them yet. And now that you can use the portal, you could travel to various countries without buying air tickets and applying for a visa. Why do you want to feel wronged? At least, it doesn't matter if you wander around the world before going home. Anyway, before Iron Man came out, the Marvel world was still safe for him, who was armed with spells, as long as he didn't get into the battlefield where the cannonballs were flying. Picking out a photo of an abandoned train station from a bunch of photos, Li Feng grinned and began to practice the portal spell. Li Feng didn't know exactly where the photo address he picked came from. He only knew that there was no one near the abandoned train station and the surrounding environment was good. As for whether the magician of the magician holy place would come to arrest him after he was sent there, he didn't at all worry. The spell comes from his grandfather. It can be said clearly, "I'm not afraid that Kamataj's people say he is a thief. The soul has been integrated with the body, and Ancient One has no flaws. What else does he have to worry about? What if he is caught? Maybe I can go to Kamataj to learn more spells." Big deal. The travel plan has been stranded for a while. While muttering, Li Feng stared at the photos and kept constructing the abandoned train station in the photos. In the casting of the portal, you can only open the portal quickly if you have a detailed look of where you want to go in your mind. Otherwise, there will only be a circle of sparks in front of you. An abandoned train station in Argentina is exactly the address in Li Feng's photo. In this abandoned train station, Elias Starr is doing the final inspection of the quantum channel equipment. When Starr and Pym were studying quantum science together in S.H.I.E.L.D., Pym accused him of the wrong research direction, expelled him, and vilified his reputation. Now, Stam will bet on everything to refute Hank Pym with his own research results. As long as he succeeds, Hank Pym's false accusations against him will disappear, and he will regain his original reputation. After checking the equipment, Starr opened the quantum channel with excitement, but after a while he discovered something was wrong. He didn't know what went wrong, and the equipment was about to explode. Although Starr was frightened, he felt that the quantum channel could still be rescued, and after ordering his wife and daughter to leave immediately, he resolutely returned to the device for the final struggle. It's a pity that everything is over. The explosion will still explode. On the other side, Li Feng finally constructed a scene of an abandoned train station in his mind, and finally a portal appeared in front of him. Not waiting for Li Feng to be proud that he was also a magician who was able to open portals, and when he was a genius who succeeded a few times, the stable portal suddenly jittered, and then the original orange portal turned blue and white, and he could see the opposite side. The aperture of the scene also becomes a light curtain. Li Feng is a little confused. What is the situation? How did the said good portal become like this? Before Li Feng recovered, a violent shockwave came from the blue and white portal. This shockwave not only pressed Li Feng's face firmly to the wall, but also moved the portal towards Li Feng. In the end, the light curtain in the portal completely wrapped Li Feng and quickly disappeared, leaving only the white short-sleeved blue and white jeans Li Feng was wearing today, as well as flip-flops and boxer briefs. Before Li Feng knew what had happened to him, he was wrapped in a white light and passed through various imaginary bubble worlds. But he felt that he was stuffed into a certain rubber pipe, and he didn't know where the outlet of the pipe was. After a while, Li Feng, who was squeezed out by the rubber pipe, knelt on the ground and vomited bitterly. "Mudun, what the hell is my portal?" He said that one step is another country. How come I'm not stepping, but it is squeezed out? So the portal is a cow, I am the milk, it can be squeezed out. It hurts all over. I'm not using the portal to travel anymore. This stuff can easily cause shadows in my heart. When Li Feng felt that his bile was about to vomit, an old man behind him reached out and helped Li Feng and said, "Sir, are you okay?" In the old man's surprised eyes, he found that his hand went straight through Li Feng's body, as if Li Feng did not exist in front of him, but a three-dimensional projection. The old man subconsciously thinks this is some kind of street funny art, and he looks up to find nearby cameras and other equipment. After all, in his eyes, funny people must observe his ugliness nearby. For example, he is scared by Li Feng and thinks the other party is a ghost or something. Supernatural existence. Not to mention, the old man really found something abnormal. For example, on the top of his head, an urn was smashing at him quickly. What kind of trick is this, trying to scare me? I don't know if Lao Tzu is famous for being brave. It's just a projection. Different from the old man, who calmly watched the urn hit him, Li Feng also found his unusual place. First of all, he felt the pain of being torn apart, and there was nothing except the sling ring on his left hand. Not to mention clothes, not even shorts. Okay, portal, you won. You shouldn't be called a portal. You should be called an undressing artifact, special. Not only did Li Feng have a thick face, he was very thick, and he directly endured the pain of a tear in his body, clutching his crotch, and got up to check the surrounding situation. If possible, Li Feng would like to find a piece of clothing first, but a newspaper is not enough. At least he should cover his face first. He doesn't want a photo of him to appear in the news tomorrow, or a photo with a clear facial expression. "Sir, can you give me a dress?" Feeling a little cold, Li Feng asked the old man for a piece of clothing in doubt, and followed the old man's gaze to the sky. He clearly remembered that it was summer. Why did it turn into winter as soon as he exited the portal? There is also the sky. What is the situation of a guy with black smoke crawling out of it, while an urn is smashing at him quickly? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The scene before him made Li Feng a little familiar. Turning his head, Li Feng mumbled, "It seems that there is such a scene in the Magician Apprentice movie. I remember that it was Merlin's 3 apprentices. I was detained in an urn during the fight a year ago. 10 years later, Hafiz took the lead in coming out of the urn, and then determined that Barstow was still in the urn and dropped the urn from the tall building, hoping to break the urn and detain him in a different space." To be honest, when Li Feng watched this movie, he was puzzled. There were several opportunities for Barstow to kill Hafiz, but Barstow didn't kill Hafiz, and the opposite was true for Hafiz. Full of enthusiasm, a look like falling in love and not wanting to kill. Li Feng, who had already suspected that he had crossed again, grinned, and while clearly looking at Bastow's expression, he quickly stretched out his left hand to aim at Bastow, and his right hand kept drawing circles in front of him to cast unskilled portal spells. He wanted to save the opponent before Barstow escaped from the urn himself, so as to get close to the opponent and achieve the mystery of learning how to rub a fireball from the opponent. Definitely, if he can, he still wants to learn more, such as how to portray Merlin's magic circle. It is a good thing that can help him gather energy and help him speed up the practice of spells. There are also ion cannon spells that the magician of this world must master, as well as spells such as speed up and slow down time. Think about the Marvel world, in addition to Ancient One and Doctor Strange, who don't know which wave is now. Who else can control time? Once Li Feng learns to speed up and slow down time, he just thinks about it. As for the 2 old men who killed each other for a woman in the movie, Li Feng said he was not interested. If he could help, he would help. If he couldn't help, he would just eat the popcorn and watch the big show. Just as Barstow was about to grab the balcony to get him out of the urn, a swirling orange-yellow light door appeared under him, and he watched as he passed through the closed door. At the other end of the portal was Li Feng. He only came and said anxiously, and saw the big urn hitting himself severely. It's just that the ending is different from what Li Feng thought. The big urn went straight through his body and landed steadily on the street. Barstow breathed a sigh of relief and struggling to crawl out of the urn and walk in front of Li Feng. He looked at Li Feng, who was naked, and stared at Sling Ring and said, "Thank you for saving me, but can you change it next time?" The urn almost smashed. And, "Are you performing street performance art?" A rookie magician. At the moment, Li Feng's attention was still on how the urn passed through his body, and he didn't pay attention to Barstow's question at all. Li Feng, with blurred eyes, looked at Barstow blankly and asked, "What's the matter with me? I'm a ghost." Barstow squinted his perception, rolled his eyes, and pointed his right hand at Li Feng to help Li Feng stabilize his body. He said, "You are time, and energy-ridden, a small problem. Didn't your teacher teach you that you need to be careful when practicing magic?" With the help of Barstow, Li Feng, who felt the tearing pain of his whole body gradually disappeared, frowned and thought. Time? Energy? Where did I get the time energy? No, when I deployed the portal in the room. I seemed to feel huge amounts of energy coming from the abandoned train station opposite. I wouldn't be so unlucky just to meet Ancient One is studying time on the opposite side. I was so unlucky. The first time I used the portal, I met a big guy. Seeing what Li Feng seemed to be thinking about, Barstow glanced at Li Feng's white and tender belly. He took off his windbreaker and put it on Li Feng, turning his head to see the crowd around him looking at him with strange eyes, and said, "Not a good place to be in a daze." Putting on the windbreaker, Li Feng felt a little more relaxed, turning his head and looking around, subconsciously said, "Then where am I going to be in a daze? I don't even know where this is." "I care where you are in a daze. I'm still busy looking for the doll that holds Morgana, and I have no time to take care of you." Looking at the Empire State Building in the distance, Barstow said with a plan in his mind, "I have something to do. I hope we can meet again when we are free next time. Goodbye, little rookie." After speaking, Barstow went straight to the Empire State Building. "I want to leave without teaching me spells. There is no door." Without saying anything, Li Feng quickly followed Barstow barefoot and said, "Are you Mr. Barstow Black? I know you, and I know what you are up to." Barstow has been searching for Merlin's heirs for not knowing how long, and the legend left behind is not clear to me. Since the other party is a magician, he is not surprised to recognize Barstow. Turning to look at Li Feng, he kept walking forward and warned, "Little rookie, you should go home to find your tutor. You can't participate in my business." "I don't have a mentor," Li Feng shrugged and said firmly behind Barstow. "I learned spells from a spell notebook left by my deceased grandfather, portals, mirror spaces, and spirit bodies." Barstow's reaction was expected by Li Feng, especially knowing that Li Feng's expression after practicing the spiritual body method was exactly the same as he expected. Spirit body? Barstow stopped and squinted at Li Feng. Others don't know the spirit body, but he clearly knows what a spirit is. He has been looking for the introduction of Merlin all his life, just to completely eliminate the evil magician Mogani, who tried to recruit an undead army through the spirit calling ritual. The focus is on the Mogani ritual, which is called the spirit calling. It can only be said that the two worlds have different names for different objects. Roar, at least in the eyes of Barstow, the spirit in this world has another name, Roar, undead. He subconsciously felt that Li Feng did not know the dangers and difficulties of spirit magic, especially when Li Feng stated in his self-introduction that he had no mentor and was studying alone. With a serious face, Barstow felt that it was necessary to let the little rookie know what is dangerous. Just like the little rookie dared to experiment with quantum energy, if it weren't for his just now, the entanglement of quantum energy would make the little rookie know. Soon after, it completely disappeared from the world. Without waiting for Barstow to speak, Li Feng understood through the other's eyes that the other party had some misunderstandings about the spirit body he was talking about. He didn't want to let Barstow have any misunderstandings about himself. He still wanted to learn magic. Li Feng hurriedly explained, "My spirit body has clarified the projection of the soul. In a sense, it can affect the soul, but the spirit body is not the soul. After the spirit body emerges, people will not die. Definitely, leave too long. It won't. After all, it will affect the soul that stays in itself. With Li Feng's endless explanations, Basto understood what the spirit in Li Feng's mouth was. The spirit body is not the soul. Basto silently wondered whether Li Feng's spirit spells could rescue his lover. His lover, Fanonica, used the body to seal Mogany, which was more or less tied to the spirit body. Looking at Li Feng, Basto turned his head and pulled Li Feng as he walked and asked, "What is your name?" Li Feng slandered and finally caught up and said, "Li Feng. You can also call me Austin." Before Li Feng explained clearly what a spirit body was, Basto didn't want Li Feng to run around. He felt it necessary to teach this little rookie. Anyway, he was also planning to find David. In addition to looking for the doll that held Morgani, there are plans to teach David to become Merlin's heir. Since it is teaching apprentices, one is teaching, and the two are also teaching, there's not much difference. And it can also prevent Austin from going down the evil road. By the way, there is also the portal spell, which seems to be quite interesting. I just don't know if Austin is like it. Explain what a spirit is like and introduce it to me in detail. Barstow sneered and said, "Well, Austin, follow me before you explain what a spirit body is, but I have something to work on at the moment, so please shut up and move away." Thin legs. Li Feng shrugged and said that he immediately shut up and opened his legs. "Are you going to save the actor, David? By the way, has David been spotted by Hafez now? It is not a good memory to be chased by a few wolves." The two went straight to the Empire State Building. Li Feng watched enviously as Barstow locked David's place between his hands and easily awakened a statue of Iron Eagle into his mount. Standing on the Iron Eagle, Basto waved to Li Feng and said, "Hurry up, little rookie, I'm in a hurry." He has been perception that besides Merlin's dragon ring, there is also the breath of Hafez in the vicinity of David, and he rushed to the scene to rescue David. Not to mention that Merlin's descendants are going to be cold. Even the doll of Morgany is imprisoned. The same will fall into the right and let go. As soon as I got some hope of saving Fronica, Morgany came out to rule the world over there. Is there anything worse than this? When Li Feng boarded the Iron Eagle with a grin, Basto couldn't wait to order the Iron Eagle to fly to David. After a while, Li Feng looked at the protagonist David, who was chased by the wolves on the subway below, and Hafez, who was wearing a top hat with a smirk in the distance. Seeing that the wolves were about to tear the fallen David into pieces, Basto reached out his hand, turned the wolves into small dogs, and ordered the Iron Eagle to attack Hafez. David, who had recovered from the panic, subconsciously looked at Hafez, who was chasing him, ignoring Basto's inquiry about the whereabouts of the doll, and yelled at Hafez, "Be careful." Barstow, who had not known how long he had lived, realized the danger behind him, and subconsciously shot a water-like spell on Hafez. Li Feng could see clearly. The moment the water hit Hafez, the flow of time around him slowed down, and the energy that slowed the flow of time made him feel familiar. Discovering that this place is not a suitable place for chatting and bath, he asked Roar David to board the Iron Eagle and prepare to wait for the three people to return to the Empire State Building to ask about the whereabouts of the doll. When the Iron Eagle took off, Li Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at Hafez, who had broken free from the time-slowing spell, and said in his heart, "Basto, Basto," and said that you love Fronica. Look at Hafez, who was in a daze. See, a fireball can kill the opponent. Such a good opportunity. Won't you kill him? I think you and Hafez are the one who loves each other. Fronica is just your excuse to avoid the worldly vision. Is there any magic in magic that turns a man into a woman? If you turn Hafez into a woman, there are not so many troubles. If it is impossible, you can also become a woman. Anyway, I only need your knowledge of magic, and it will not prevent you from pursuing true love. Maybe I will give you a big gift when you two get married. For example, Denmark, Thailand, and other countries have legal provisions on same-as*X legal marriage. What do you think? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Back on the roof of the Empire State Building, David jumped off the Iron Eagle and gasped for breath, trying to convince himself that the wolf, Hafez, etc. were all hallucinations. Li Feng didn't get off the Iron Eagle until Barstow woke him up in contemplation. He kept recalling the familiarity that Barstow had used a spell to slow down the flow of time around Hoffa's at the subway station before. Standing on the side, Li Feng ignored Barstow walking down, Iron Eagle and David, explaining how dangerous the doll is and so on. He just kept mumbling on the side, "Time. Where did the time energy in me come from?" When David's storage box with Merlin Dragon Ring Bang appeared in front of David, Li Feng thought of where the time energy in his body came from. In a Marvel universe, time is related to the quantum realm. Just like when the purple sweet potato essence snaps his fingers, Ant-Man, who is trapped in the quantum realm, said that his time has not passed 5 years, and the extraordinary heroes also return to the past through the quantum realm. Collect infinite gems. Feng Li remembers an introduction in Ant-Man 2, saying that the villain's Ava is because her father's star exploded in a secret experiment of quantum channel somewhere in Argentina that made Ava the ghost agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Feng covered his face and muttered to himself in a low voice, "I won't be so unlucky. The place to open the door is where Star did the experiment. How can I pick the time period when the quantum channel explodes? Quantum is time, and the portal originally allows me to travel through the universe. Ability is space. So under the combination of time and space, does the crossing happen?" Turning his eyes to Barstow, Li Feng rubbed his forehead and muttered, "It doesn't seem to be that bad either. At least I can travel to other worlds. I just don't know if I can return to the Marvel universe. I only get infinite gems from the Marvel world. Back to the original world, the chance of hearing a child calling me father is the greatest. I just want to go home. Do you want to be so bad?" Don't believe that there is magician in this world. David, who only wants to live a normal life, promises that as long as David helps him find a doll and disappears from the other side's world, David readily agrees. Taking advantage of Bastow's opportunity to track the Matryoshka with the Chi charm, Li Feng walked up to David and whispered, "Are you really going to waste your ability and don't want to become a magician?" Li Feng doesn't believe that magic is unattractive to David. After all, magic is mysterious, exciting, and interesting when you hear it, and it is very attractive to young people. David smiled reluctantly at Li Feng and said, "You don't understand how I feel when someone named a mental illness after me. It's useless to even transfer to another school to escape it, just like somewhere in New York now. There are still people discussing David Stetler's type of psychosis. I just want to forget the mystery house, forget the magic, forget all this, and live a normal life." Knowing what was about to happen, Li Feng shrugged, patted David on the shoulder, and said mysteriously, "You will regret it. I bet 10 cents. David looked at Li Feng, who was barefoot, and appeared in a vacuum with contempt, and whispered to himself, "I think you don't even have a cent." On the other side, Barstow determined that the Horcrux, that is, the location of the Matryoshka, was in the city center, and said, "I can track the Matryoshka doll, so can Hoffa's. We need to get the Matryoshka doll before we get to the other side." After that, Base was about to leave the building. Li Feng knows that dolls are in Chinatown. Li Feng, who has spent 2 years in the Chinatown of New York in the Marvel world, said that he is familiar with that place. Although he does not know whether there are different places in Chinatowns in different worlds, it is not important, it is important. He is standing high enough now to vaguely see the buildings in Chinatown, which is enough. Li Feng stretched out his hand to stop Barstow. While casting the portal, he stared at the distant building and said, "Maybe I can help." As soon as the voice fell, the portal opened in front of the 3 people. Standing in front of the portal, Li Feng stood straight with his upper body leaning forward slightly, his left hand on his belly, and his right hand reaching the portal, and said, "Is there any transportation comparable to teleport?" Barstow was just a little surprised. Although he hadn't seen the portal, it didn't mean he hadn't seen it. David is much more interesting, pointing to the portal with a blank expression, looking at the top of another building inside the portal. Barstow looked deeply at the sling ring and Li Feng that were not inlaid with magic gems, and went straight through the portal without saying anything. With an expression that couldn't believe his eyes, David shrugged towards the portal and muttered, "I must be crazy to believe that there is magic in this world." The 3 people had just passed through the portal. and Barstow was unhappy when he heard David's self-talk. He planned to teach David a lesson and arouse David's interest in learning magic. The successor of Merlin, who was finally found, doubted it. Is there any magic in the world? After you learn a few simple magics, I will see if you believe it or not there is magic in this world. At that time, when you set foot in the magical world, see if you choose to be an ordinary person or magician. Barstow walked into the elevator and taught David the magician rules. What the first step is to wear the ring, what to release the fire call, etc. I heard David deeply doubt that magic is a science that is currently unknown. Barstow was also observing Li Feng's expression when he was explaining the magic. He was very curious that Li Feng clearly did not have the necessary props to cast spells. It was just a strange ring with a little mana, so he could cast spells normally. Could it be that he, like Merlin, can cast spells without magic gems? As for Li Feng, he is not interested in listening to these boring foundations here. It is not that he does not know that molecules will burn after shaking. The problem is that he is different from Barstow and the others. In this world, the use rate of ordinary people's brain is only 10 out of half, but Barstow and other magicians are all. As for Li Feng, he doesn't think that his brain usage rate has reached full capacity. If his brain is used at full power, would he still be a scumbag? As early as in the original world, so I learned to dominate. But Li Feng glanced at the ring in David's hand, thinking, as long as I have a magic gem, plus after learning Merlin's magic ring, it doesn't matter if I don't have a full-powered brain, I have enough mana. I can also make a fireball or ion cannon by then. After a while, 3 people walked out of the building, and Li Feng saw the lively Chinatown, dancing dragons and hanging red lanterns. It is the same with Li Feng. He unconsciously recalled his wife and his children. While looking at the joyful expressions on pedestrians, he muttered with a low expression, "It's the Huxian New Year. Is it okay? I miss you." The lively voice concealed Li Feng's whispering, and David on the side pulled Li Feng and said, "Austin, what's the matter with you?" Li Feng rubbed his face, touched the tears of lovesickness in the corner of his eyes, and smiled. "It's nothing. Where's Barstow?" David pointed to the health center with the words acupuncture written on the side and said, "Barstow has gone up to find a matryoshka. Let's pay attention to Hafiz here." Li Feng probed the stairs leading to the second floor and thought to himself, Hafiz should have not come this time and pretend to be an old lady to ambush Barstow, right? Before finishing thinking about it, Li Feng covered his face and looked at a magician with braids, naked torso, and a magician depicting a 5-clawed golden dragon on his waist, and fell in front of him. The man Li Feng knew, named Sun Long, was a magician who Barstow sealed in the matryoshka, and it was Hafiz who released him from the matryoshka in the movie. Needless to say, since Sun Long appeared in front of him, Hafiz, who was in love with Barstow, must have been an ambush in the acupuncture hall. Before Sun Long got up, Li Feng directly raised his foot and kicked Sun Long's head and tore down the magic gem Sun Long was wearing on his right hand. He has long been greedy for magic gems. Now that he can grab one, he is still polite. With this magic gem, the process of learning spells will be much simpler afterwards. And Li Feng doesn't believe it anymore. Sun Long without magic gems is different from ordinary people. For him who has practiced fighting skills, as long as the opponent can't release spells, he is really not afraid of Sun Long. From the very beginning, he took the lead and hit Sun Long on the head with kicks and kicks. If this caused his opponent to come back, Li Feng's face would still be there. And so that the people around him don't care about Li Feng's nostalgia, Li Feng kicked and shouted, "What you know about gambling? Even if you lose your clothes, you're still gambling. My wife and children don't care about it. What happened to my sister? If I'm in love with you, I don't want to teach you a lesson today and let you know what it's like to bully my sister. Not to mention, the circle of Huxia around you really don't know whether they should step up and take care of it. After all, the brother-in-law taught her brother-in-law about gambling, and they didn't have much to say." On the window on the second floor of the acupuncture hall, Barstow looked at Sun Long, who was already in a coma, and he was stunned to remind David and Li Feng that if they should run, Sun Long was about to be beaten into a concussion by Li Feng, and he reminded himself. A fart. Reminding Li Feng not to kill people in front of the public is normal operation. Barstow, who turned and returned to the house, had noticed that Hafiz was hiding and controlled Hafiz 3 times. He jumped out of the window when he got the Matryoshka and said to David and Li Feng, "Let's go." Li Feng spit out his disdain at Sun Long, who was already in a coma with a balloon nose and swollen face. He turned around and pulled the dazed David away and said, "Scum, if you gamble once in the future, I will let my sister and you. Divorce. T." The people around looked at Sun Long, whose chest was still rising and falling, and at Li Feng, who was leaving chastely. They said silently in their hearts, "The gambler who lost even the clothes, you have not let him and your sister divorce now. Your heart, it's big enough." David now only feels that his impression of the magician has been kicked into the trash can by Li Feng's punches and kicks, staring at Li Feng with unbelievable eyes and silently slandering in his heart. My David Stetler-type mental illness must be an upgrade. If the hallucinations appear, it's a special upgrade. This is definitely not my inner graceful magician. Or this guy is a barbarian and occasionally plays a guest magician. Yes, occasionally cameo. Just like when Austin had to use the portal to drive on the road before, Austin came to the magician. Li Feng cast his eyes on the second floor of the acupuncture hall, turned his head to look at Barstow, and said silently in his heart, "This is the second time you have let Hafiz go. To this day and to this place, I swear, there is absolutely adultery. Please forgive my curiosity, but I really want to know what role is Veronica between you two." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although it was cool for Li Feng to beat Sun Long violently, he was also a little afraid now. Not because he was afraid of Sun Long's revenge, but because he was afraid of disrupting Barstow's plan and causing discomfort to the other party, thus losing the opportunity to learn magic. After all, in the movie, it was Barstow that gave Sun Long the fatal blow, but before he killed Sun Long, David also successfully used the fire call technique. Now, Sun Long was purely reduced to a soy sauce maker and was directly knocked out by Li Feng's fist. I don't know if David is still interested in magic. If he still wants to be an ordinary person if he is not interested. Li Feng feels that Barstow will strip his skin into leather shoes and step on him forever. For the precious skin made by his original factory, Li Feng felt that it was time to rescue him. For example, he would teach David how to use the spell now. Li Feng picked up a small piece of paper from the ground and handed it to David and said, "David, do you want to try if you can summon flames? If you can summon flames out of thin air, the attraction to beautiful girls." He still doesn't believe it. David's age is just to make the girl he likes pay attention to his age. Just like a male peacock will open a screen to attract the female peacock's eyes and show his charm at a certain time. In addition, this is the United States. As long as they are not married, no one will talk about the country where the other party is making waves. Will David give up using the magician identity to attract girls? Anyway, Li Feng said he didn't believe it. There's no need to finish Li Feng's words. David has already thought that he would meet the girl he has always liked before, Betsy Barney. It has been 10 years. Wouldn't it be a kind of fate to meet again if he is a magician? Will it attract Betsy's attention better? It seems feasible, and magician seems pretty cool. Definitely, before that, you must make sure that you really have no hallucinations. David glanced at Li Feng, then at Barstow, and decided to test whether he could light the little piece of paper in his hand to make the final choice. Li Feng patted David on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Pay attention to the first step, abandon distracting thoughts, strengthen your conviction, and believe you can do it." After speaking, Li Feng walked to Barstow and watched David's personal performance. He was slightly relieved and thought, as long as this kid successfully cast the spell, will he be far from stepping into the magical world? Barstow turned his eyes to Li Feng. He didn't think that David would fail the spell. After all, the opponent was the descendant of Merlin he had been looking for, but he was upset that Li Feng used women to entice David to practice magic. When is the time now? Hafiz has ran out of the doll to engage in wind and rain, preparing to release Morgany to destroy the world. So there is no time for David to save the girl. But in order for David to be interested in magic, Barstow said that he could bear it for the time being and only waited for David to learn magic to destroy Morgany, and David loved it. Perhaps it was David who was indeed genius. After only a few attempts, he set the paper in his hand on fire, and he was so frightened that David immediately let go of the paper in his hand, dancing with excitement, pointing to the burning paper and saying to Barstow, "I succeeded, I succeeded." At this time, Barstow didn't say anything about the mating dolls and David's cleanup. He looked at David and said, "Yes, you succeeded. If you want to learn more about magic, we need to find a place with few people." As for how to make Hafiz unable to find the Matryoshka, Godhood needed to set the magic circle to converge the magical atmosphere. Otherwise, as soon as Barstow hides the doll in the movie, Hafiz can't find it. It's strange, since Hafiz can find the doll before Barstow, he can definitely find the doll again. Moreover, Hafiz held the doll for a period of time, suggesting that someone had long been laying down a tracking spell on the doll. After hearing Barstow's request to learn magic, David blurted out, "I know a place." Soon after, the three of them took a taxi to a deserted place nearby. David opened the iron fence and said, "This was originally the subway back to the station, but now it's scrapped. They asked me to experiment here because of some experiments. It's dangerous." Going into the underground back to the station, Barstow walked to the table and put the doll down and invisible, turned around and took out a Matchbox file-size magic book from his pocket and handed it to David. He smiled and said, "There was no chance before. Here you are, your magic book." David raised his brows and gestured to the magic book of impressions and said, "I remember that the magic book is bigger than this." Li Feng was a little bit envious. He actually wanted this magic book, and he didn't know if Barstow had any extra magic book. If there is, Li Feng doesn't mind using the 3 kinds of spells he knows in exchange, even a second-hand magic book. After all, this thing not only records everything that happened in the magical world, but can also update it in real time on its own. Even photos of David breaking into Barstow's mysterious house 10 years ago and then leaving with a look of horror are recorded. This is magical. With it, when Li Feng returns to the original world, he doesn't say that he can see the movement of Ancient One from time to time. It is enough to check whether there's a holy place magician near his home. After handing over the magic book to David, Barstow rubbed his hands to prepare to portray Merlin's ring and officially accepted David as an apprentice of magic. As for Li Feng, in addition to envy, he quietly held the magic gems that Sun Long grabbed in his hands and watched Barstow portray Merlin's magic ring without turning his eyes, hoping to jot down how to portray Merlin's magic ring on the ground. It's a pity that when Barstow officially accepted David as his apprentice and walked out of Merlin's magic circle, Li Feng didn't remember the Merlin's magic circle, let alone understand what it was. Taking advantage of David's opportunity to look for protective items, Li Feng walked to Barstow, who portrayed the law of restraint, and said, "Mr. Black, can I exchange my unique spells for your teaching?" In order to allow Barstow to teach himself, Li Feng added, "My unique spells include the spirit body out of the body." This tone is so big. I am someone who has lived for 1,000 years anyway. So you're so confident? In addition to the portals I have seen before, what unique spells do you have? Barstow glanced at Li Feng, smiled, and said, "Are you sure this is your unique spell?" "Definitely," Li Feng said affirmatively, and he added in his heart, "Unless this world Ancient One has been here and left behind, my spells are absolutely unique." Barstow, who had long been instructing Li Feng with his arms around, raised his brow and said, "While David hasn't put on his armor, you can talk about your unique spell first." While speaking, Barstow deliberately emphasized the word unique. In this regard, Li Feng said that he heard the meaning of distrust in the words, but did not refute it. Sometimes it is the right choice to slap the face with facts. You have already seen the portal spell, so I won't say much. Li Feng looked around, sat down on a chair, and said while letting the spirit body emerge, "This is the spirit body leaving the orifice." Ordinary people can't see the spirit body, but as Merlin's apprentice as well as the 777 level Barstow, he clearly watched Li Feng's spirit body floating from the body, but the body is still sucking in the normal roar. I just feel that my body has become a vegetable. And Barstow also understands that the spirit body mentioned by Li Feng is indeed related to the soul. But that is all. The soul is the soul, and the spirit body is the spirit body. After a while, Li Feng, whose spirit body returned to his flesh body, got up and scratched his head and said with a hint of embarrassment, "There are still mirror space spells, but I have never practiced them. I will explain the casting steps to you in detail. How do you try?" When David returned with his armor like a tortoise shell, Li Feng had reached an agreement with Barstow. Barstow was willing to teach Li Feng magic and gave him a magic book personally, definitely. Even if he accepts the disciple, he has no time. If he could, he didn't even want David to teach because he had a crazy plan in his mind now. The mirror space can completely isolate the real world. If Morgani is imprisoned in the mirror space, how can Morgani perform the spiritual calling ceremony? There are no casting materials, not to mention that it is impossible for Morgani to successfully summon the spirit in the scene space. Even if Morgani successfully summons the spirit in the mirror space, how can a person who does not understand the mirror space escape from the space? At that time, who will Morgani rule in the mirror space? Do you rule the necromantic army that you have summoned? Li Feng knows how bad the world's skills in using different spaces are. He remembers that Hafez was imprisoned in the mirror world by Barstow in the film. In the end, he needed help from his men to escape, so Morgani once entered mirror space. She should still be honestly dead in a different space. Speaking of this, Li Feng had to make complaints about Barstow letting off Hafez once again. He clearly imprisoned him in the Hungarian mirror's sinking, but he patted the butt with David and left. What is this? Li Feng thinks this is the depth of love. As for how to get Morgani's soul to leave Veronica's body, Barstow felt that the astral body out of the body inspired him. Astral body out of the body is not just a simple active skill. In addition to actively casting spells to let the body out of the body, it also able to shoot the opponent's spirit body out of the body. Didn't you see that Ancient One played with Dr. Strange's spirit body and almost caused a heart attack in the body? As long as Barstow researched it a little bit, maybe he could be able to knock Morgani's soul out of Veronica's body. After the deal was concluded, Barstow simply drew another Merlin magic ring on the ground. Fortunately, the laboratory David was looking for was large enough, otherwise he would really have no less than 2 Merlin magic rings. Barstow threw a pair of leather shoes to Li Feng and asked Li Feng to stay in Merlin's magic circle and listen to how he taught David. Before killing Morgani, Barstow's teaching object was still mainly David. As for Li Feng, he is an auditor who is not qualified to ask questions. But Li Feng has no objection. What can he do if he has an opinion? Hit Barstow. Li Feng had to beat him. In the film, David can release the ion cannon after just a few attempts, but in reality, it is not that simple. It was not until a week later that David successfully cast the spell once. When David successfully used the vacuum ball to defend against the fireball, David said that he was already a magician and wanted to take Barstow to eat some delicious food. Soak the girl, by the way, really just by the way. But Li Feng said that he still stayed in the laboratory and continued to compete with the fire call technique. I don't know if Li Feng is really not qualified to practice magic, or because his brain is not at full power. Anyway, standing in the magic ring of Merlin and wearing magic gems to study fire call, he only succeeded within 1 meter. Call out a little flame, the kind of flame that the match is about to extinguish. What kind of strenuous flame can hurt people? Save it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Li Feng whispered secretly when he heard the door of the station being closed. He knew that David was going out this time to meet Betsy, who had been secretly in love for many years, and to show off his excellence. As a result, when Betsy was sent to the subway, he happened to encounter a robber who snatched Betsy's beloved bracelet. David, who felt like he was a magician, stepped forward and subdued the robber and regained the bracelet without chasing far enough. When returning the bracelet to Betsy, David spoke nonsense to Betsy and invited Betsy to return to the station tomorrow for a midterm review guide for little Mimi. I don't know what Betsy thinks. Maybe because of thanks to David for helping her regain the bracelet, Betsy directly agreed to David's invitation. This makes Li Feng a little uncomfortable. Why can David successfully pick up his sister without revealing his magician identity? He's been a single dog in the Marvel world for so many years, and he doesn't know whether the girl's hands are smooth or rough. What makes Li Feng even more upset is that Betsy will come to the laboratory tomorrow. You became an apprentice, but what about me? Not to mention the release of the vacuum ball. I didn't even see the shadow of the ion cannon. I was still working hard on the fire calling technique. I had to stop practicing magic for a day. Not to mention, I went back to the station to spread dog food. I thought about being a single person. Does Wang feel it? Toot Sao, Li Feng is still practicing spells in the Merlin magic circle. After a while, Li Feng patted his forehead and muttered annoyedly, "I'm so stupid, I forgot all my advantages." After speaking, Li Feng sat cross-legged in the middle of the magic ring of Merlin, because he suddenly thought of a way to quickly increase mana. It's just that Li Feng didn't expect that Barstow, in addition to going out to comfort his empty stomach for the next 10 years, also took advantage of David's time with his sister to retrieve some of his magic equipment from the mysterious room, including the gift he was going to give to Li Feng. Barstow and David returned to the station. David, who was carrying a few burgers to Li Feng for dinner, looked at Li Feng in Merlin's magic circle speechlessly. He turned his head and said to the surprised Barstow, "OSS. Ding's desire for strength is almost demonstrative. Is this guy actually sleeping cross-legged in Merlin's magic ring?" Barstow rolled his eyes lazily to retort David's words. He was not like David, a new apprentice who couldn't see Li Feng's spirit body. Barstow not only clearly saw Li Feng floating above Merlin's magic ring, but he could also feel the rapid increase in Li Feng's mana. However, it was also Li Feng who used the spirit body to quickly improve his own mana so that Barstow could see something abnormal in Li Feng's soul. He felt it necessary to have a good talk with Li Feng first, and was considering whether to give his gift to Li Feng. Barstow asked David to walk outside of Li Feng's Merlin magic circle after studying, and whispered to Li Feng's spirit body, "Austin, I need to talk to you." David was a little confused. "Brother, haven't you seen everyone sleeping? You can wake up a sleeping person by speaking so softly." Before David reminded Barstow, "You can't wake people up like this." Li Feng's spirit body had returned to his body, and he stood up and said to Barstow, "Okay, it just so happens that I want to talk to you too. David, how about a good sleep? It's still said that your sleep quality is too poor. It is estimated that mosquitoes flying around can wake you up." As Barstow walked to the corner, he whispered to Li Feng behind him, "Although magicians are masters of energy manipulation, this allows us to release various types of spells. But generally speaking, magicians have different energy attributes. The spells I am good at." Li Feng could understand this. Just as Ancient One absorbed dark energy and used dark energy as the source of mana, but she was still able to use the mirror space and other spells that had nothing to do with darkness. Or like David, who played the Tesla coil in front of Betsy. Although he is proficient in the use of fire calling art, the spell he is good at is still the ion cannon. This is related to his original ability, or to say David's mana attribute is electricity. Seeing that Li Feng understood what he meant, Barstow said solemnly, "Just now when I saw your spirit body gather energy, I found that your mana attributes were a bit biased." After hesitation, Barstow did not utter the word dark, but continued, "The time and space energy your spirits gather is okay. Although ordinary magicians have very few mana attributes at the same time, it's not uncommon, but I discovered that your main attribute is that your soul is related to fire." Li Feng was stunned when he heard that his mana attributes had time and space, and then thought that the so-called time energy was most likely the quantum energy of the Marvel world, and he was contaminated a lot while traveling. "I feel a tearing pain all over my body. Can there be less quantum energy?" As for the spatial energy, Li Feng silently thought, either it is related to the portal, or it is related to the passage of his soul to the Marvel world. After all, the soul has no spatial attributes. How did I travel to the Marvel world in this world? The next fire attribute is relatively ordinary, not worthy of Li Feng's attention. Only the soul. Li Feng wants to complain. Maybe this is also related to my crossing Otherwise, it is not realistic to have a space attribute. And one across, the soul is here when passing through. It is still not ground into slag by space energy. Considering that Basto deliberately called Li Feng aside to mention some soul, Li Feng understood that his mana attributes about the soul were not just a little bit, but occupy the dominant position in the originally mana attributes. What profession does the magician who is good at soul magic have? The first reaction in Li Feng's mind was magician, necromancer, and necromancer with the skeleton baby. What Li Feng didn't know was that the flame attributes that Basto told him were actually biased towards the dark side. For example, normal flames only rely on combustion and temperature to harm opponents. But as soon as Li Feng develops his own flame attributes, he will find that his flames are not. Burning the opponent's soul directly is the flame that torment the opponent's soul. It's like hellfire, a kind of pain that can't burn dead man's soul, but let that person feel the pain of his soul being racked on a grill over and over to barbecue. It can be said to be the best way to torture people when traveling at home. Seeing Li Feng's thoughtful look, Basto realized that he didn't need to say more. As for the flame's dark nature, he didn't want to say anything. After all, he didn't want to teach Li Feng about the soul or the flames of hell. He just reminded him in a low voice, and the magicians who are related to the undead will not end well. They played with their souls and blasphemed the corpse before they were alive, and they will definitely go to hell to be punished after death. As for whether there is hell in this world, Li Feng asked lazily, "Do you still have to ask if there is hell in the world where magician has emerged? Besides, in the world of Magician's Apprentice, Mogan and I, who has been playing soy sauce, is capable of summoning spirit spells. In a world without hell, where can she summon the undead to rule the world? As for the Marval world, the goddess of death, one of the 5 creation gods, understands." Thinking about returning to the Marval world, Li Feng, who was studying the summoning undead spell, secretly thought, but the goddess of death jurisdiction is the entire universe. Shouldn't he pay attention to the weak me? Just don't know me, can I go back to the Marval world? It will be miserable if I can't go back. I won't say much about infinite gems, but it's too sad that my hope of going home becomes slim. As for now, Li Feng, who thinks he is still a rookie, dare not show interest in summoning skeleton babies in front of the righteous Barstow. Without seeing Barstow, he specifically called him because his mana is related to his soul. Go to the side to preach? As long as Li Feng shows interest in spirit-calling spells, who knows whether Basto will kill Li Feng directly, in case there are people in this world who want to call the undead to rule the world. After confirming that Li Feng really has no love for spirit-calling spells, Basto patiently explained the danger of dark energy with Li Feng and took out a matchbox file-size magic book from his pocket and looked at the magic book while turning it over. The magic gem in Li Feng's right hand said, "This is the magic book I got from Sun Long when he was imprisoning him. Now it is given to you as a teaching material." Without waiting for Li Feng to take the magic book, Basto said, according to the magic book, "However, Sun Long recorded a lot of black magic information in this book, so..." Speaking of this, Basto lightly tapped the magic book, smiled, and said, "Now I clear the black magic information and replace it with a fire spell. I hope you will like it." "I like it. I really like it." Definitely, according to the molecular vibration in Magician's hand, you can successfully use Fireball. If you record the principle of nuclear fusion that the sun glows and heats in this magic book, I would like it better. What is the Fireball technique of nuclear fusion that can't be burned? Just think about it. It's a pity that after Li Feng opened the book and read it for a long time, he realized that he was thinking too much. Except for the Fireball technique, which is based on the violent vibration of molecules, the rest is either the rain of flames or the wall of fire. The only spell that makes people's eyes even brighter is the introduction of the principle of flight that allows air to be ejected from a certain nozzle, even when the air burns and then expands. In this regard, Li Feng was a little disappointed. The principle of using the flame to complete the jet flight is recorded, but I dare not fly. My neck can't stand such huge amounts of propulsion, and the high-tech principles of the type engine have been recorded. How can you not record the Fireball technique of nuclear fusion? Are you discriminating against nuclear fusion, or are you worried that I don't understand? Although I really don't understand. Can I learn it? They are very easy to learn. By the way, and your magic gems, Basto pointed to Li Feng's right hand and said, "Give me the magic gems. I will forge the ring for you. If you save the spell, you must hold the magic gems." Li Feng handed the magic gem to Barstow without even thinking about it, and bowed and said, "Thank you very much." At the same time, he also expressed his deep gratitude to Sun Long in his heart. The magic gems were robbed by Li Feng from Sun Long, and the magic book was obtained by Basto from the spoils of Sun Long. Now these are all owned by Li Feng. If he does not express his gratitude, he would be too sorry for this good fellow who specializes in sending equipment. The next day, Li Feng, who had been staying in the magic ring of Merlin and gathering mana with his spirit body, heard the doorbell ringing at the return station. He understood that today's practice had to stop, but when Li Feng's spirit body just returned to the body, the tearing, the pain in the body struck again. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When David heard the doorbell, it suddenly occurred to him that he had not told Barstow and Li Feng about his invitation to Betsy last night. For being alone with the goddess who had a crush for a long time, David told Barstow and Li Feng euphemistically, "You guys who don't want to eat dog food, please leave gracefully." Barstow still wants to talk to David about how Hafiz will be killed at any time and how tense the current situation is, but Li Feng has paled and pulled Barstow to leave. Compared with Barstow and David, Betsy was the first to notice the big cold sweat on Li Feng's face and pointed at Li Feng, indicating whether Barstow and David should take Li Feng to the hospital first. Barstow looked at Li Feng, who was pale, and realized at the time energy inside Li Feng was rioting again. Considering that Betsy was just an ordinary person, and in order to hide the magical world, Barstow glared at David and supported Li Feng. Hurriedly walked back to the station. David wanted to care about Li Feng, but he thought that Li Feng would not be in danger if he was taken care of by Barstow. On the other hand, he could show off his own sense of excellence with Betsy alone. After thinking about 0.1 second, David thought, "Choose to be alone with Betsy." As soon as Li Feng and Barstow walked back to the station, Barstow helped Li Feng calm the time and energy with a look of confusion and said, "This is impossible. I have helped you calm the time and energy before." Perhaps it was thinking of something. After Li Feng's face returned to normal, Barstow said in a bad tone, "You studied time privately after David and I left last night? Maybe I misunderstood you. This pain of being torn apart by energy. Maybe you should bear it for a while, so that you can understand what the magical world is, and there are dangers everywhere." Li Feng was relieved, squeezing his knees with his hands, panting and smiling bitterly at the same time, wanted to tell the other person that he is not a person in this world. It's better to explain to Barstow. Maybe with the other party's knowledge reserves, I can return to the Marvel world. After thinking about it, Li Feng rubbed his aching forehead and whispered, "This is not time energy, but quantum energy." Bastow was stunned and instantly thought that the scientific name of quantum might be time and magic. But quantum is not equal to time, but is related to time, and it is just as before that makes him feel clear and calm. Time energy will riot again, because the root cause has not been found. No matter how he casts the spell symptomatically, it is ineffective. Otherwise, his dignified 777 magician can't soothe a little time energy. Where is his face? Stretching out his hand, Bastow motioned Li Feng to continue. He was very curious. After a few days of getting along, he was a scumbag, and the relationship between the summit and the quantum realm of a mysterious person. Don't tell me you still a scientist in the quantum field. I am afraid that my stomach will laugh out of my abdominal muscles. Li Feng is definitely not a scientist, and it's almost the same if he is living at home. When Li Feng scratched his head while telling that he was not a person in this world, Bastow first didn't believe it, and then thought that Li Feng's 3 unique spells do not belong to this world. And Barstow stretched out his right hand to release the portal to the clearing and said, "You can come to my world because of it." It has to be said that the 777 magician is cowhide, and Barstow can successfully release the portal in just a few days. Li Feng glanced at the suspected parking lot on the other side of the portal, nodded and said, "Yes, this kind of teleportation technology can indeed boast the world teleportation in theory, but has clear requirements for the caster." Barstow said without thinking, "You need to understand where you want to go, and remember where you want to go in detail. The more detailed the spell, the faster you can cast it. On the contrary, you're not sure where you want to go or where it does not exist, it will fail to cast. It is precisely this basic requirement for casting that magicians who have never walked out of the Marvel world can only use portals in the local world instead of walking freely in Otherworld. Otherwise, the people of Ancient One should not call the secret magician, just call the Travels magician. NS. And the entire Comitage will not only be supported by Ancient One. Think about how many Otherworld methods can make magician powerful. If Holy Place Magician can freely enter and exit those worlds, what about Dormammu in the Marvel world? The magician who came to the summit of Otherworld and went home to relax, just press Dormammu on the ground and rub it. As for the purple sweet potato essence, do you want to become a sheep and graze on the ground, or become a fat pig and be raised in a pig pen? Maybe become a panda and be watched by people? At any rate, it is also a national treasure that has no worries about food and clothing. Compared to sheep and pigs that are accidentally slaughtered and served on the table, the quality of national treasures is much higher. Barstow still has some doubts. With the portal to Otherworld, he believes he still can't go to Otherworld. Squinting, Barstow stared at Li Feng and thought, so the quantum energy that Li Feng specifically mentioned before is very likely to be a necessary part of the journey. Thinking of this, Barstow walked to Li Feng's body and pressed his right hand on Li Feng's forehead to perceive the quantum energy. After a while, Barstow realized something from it and looked at Li Feng with surprise. "It looks like Barstow found something." With a little anxiety, Li Feng asked carefully, "Can I still return to the original world?" For Li Feng's question, Barstow answered yes. He was concerned about another thing. The quantum realm is actually related to time travel, and I can feel the time inside Austin. No, it is the quantum energy that has been connected to the Earth's long river of time, and the characteristics of the portal have caused the other party to appear on the Earth in all time and space. It's just that it clearly shows that I can't travel to Otherworld. First of all, how to make quantum energy exist in my body without killing me is a problem. It can only be said that everyone has their own destiny. With a little envy, Barstow informed Li Feng of what he had discovered, and Li Feng felt that he had a headache. It is understandable to use quantum to travel through time. After all, it is mentioned in the Women's Federation 4, but the relationship between the quantum energy in my body and the Earth is a bit confused, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. "This is a good thing," Barstow explained quietly, letting Li Feng understand how much benefit he had gained after the quantum channel exploded. To explain with Li Feng's idea, there are countless tributaries in the big river of time, and one of the tributaries diverges from the source Earth to countless Earths, and the quantum energy in Li Feng's body makes him in this source time from the Earth. Connect the line to the relationship. For a long time, Li Feng licked his excited lips and said, "So as long as there is an Earth in the world, I can rely on quantum energy to travel through the past." Barstow rolled his eyes, pointed to the portal, and said, "This thing requires energy to cast spells. I can only say that you can rely on quantum energy to reach various worlds, but whether you can land in that world depends on whether that world corresponds to it. The energy allows you to open the exit of the portal." After thinking about it for a while, Li Feng understood what Barstow meant and said, "That is to say, although I can't reach a purely technologically developed Earth, I can land on those Earths with magical power?" Barstow nodded with envy. "If you don't envy, will there be fewer parallel Earths with mysterious side power?" "Obviously a lot, especially those worlds with mythological creatures. Not to mention the powerful spells of killing gods and killing demons. Just letting their own powerful medicinal material formula is worth his saliva. Unfortunately, he can't go, at least not for now." Feeling full of fighting spirit again and igniting the desire to continue to grow stronger, Barstow thought, "Maybe I can't go to other worlds now, but as long as I continue to practice, I will be able to travel to Otherworld sooner or later. But before that, I want to confirm one thing. Barstow glanced at Li Feng, who had smirked so much that he slobbered, and silently took out the handkerchief from his pocket and said, "First, wipe your saliva. I'm telling you how to return to your original world." And, with blind people on his face, he can see the contempt, and Barstow continued, "You are a typical example of embarrassing you and lost your face to Otherworld. The prerequisite for wanting to lose face is that you have to have a face." Li Feng said that his face has been in his trouser pocket a long time ago, and it is impossible to lose it. Li Feng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. This was also the advantage of long-term meditation. After only a few seconds, Li Feng concentrated his mental energy and signaled that Barstow could teach him how to open the door and go home. Barstow touched his chin and said, "Now you try time first. See if you can return to your original world with the quantum energy calmed down." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, spread his hand, and said, "No need to try. I know I can't go back because I tried it before." There was only a swirling orange energy, and the complete portal could not appear. It seems that part of my understanding is correct. Barstow is not sad or disappointed by Li Feng's secretly trying to open the way home. If he is inexplicably teleported to other worlds, he will also try to get home. Barstow stretched out his hand to make the calm quantum energy in Li Feng's body fluctuate again, and said, "Since you have successfully crossed the River of Time, you must rely on the help of the River of Time if you want to go home. So you need to connect the quantum energy to the portal. Combined, you have the hope of going home." As soon as the voice fell, Li Feng felt the pain of his body being ripped apart by energy, but this time he didn't say anything, enduring the pain of his body being crushed, and released the portal to the distant open space. Not to mention, the portal that appeared this time is really blue and white, and there are previous speculations about the tributaries of time. The careful Li Feng clearly discovered that a slender green light representing time in the blue and white light curtain is constantly distorted. When the portal completely appeared, Li Feng only felt a suction from the portal, but before Li Feng could stabilize his footing, the portal suddenly wanted Li Feng to pounce. "What's the situation? I don't want to walk into the blue and white light curtain. So your naughty portal swallowed me directly? Everyone should be reasonable, don't you know? Although I want to go, how can I also thank Barstow and say goodbye? I won't gimme this time. Stingy, right?" Although Barstow was a little surprised by the naughty of the portal, he didn't say much, just silently clenched his fist. "When Morgani is resolved, I will resume the life of cultivating one day. Austin, we will meet again." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the Marvel world, Holy Place Magician has always been known for secretly guarding the Earth from being invaded by alien magic. For this reason, they have also built a set of protection and monitoring networks on the Earth. Unfortunately, Li Feng, who had just squeezed out of the rubber pipe, returned from another world. Therefore, he took possession of both the magical creatures and the alien invasion. It would be too magical to be discovered by the Holy Place Magician in this way. Dereliction of duty. Coupled with Li Feng's use of unfamiliar quantum energy to travel through, this is undoubtedly as bright as a lighthouse in the dark for Ancient One, which is extremely sensitive to time forces. It is difficult for her to pretend to be blind and not see. So Daniel Magician, who guards the holy place in New York, just wanted to sound the alarm and summon the manpower. When he was an Ancient One in the Himalayas, he instantly appeared next to him and said, "Daniel, don't worry." "Not in a hurry." Daniel turned his head and looked at the magician behind him. He felt that Ancient One stopped him because the invaders that appeared this time were powerful or large. There are fewer magicians gathered now. Ancient One is afraid that these disciples will not appear. The necessary loss, after all, it is quite difficult to cultivate a magician. Not everyone has the same magical aptitude as Dr. Strange, and they will become stronger after being killed in front of Dormammu many times. Ordinary magicians are afraid that after being tortured and killed several times by Dormammu, their spiritual body will be the first to be unable to withstand the blow, and they will be completely dead. When Daniel was about to ask if he wanted to gather more people, Ancient One smiled and said, "This time it was not an invasion, but was caused by a traveling guy coming home. Daniel was a little confused and mumbled, "Traveling out?" Then Daniel thought of something. He glanced at the magic device that was still sounding the alarm, then turned his head to Ancient One in a daze and said, "Supreme Magician, do you mean someone went to Otherworld to travel? And now he's back?" Ancient One nodded and said, "The portal used by this little guy is still learned from us, so I really have to talk about it with us." Daniel is a little confused. Although he knows that portals can travel across the world, he has never seen anyone who can travel to other worlds apart from knowing that they are attached to the mirrored space of reality. By the way, whose disciple is this? Such a cowhide? He is still protecting the local world from being invaded by outsiders. On the other side, some people play the portal and go to other worlds. To be honest, Daniel actually wants to get to know this guy who can boast about world travel. It is best to exchange portal spells. He may also travel to other world travels when he is free to broaden his horizons. This is much more interesting than "I measured the earth with my feet." I have measured other worlds. Can you? But Daniel cast his eyes on Ancient One. He knew that since this guy's return from Otherworld had shocked the Supreme Magician, it meant that Ancient One was going to take care of it himself, and basically it had nothing to do with him. Sue realized that Daniel was disappointed, and Ancient One smiled and said, "Go and meet this little guy with me. By the way, you know it too." "I know." Daniel's eyes were a little confused. He searched his memory and couldn't think of what he knew. Magician could travel on the plane, until he had no comment and recalled the address he had seen before. Chinatown, Li Feng. How capable is Li Feng? Would Daniel not know? Basically, as long as there is a mana alert in Chinatown on the monitoring network, he will check it out in person. In addition to caring far about the descendants of Li Feng, an old friend, he also has the idea of seeing how Li Feng is practicing his spells now. It can be said that every time Li Feng's growth in the past 2 years is Daniel's eyes. Is it possible that Li Feng can hide his strength under his eyes? Seeing Ancient One nodded to confirm that the traveling guy is Li Feng, Daniel twitched his mouth and thought, "This is a bit awkward, or is it that I'm so dizzy? Ancient One raised his brow and reached out to open a portal. To be honest, she would not have noticed Li Feng if she hadn't noticed the time fluctuations when Li Feng transmitted. It can only be said that Li Feng's luck is overwhelming, and he didn't let Ancient One use the eyes of Agamotto to check his past. Otherwise, just because Li Feng's spiritual body appeared 2 years ago, he was a greasy uncle, and Ancient One would pinch his neck. Ask the question of where do you come from, and where do you want to go? Li Feng, who had just returned to his room, couldn't bother to check what had changed in the messy room. He was naked and vomiting on one knee. He had already noticed the mana fluctuations caused by the portal behind him. Enduring the desire to continue vomiting, Li Feng's eyes twitched and looked at Ancient One with Zheng Liang's bald head on stage. From now on, Daniel would come to spy on him from time to time, behind Ancient One. With a fake smile, Li Feng carefully moved to the closet with his hands in his crotch. While putting on his clothes, he said in a low voice, "Big brother, can you call Roar first next time you come here? At least make a phone call or send an email. Yeah, you see my house is messed up. It's really not suitable to entertain you." Ancient One carried his hands on his back and looked up and down Li Feng with interest. This gave Li Feng the illusion that he was a doll placed on the cargo rack, allowing the buyer, Ancient One, to check the quality of the items wantonly. As for whether Li Feng is naked or not, Ancient One said that she has watched too much in her life, and she doesn't care about looking at naked men. Moreover, Li Feng's small belly has already let Ancient One know that Li Feng is not her food, since it is in someone else's bowl. What about Ancient One's dishes? Anyway, Ancient One doesn't feel at a disadvantage. When Li Feng put on his clothes in a hurry, he almost understood what Ancient One should see, only for Li Feng to show up and confirm her conjecture. When Daniel got dressed in Li Feng, he asked anxiously, "Li Feng, how did you complete your journey to other worlds?" "Well, you can answer the reason why you didn't peep at me from a distance this time." Li Feng scratched his brows, picked up Barstow from the ground, and sent him the magic book and said, "Will you go straight to the subject without introducing yourself?" Ancient One looked at Li Feng's small single room and said with a smile, Aren't you calling me the boss? Is it necessary to introduce yourself? And Ancient One pointed to the surveillance screen that had been darkened because no one was at home for a long time and said, I think you are no stranger to Daniel Magician, who is watching you. Daniel hadn't paid attention to the monitor screen before. After all, no one would notice that there was a darkened TV screen in the dilapidated room. When Ancient One specifically pointed out that it was a monitor, he realized what he thought was secret. Check. I'm afraid Li Feng has noticed it a long time ago, which makes his face a little bit uncontrollable. It was said that he observed secretly, and the other party knew that there was a person of his own. What kind of secretiveness is this? I know your existence from my grandpa's notes. I don't know why. Li Feng always feels that he needs to explain, otherwise the boss of Ancient One has nothing to do with Time Gem. Looking at his past, all his details have not leaked out. Regarding Li Feng's explanation, Ancient One nodded in recognition. It is not just that Grandpa Li Feng will record her identity in his personal notes. As long as he is a disciple who has been in the holy place, he will write a few words about her in the recorded notes. The figure and the iconic big bald head also made those who hadn't seen her magician recognize her at a glance. After all, a woman who can magically shave her head is not much. Because traveling back to the Marvel world requires a quantum energy riot, Li Feng, who has not been able to automatically quell this riot energy, needs deep roar inhalation to relieve physical pain. But fortunately, Ancient One sees Li Feng's sharp pain and casts a spell on the quantum energy. Calm down. Feeling a lot. Li Feng immediately said respectfully to Ancient One, Thank you. Ancient One shook his head and signaled no thanks, but Daniel on the side couldn't help but wonder in his heart, and asked again, We came here this time to ask how you completed the crossing plane. Li Feng scratched his head and glanced at the messy room caused by his trip to the world of Barstow, and the dusty room that didn't know how long he had been in Otherworld. While thinking about whether he should change his living environment, he told Ancient One and Daniel about the principle of crossing that Barstow had told him. Unlike Daniel, who doesn't understand the quantum realm, Ancient One understands it. To put it bluntly, Li Feng can only do this kind of thing by himself. Be careful, and you'll be dragged into the river for a long time and drown. The quantum energy, when Li Feng travels, is different from the time divergence caused by using Time Gem to travel through time and space. The quantum energy in Li Feng's body is more like a boat to protect him, allowing him to drift on the long river of time, while the portal is the port where he goes ashore. Definitely, just like I said before that Li Feng can only go to the world where there is magic, the ship and the port must match to let Li Feng disembark. Otherwise, you could try to dock a raft in a port where an aircraft carrier is docked, or if an aircraft carrier is docked, try using a special port for rowing boats. Either the raft is destroyed and cannot be landed, or the aircraft carrier is stranded. It's just that not everyone can ride on this boat at present, except for Li Feng's accident that caused a similar boat to recognize the owner. No one can get on this magical ship of time. Ancient One also understands that as long as Li Feng remembers the seats of these ports, he can travel to and from multiple worlds freely. But obviously, Li Feng's power is not enough for him to remember these ports. So Ancient One knew that Li Feng could only ship from the Marvel world for the time being, and drifted aimlessly to the next port, and then relied on a boat that kept the Marvel world coordinates in mind. Send Li Feng back to the Marvel world. After Ancient One's answer, Daniel said that he didn't understand these principles, but he also understood that interplanetary travel was basically because he had no chance. He waved his hand in frustration and said that he needed to return to the holy place in New York to be quiet. Ancient One sent an invitation to Li Feng, hoping that Li Feng could come to Comitage when he had time, and hoped to borrow Xia Sunlong's magic book from Li Feng. In exchange, Ancient One said she could teach Li Feng magic for a period of time. What can Li Feng say about this? I definitely want Ancient One to wait. I saw that Li Feng called the landlord as quickly as possible to express that he was very happy to rent in Chinatown. But he found a new place to live, saying that he would not go through the Ancient One portal with a few changes of clothes after continuing to rent. Comitage. Li Feng already has plans for the future. That is, he will continue to study in the magical world, hoping to collect infinite gems before Thanos and go home, or to snatch infinite gems directly from Thanos when he is strong enough. Definitely, the latter is just a luxury. It is estimated that when Li Feng can beat Thanos, he can take the initiative to open the door to go home without infinite gems. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She expressed her understanding of Li Feng's style of Ancient One, which has no attachment to Chinatown, because she saw that Li Feng was ready to go on the road of magic. A place like Chinatown was obviously not suitable for practicing magic, and it was easy to be disturbed. But leakage is also a trouble. Let alone a shield, it is enough for Li Feng. Oh, sorry, shield has not changed its name, but it is still called the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. When I came to Kamatage with Ancient One didn't directly start teaching Li Feng. After all, she also saw that Li Feng, who had just returned from the journey, needed a rest. Instructed Modu to arrange Li Feng's room to rest, and Ancient One walked into the hall holding a magic book that Li Feng hadn't had time to read, looking with relish. Mordu is more accepting of death. In the original book, he chose to leave because he knew that Ancient One was absorbing dark energy secretly and killed a large number of magicians to maintain the balance of the natural world. Therefore, Li Feng didn't have the idea of approaching the other party, except for his apparent politeness. Moreover, it is not that Li Feng doesn't know his future path. Since his mana is biased towards the dark side, it will inevitably conflict with Mordor. Rather than being unclear at that time, it is better to keep a distance from Mordor now. No words for a night. Li Feng, who had rested all night, came down to Ancient One's living room under the guidance of Mordu, and Ancient One had already prepared tea to entertain Li Feng. Although Ancient One said that making tea by himself is a basic operation, Li Feng still feels flattered. This is the tea made by the big shot at the top of the earth. Can ordinary people drink it? When Li Feng finished savoring the tea, Ancient One handed the magic book to Li Feng and said, "Very interesting spells and books are just caused by a lot of defects because of the difference in the world. I am afraid that you will need your own time to record." The world is different, defective? Li Feng didn't understand, because he took a few glances at the magic book and didn't find anything defective. Ancient One stretched out his hand and motioned to Li Feng to open it and see what she meant. With a hint of doubt, Li Feng flipped through the magic book. After a while, the corner of Li Feng's eyes kept beating to express his speechlessness and helplessness. Originally, the magic book could automatically record everything that happened in a magic world, but the world connected to this magic book was obviously the world of Barstow, but when it came to the world of Marval, it was a bit unacceptable. The first is about the history of magic, and the knowledge of art disappeared inexplicably. Li Feng didn't take it seriously. It's not a big deal to disappear if it disappears. However, some medicine formulas and alchemy formulas disappear without corresponding materials in the Marvel world. It cannot be said that the formula disappears, but the corresponding material names disappear. But Li Feng still said that he couldn't stand it. What do you mean by this? A potion that can increase mental power originally requires 10 materials. But because the relevant medicinal materials are not available in the Marvel world, you left me with the names of 5 materials and 5 blank brackets? Is this for me to figure out a way to add the name of the medicinal material in the brackets, or how to drop it? The only good news is that the various spells that Basto left on the magic book still exist. In addition to proving that these spells are still effective in the Marvel world, it also proves from the side that Li Feng can learn these spells as long as he works hard, including Ancient One. It is greedy for time to speed up and slow down spells. But since I'm at Kamatage, I definitely learned to forge a magician robe first. Otherwise, I have to land naked on other planes every time I cross it. After passing through many times, either I can't pick it up or I'm shameless. Li Feng kept spitting out in his heart and not letting him wear clothes. At the same time, he folded 2 A4-paper file-size magic books into a matchbox file size and put them in his pocket. He sat cross-legged across from Ancient One, looking like he was quietly waiting to be taught. Ancient One deserves to be an experienced worker who has been engaged in education for many years. Just as Li Feng raised some doubts, Ancient One has already answered in a way that Li Feng can understand now. The only regret is that although Taj Kama also forges magic weapons by himself, but on how to forge a magic dress, Ancient One said that the information is available, but the specific operation is obviously beyond the reach of Li Feng, a rookie. As for the clothes, such as magic robe woven before, Li Feng said that Ancient One can't afford it at a friendly price. He is not a rich man. In addition, he didn't find a job to practice magic. He just did some odd jobs to earn some pocket money. And before buying some equipment to exercise, now Li Feng has less than $10,000 in his pocket. Kamatage is the site of Ancient One after all. Li Feng wants to live for a while. It's nothing. I believe Ancient One won't say much, but he treats Kamatage as his own home. Li Feng can't do it for the time being. Attribute issues are vulnerable to the prejudice of this group of righteous magicians. In case they want to come to the scene to eliminate demons, does Li Feng want to be beaten to death by a group or be strangled to death by Mordu? So he has already figured out how to spend the remaining $10,000, such as buying a second-hand RV, buying a large tent, and some outdoor daily necessities, while traveling aimlessly and traveling to other worlds to continue traveling. It is estimated that these $10,000 are not enough for him to spend. Where can the spare money buy magic robe? In one question and one answer, the time came quietly to noon. Li Feng got up to express his gratitude to Ancient One. Ancient One smiled and nodded, reminding, to use time and portal travel, you need to try many times and grasp the degree. Otherwise, you will find that you have only been out for a day and returned to this world, but found that a year has passed. Li Feng is also helpless for the imbalance between the two world timelines, just as he has only been in the world of the Magician Apprentice for less than half a month, but he returned to the Marval world to see the time. Okay, more than one time passed. Months. This is only one of the worlds. One day, he went to Ancient One and said that one day is equal to Marval a year, and it would be over. When he returned from other worlds, he found that the purple sweet potato essence had all snapped his fingers and ruined infinite gems. And the heroes exchanged all the gems back in the past. Where did he cry? If you want to know something about traveling through time, you have to face the eye of Agamotto and Kamatage, but that thing Ancient One wants to lend to Li Feng to study other magicians, and they disagree. Why can an outsider get the intimacy of Ancient One? Is there any adultery in it? How do you ask Li Feng to answer? Say, Ancient One likes men with small belly? Li Feng can be drowned in the saliva of the magicians without Ancient One's shot. Fortunately, there are not many worlds that study time. For example, the world of Harry Potter, which is basically safe as long as you don't die. Hermione uses time-related props because she has signed up for all courses. It's a pity that Li Feng knows that he doesn't know what world he will appear in after crossing. If he can't land in Harry's world, he can only catch blindly. In the afternoon, I was still in the meeting room, but this time it became Li Feng showing off the magic ring of Merlin in front of Ancient One and performing the spirit body to increase his mana in the magic ring of Merlin. To be honest, Li Feng is still a little worried about showing his spirit body out of his body in front of Ancient One. Is it possible to explain why his spiritual body is abnormal because of quantum energy? Fortunately, Ancient One didn't notice any abnormality in Li Feng's spirit body. She only felt that Li Feng thought that his spiritual body's spell mastery was imperfect, which caused a little nervousness in her heart. Relax, Ancient One said with a smile. Spell casting is a delicate operation. You can't be too nervous. Just like the more nervous you are in battle, the easier it is to fail. On the contrary, it is more helpful to cast a spell with a normal mind. Li Feng smiled slightly on his face, but he was relieved. At least in Ancient One's tone of expression, she didn't see anything abnormal in his spiritual body. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng gently closed his eyes to gather energy in the magic ring of Merlin. Ancient One's familiarity with dark energy is not comparable to that of Li Feng. Li Feng's mana attributes can be seen at a glance, and he sighs slightly. The magician seedling who can travel to other worlds prefers mana to darkness, but this is his ability. As long as you keep your mentality unchanged, you can be like a normal person And you don't need to be aware of the corrosion of dark energy at all times like me. It's just, this kid obviously can't stay in Kamatage for a long time. Fortunately, I have a relationship with him today. I hope that he, who has unlimited potential, can take care of Taj Kama when he grows up. Thinking of the future Ancient One, I looked out the window subconsciously. There was a man wearing apprentice costumes with blank eyes trying to practice. His name was Caecilius, who was also a whetstone prepared by Ancient One for Stephen Strange. At this moment, Ancient One was a bit hesitation. Li Feng didn't know how far his boat could cross, but Ancient One knew from years of experience and research time that as long as Li Feng wanted, his boat could be taken on board as long as it was a magical creature. Travel through together. This is not just props like Sling Ring and Magic Book, but it also includes creatures with mana. Unfortunately, Magician is also classified as a creature with mana. Compared with Doctor Strange, who grew up by Dormammu's constant torture and killing, a supreme magician who travels to other worlds to excuse his vision will obviously have stronger strength. And as long as Li Feng masters the timeline, Stephen may be able to grow into a competitor. After she was strong, she faced Dormammu's invasion. At that time, Stephen will play Dormammu unnecessarily. It must be very exciting. It is a pity that my time does not allow me to see that scene. Forget it. Since we have already planned it, don't break the original plan. As for Li Feng, just treat it as an accident insurance. Thinking of this, Ancient One interrupted Li Feng, who had gathered mana aloud, and explained several mistakes made by Li Feng's spiritual body when he came out of the body. Li Feng asked humbly to record these experiences in the magic book. These are the places that Ancient One personally pointed out. As long as he understands these, the time for Li Feng's spiritual body out of the body can be increased several times. By the way, Li Feng has more. Time allows the spirit body to stay in Merlin's magic circle to increase its mana. In the next few days, Li Feng learned the Mirror Space spell from Ancient One. Although he can't release the Mirror Space with his hands as smartly as the Ancient One, he has made a lot of progress. At least after a gesture, he can successfully release the Mirror Space. For him, who was preparing to travel, he had an undisturbed place to practice spells. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kamatage Library. Li Feng smiled and handed the small note issued by Ancient One to the librarian with a bad face. Although knowledge can be shared in Kamatage, the books in the library allow magicians to borrow at any time, but it also depends on who borrows them. First of all, ordinary people must not be able to borrow, and secondly, for magicians like Li Feng. These are all the knowledge that Kamatage has collected hard by magicians in the past generations. Why should I lend it to outsiders for free? They read the books carefully for fear of damaging them. So the librarian's attitude towards Li Feng can be imagined how bad it is. And among the small notes that Ancient One issued to Li Feng, some of them are from the private collection of Ancient One Magician, which makes the administrator even more uncomfortable. Li Feng doesn't care whether this familiar administrator is upset. As long as he can borrow the book he wants to read, he won't be upset. What can he do if he is upset now? Not to mention whether he can beat the manager. Even if he can beat Taj Kama, there are magicians who can open portals. Where can he go? And Li Feng remembers that Caecilius would chop his head with a double axe at the end of this manager buddy. It's great to write down this little uncomfortable first. When this buddy sleeps in the cemetery, Li Feng will rub his head on his grave. This is the devil. The pace of the dance step. Taking the book from the administrator's reluctant eyes, Li Feng went straight back to his room. While reaching out to hold the magic book, while using a translation tool to translate the magician book in holy place and read it aloud. Li Feng doesn't have the ability of Basto to reach out and record the knowledge on the magic book, so he can only use the most traditional method to record. That is, he is reading aloud here, and the magic book over there automatically uses the way of writing the collected sounds. Record on file. Definitely, this is also a little troublesome, such as needing a quiet environment. Otherwise, it will appear when reading aloud on the road, and there will be a car horn every few lines in the content of the magic book. Similarly, This also requires Li Feng to have a standard pronunciation when reading aloud, otherwise there will be typos. After the recording is completed, Li Feng also needs to check the contents of the record, because the magic book said that it is only responsible for recording, and it is not responsible for the occurrence of typos and polyphonic characters. Fortunately, it is much more convenient to correct typos than to copy the entire book with a pen. Otherwise, Li Feng would not wear it in commatage for a month, but on an annual basis. Among these transcribed books, the most valuable is Ancient One's private collection. Basically, the books that Ancient One allows to lend to Li Feng are more or less related to time. This is related to the spells that Basto left in the magic book to explain the flow of time in detail. Although these spells only control the flow of time, they do not turn time around like the Eye of Agamotto, but they still have a lot to Ancient One. Inspired. At least Ancient One, after reading these methods, said that after more than a month of research, she has been able to control the flow of time on certain items without using the Eyes of Agamotto, such as making a cyan apple quickly ripe, or slow down the ripening period of the apple. Let hang on the tree for 10,000 years without thinking of ripening. Although these spells have not been applied to living creatures yet, this is also a great progress. In addition, in time, Ancient One said that he can reach the record in the magic book in the future. Not to mention the use of time spells on living creatures, it will not disturb the seemingly peaceful time as long. Originally, Ancient One should be grateful to Barstow, but it is obviously impossible for Ancient One to go to Otherworld and Barstow to thank him in person. So these Thanksgiving gifts have naturally become Li Feng's collection. After a month of non-stop copying and recording, Li Feng finally recorded all the books on Kamatage's basic spellcasting. On this day, Ancient One found Li Feng, who was about to pack his luggage, and said, "It looks like you're going to leave." Li Feng was a little embarrassed. During this period of time, Kamatage was not regarded as Ancient One's private teaching. He also ate for nothing and gained many benefits for nothing. What he paid was only a magic book that recorded a small number of spells, and this magic book is still lying quietly in his backpack, which is not awkward. Li Feng scratched his head and said, "You have something to do with me?" Ancient One nodded, waved his hand to cover the mirror space, and said, "I am very interested in how you travel through, so I want to see how you travel through before you leave." Ancient One's request is not difficult. Li Feng put his luggage on the ground after thinking about it for half a second. He took off some debris on his body and said, "Master, I don't know how long the world will pass when I come back. I'm afraid of me. Some of the dry food prepared has expired, so can you help me prepare some dry food again after I come back? It's not that I can't bear the small amount of money, but..." With only a pair of square shorts left, Li Feng stood up with a small belly and said with a trace of embarrassment, "It's because I really don't have much money." Looking at Li Feng, who is wearing a sling ring in his left hand, a ring inlaid with a huge red magic gem in his right hand, holding a magic book in both hands, and is ready to cross Li Feng, Ancient One nodded with a smile. He said that he would prepare some dry food for Li Feng. Even if he prepared enough dry food for Li Feng for a lifetime, it would be fine. Everything was ready. Li Feng took a deep breath and closed his eyes to activate the quantum energy in his body. When the body suffered tearing pain, Li Feng opened his face seriously, stretched his left hand forward, and quickly made a circle with his right hand. A blue and white portal with a hint of green light appeared in front of Ancient One. Before Ancient One looked at it carefully, the portal instantly rushed towards Li Feng and swallowed it. As the portal disappeared, only the square shorts that Li Feng wore before were left on the ground. It proves that Li Feng has traveled to other worlds. Ancient One carries his hands on his back, and perceptions of the residual energy in the air. After a while, the calm and calm eyes of Ancient One reveals envy. It is a magical traversal, backed by countless worlds, even if I have poor aptitude. If I had this kind of adventure back then, I wouldn't have to take the risk of absorbing dark energy. With a wave of her hand, Ancient One crossed the portal and walked out of the mirrored space. But before Ancient One walked out of Li Feng's room, she suddenly noticed the strangeness behind her. Ancient One turned his head to look, only to see a naked and shaggy beard from a blue and white light curtain. Li Feng? So fast. Ancient One's brain full of question marks, thinking, Li Feng will not return immediately after crossing the past. No, it's not like the beard on his face hasn't been shaved in a few days. At least I haven't shaved it for a month, right? Rubbing his dizzy temples, Li Feng calmed down the violent quantum energy in his body, while taking out his coat from his luggage and putting it on, saying, Master, you won't come to my room every day during this period and wait for me to come back. Bar. Ancient One shook his head slightly and said, Since you passed through, you came back before I could leave your room. Li Feng was stunned. Hesitation said, You mean I have been in another world for half a year, and how many seconds have passed since the local world? Half a year. Ancient One nodded and smiled and looked at Li Feng and said, It looks like you have worked very hard in the past 6 months. At least the mana in your body has increased by a lot. If you're not tired, you can tell me what you went. World. Although Li Feng hasn't shaved for a while, it seems a bit vicissitudes of life, but to say that he is not mentally exhausted. After all, his current mental power has improved a lot, but Li Feng is somewhat helpless because of the magic content of the world he travels to. It is not high, which forces him to focus on the improvement of mental power to achieve finer manipulation of spells, thereby saving mana consumption when casting spells. Scratching his head, Li Feng sat down on the bed and said, I can only go to a world with an earth, and there is still a world with mysterious side power. This time is the same. As Li Feng slowly said, Ancient One understood that Li Feng had gone to an earth in the timeline just after the end of the American Civil War. In that era, a soldier named Jonah Hax was dissatisfied with the order of his superior General Turnbull to slaughter the hospital. He shot his superior's son and retired. However, this general was not easy to provoke, so he brought his younger brother to look for him. Hux avenged his revenge and let him watch his family be burned alive after he tied him. The story also begins. Hux, who was tied up and waited to die, was fateful. When he was dying, he was rescued by a group of Arakoa Indians, and under the treatment of a witch doctor, he obtained the ability to communicate with dead man. No matter how Hux seeks revenge on Turnbull, Li Feng is only interested in the ability to communicate with dead man. So he inquired all the way after getting information about the crow from Hux's mouth, until he found the crow a few months later and learned how to deal with it. Dead man communicated. In fact, in Li Feng's view, the skill of communicating with dead man is more like a variant used with the spirit body. Just like when Hax communicates with dead man, he needs to touch the decedent with his hand, so that the soul projection of the decedent returns from the underworld to the body in front of him, and this projection is a variant application of a certain spirit body. It is also because ordinary people can't see the spirit body, so in the eyes of Hux, these dead men will return to the appearance of a living person, but in the eyes of others, Hux is only talking to a decaying corpse. As for some of the remaining medical treatments of the crow, Li Feng only took a look and stayed away from preparing to learn. Look at how the group of witch doctors are treated. First, give yourself some drugs to make yourself dizzy, and then treat them. Seeing Li Feng's eyelids jumped. Brother, are you trying to save others, or are you going to be cool? As for whether the rescued can survive, in the words of witch doctors, they have no after-sales service. They have saved their credit, but have not saved them, have the ability to get out of the ground and bite him. Dan, what can Li Feng, a witch doctor like this, do after he returns to the Marvel world? Do you dance? So after learning how to communicate with dead man, Li Feng returned directly to the Marvel world. The only thing he didn't expect was the time gap between the two worlds. Guangong is Wenjiu Zhanhuaxiong. This is Wenjiu crossing Otherworld. After the accident, although Ancient One suggested that Li Feng take a day off, Li Feng still chose to leave. After tidying up his personal hygiene, Li Feng went straight back to New York from Kamataj's portal. In addition to preparing to buy a second-hand RV, Li Feng made plans for the future at Otherworld, such as buying some solitaires and making magic props. Period use. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Before leaving, Ancient One specially called Li Feng, who was carrying a shoulder bag, to the living room for the final mention. waved to open the mirror space. Ancient One walked into the mirror space with his hands behind his back. Li Feng hesitation. He was a little confused about what Ancient One wanted to do. When Li Feng walked into the mirrored space, Ancient One smiled and asked, "Austin, do you know which attribute your mana is biased toward?" Li Feng heaved a sigh of relief. At the beginning, he was puzzled by the Ancient One teaching and taught why he came to a place with first-class confidentiality like mirror space to preach. "I thought you found an abnormality in the depths of my soul during these more than 1 month. It hurts my heart to plop and jump around. It's really inconvenient to talk about dark mana in a group of righteous magicians like Kamatosh. If someone hears that Li Feng will die, it is estimated that the only idea of the group of magicians is to kill Li Feng on the spot without paying attention to Ancient One. Li Feng of the province became a scourge when he grew up. It turned out that I was talking to me because I found that my mana was biased towards the dark, but also Basto could see at a glance that my mana was biased towards the dark. Ancient One, who also lived and didn't know the years, couldn't see it. It's where to come out." Li Feng nodded slightly to indicate that he knew about it, and at the same time signaled Ancient One to continue. In fact, Ancient One's warning to Li Feng was nothing. Barstow also warned Li Feng at the beginning, but Barstow meant that Li Feng should not be exposed to dark energy, and he directly concealed Li Feng's flame attribute bias towards darkness. Ancient One's attitude towards dark energy is much more interesting, not only telling Li Feng that the flame attributes are also biased towards darkness, but also telling Li Feng how to adapt to dark energy and control them instead of being corroded by dark energy. Li Feng also thought about it. The big man in front of him has an understanding of dark energy that ordinary people can't compare. Ancient One not only uses dark energy, but is also a strong person who firmly resists the temptation and corrosion of darkness. Obviously, Li Feng's attitude will be much better, and Li Feng's mana is inherently biased towards darkness. No one can reverse this, nor can Ancient One. Definitely, Ancient One would not say anything to Li Feng that she is a stupid thing to use dark energy. The so-called knowing people knowing the face and not knowing the heart. Who knows what Li Feng will do after knowing her little secret? Ancient One doesn't want Kamatosh to split up. In this regard, Ancient One just taught Li Feng some of his own experience of resisting dark energy in a vague way, such as using the story of human ancestors to evolve from a single cell into a fish, and then to an adult to warn Li Feng what is slow and ready. Too hasty. Terra Magician is like a fish living in fresh water, and the air in the water is like the magic power that Magician relies on. Those magicians who do not seek to be motivated are like living in a freshwater lake, and they spend it all alone, while those who are motivated, those with shallow qualifications, rely on magic power to become amphibians and occasionally come ashore to sea, or those with superior qualifications evolve lung organs. Roar directly inhales oxygen, thus completely boarding the vast land. But evolution is also different, just like water, freshwater, and seawater is like dark energy. Don't think carp can adapt to most environments, but you could try to throw the carp into the sea and die by salting it in different species to become a salted fish. The mana of this freshwater carp Li Feng is biased towards darkness, and it is destined that he can only enter the ocean. Definitely, the carp named Li Feng is not strong enough at present. Once he can't even think about entering the ocean directly, he can only be killed by the corrosion of the sea. What Ancient One wants to express is to first make Li Feng become stronger, and then to find an entrance to the sea that adapts to the seawater environment to survive for a period of time, wait for the mana to evolve itself into the brackish water that adapts to the sea, and then enter the vast sea. When talking about entering the sea, Li Feng noticed a trace of unnatural and subtle sadness on Ancient One's face. Li Feng resisted the urge to scratch his brow, lest Ancient One found out that he was complaining about Ancient One's use of dark energy at this moment. Li Feng understood that Ancient One was so high on its own qualifications that it failed to find the right entrance to the sea, and directly connected to the Sea of Dormammu, the big man, causing the sea to be too salty, and causing Ancient One to be corroded by dark energy. Ancient One does have two brushes and now the seat of the Supreme Magician has long been replaced. But Ancient One can't resist the corrosion of dark energy for long. After Doctor Strange came out, he received a box lunch. While feeling sorry for Ancient One, Li Feng said respectfully, "Don't worry, Master, I am backing countless worlds. As long as I am careful with some potentials, there is no need to take risks for the sake of strength." After squeezing his fists, Li Feng said impassionedly, "Take shortcuts, and you will surely kill yourself. You can only reach the top one step at a time on the Magician Road, I understand." The corners of Ancient One's eyes twitched slightly. This statement seemed to imply that I was taking a shortcut to absorb the dark energy. Even in the ocean on the Earth, there are still some places that are south here. This is like a dangerous area hidden in the dark energy. Even if you can only swim in the ocean in the future, you need to always be careful. Li Feng nodded with a serious face, indicating that he understands the truth, and he will proceed carefully on the magic road. What should be said is also said. As for whether Li Feng is like he said, step by step, Ancient One is not Li Feng's mother. Whatever he does, saying that this has made Li Feng have a good impression of Taj Kama. That's enough. Ines. It can be seen that Ancient One's heart for Kama Taj's future development has been fragmented, and he can't fight back. After opening the portal and saying goodbye to Ancient One, Li Feng borrowed Kama Taj's portal to the holy place in New York. After chatting with Daniel a few words, Li Feng, who walked out of the holy place in New York, looked back at the holy place. I don't know why, Li Feng always felt that Ancient One had the same attitude towards him as he did to his son, and was broken. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng said to himself, "Why don't you think I'm a son? It's great. What good stuff I will collect in the future will make Ancient One eye up. If Ancient One likes my collection, I will send her to her. Some are okay. By the way, where did the guy who contacted the seller of secondhand RVs come from?" Li Feng patted his forehead and said to himself, "It seems to be in Louisiana. The largest city there's called New Orleans." Li Feng, who licked his lips, wondering if New Orleans would have a chicken drumstick, walked towards the unmanned corner, preparing to practice the portal along the way and rush all the way to Lewis. And as soon as Li Feng walked into an unmanned alley, he found a Harley motorcycle parked behind him. He walked down from the car. 2 earrings were worn on his ears. He was wearing a leather jacket with rivets. He was dressed in punk style. People combination. To talk about the biggest feature of the United States, it has to be mentioned that there are many robbers. Compared to a profession that requires a certain skill like a thief, robbery is obviously simpler. Just show the muscles to intimidate it, and the more difficult ones are. Just drew out the dagger and gestured a few times, and the top class probably took a pistol and robbed it. By the way, the thief will be looked down upon by inmates after being caught in prison in the United States. This will make the prison guards in the same prison feel embarrassed. For historical reasons, they prefer to show muscles rather than technology. Definitely, if you steal into the federal government, the Central Reserve is another matter. It is no longer ordinary technical work but talent. Li Feng didn't need to ask anything to understand that this was a robbery, and the target of the robbery was naturally the one who swaggered through the market with a shoulder bag on his back. "Mudun, does it mean I have money if I carry a single-room bag? Although there is indeed money in the bag, it is my only property. It gives you what I eat and drink. By the way, how many times have I encountered a robbery? Counting from the time I came to this world, in 2 years, as long as I go out at night, I will encounter a robbery 1/5 of the time. This is a chaotic law and order. However, it was the first time I encountered a robbery during the day. It is a rare experience. I hope that I will give you a good comment after I grab you." Turning his shoulder bag behind him to prevent it from falling off in a fight, he looked up to see if there was a camera nearby. The corner of Li Feng's mouth raised slightly and said, "2 black and white brothers. How about we talk about it? You give me money. I won't slap your handsome faces." Among the robbers, the black buddy felt that he was underestimated. He stretched out his hand and drew the dagger from his waist with a fierce look. He said, "Yellow Monkey, do you know who you were talking to?" Li Feng raised his brows and said, "Speaking to a descendant of a slave who was caught by the grapevine and brought only white teeth to the United States." Obviously, the black, yellow monkey said that roar made Li Feng very upset. The black man was stunned. He didn't know what the Portuguese had to do with him, but he clearly understood the word slave. He swiped the dagger in his hand against Li Feng a few times, and he seemed to be able to send out an invisible sword that hurt Li Feng. His anger at the moment. The white guy behind the black obviously knew that among the first European colonists to arrive in Africa, the Portuguese was the first to sell black slaves. Seeing that his partner didn't even know his own history, he couldn't help but ridicule. It's just that the white man knows he's still in a robbery. At the moment, it's not suitable to talk about the history of black brothers. He smiled and drew a dagger to look at Li Feng's shoulder bag, and then at the huge ruby on Li Feng's right index finger. Actually, the magic gem. Thinking, such a big gem, I don't know if it's true or false, so I grab it first and throw away the false one. If it's true, luxury cars, beautiful women. The white man was greedy and said in a vicious voice, "Honestly, throw the ring and bag in your hand to us, or the cutie in my hand will measure how deep your chrysanthemum is. Just a few words, let me give you magic items. Do you think that your Naruto will be the strongest mouth escape?" Li Feng glanced at the charming sound of the Harley motorcycle engine behind them. Although Li Feng didn't know much about motorcycles, he also knew that the suspected modified Prince Edward motorcycle in front of him was very valuable. Anyway, I can't afford it. I forced Li Feng to ignore the small dagger in the hand of the black and white combination and think, this is all right, I choose to practice the portal spell. How about riding this slick motorcycle to Louisiana? The inexplicable laughter of the white brothers and Li Feng's ignorance made the black man a little irritable and roared with ferocious words. "Yellow monkey, what do you see?" The black voice made Li Feng look at the two of them with a deep sense of badness in his eyes. First called the roar problem, and now it still makes me fall into the choice difficulty syndrome. It depends on whether I am bullied or what. I will let you know the consequences of provoking a magician, even if I am just an apprentice who can rub fireballs. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Faced with two robbers who felt the wind blown down, Li Feng didn't even bother to rub the fireball. He directly used his fist to make the two black and white combinations of overdose of marijuana lie on the ground and doubt their life. Watching Li Feng riding their motorcycles and walking away, the two looked at the empty wallets on the ground in the distance, which belonged to them. It is said that he robbed others, and the other party was thrown 3 punches and kicks. The other party also snatched his brother's only $50. That's fine. The other party's contemptuous eyes and scolded himself for being poor before he left. What do you mean? Don't the robbers want face? The black man rubbed his blue nose and swollen cheeks and looked at the white man who was also beaten into a pig's head and asked, "What should we do now? Shall we call the police?" White man, "Call the police? How are you going to tell the police, uncle? The guy who said we wanted to rob not only beat us into pigs, but also took away our only money and the motorcycle that we had just stolen. By the way, is my buddy stupid? Who can even forget his own history? But did he drop out of school before finishing kindergarten?" The white man patted his butt and got up. He didn't even look at the black man with a question mark. He had already decided to do it alone. Otherwise, my black buddy will cheat himself one day. On the other side, Li Feng rode his stolen motorcycle all the way to Louisiana and bought a few boxes of playing cards when he passed a convenience store. Until night fell, Li Feng discarded the fuel-free motorcycle on the side of the road and went straight into the bushes not far from the road. Riding a motorcycle to pull the wind is a little bit more windy, but this thing was snatched. What if the black and white brothers call the police and call the police? Li Feng is determined to become a magician. How can he give up the opportunity to train the portal when he is greedy to pull the wind? Anyway, Li Feng would not admit that he felt sorry for the gas money. I'm talking about it. Is that a bit of gas money? Don't know that Harley-Davidson motorcycles are also considered a big gas guzzler? Finding a wide and relatively clean place in the sparsely growing bushes, Li Feng used pyromancer to light a bonfire, took out some magic materials from his shoulder bag, and opened a box of beautifully packaged playing cards. After spending half a year in the world of Jonah hacks, Li Feng has been able to rub fireballs skillfully, But for Li Feng, whose mana is still scarce, fireballs are not suitable for combat. The first is power. In addition to being able to ignite furry creatures like cats and dogs, it is also difficult to ignite a living person. At most, it makes people burn. If the person hit by the fireball quickly takes off the burning coat, maybe even no burns. Secondly, the flight speed of the fireball is too slow, which is similar to that of a children's toy gun. People with more flexibility can easily avoid it, leaving Li Feng wasting little mana in vain. The last is the casting speed. Li Feng can't do instant fireball at present. Is it possible that Li Feng still expects his opponent to stand stupidly and wait for him to complete the spell, waiting for the fireball to hit his face without dodge? If he really wanted to meet such a stupid opponent, Li Feng directly drew a knife and stabbed a few knives to saw the opponent. Therefore, in order to currently have long-range attack power, Li Feng can only choose to make spell-casting props in addition to buying firearms. It's a pity that Li Feng feels that firearms don't match the identity of the magician, and that firearms are not magic props. They're not allowed to be taken to another world when passing through. In addition, Li Feng took some magic materials for nothing when he lived in Comitage, so he naturally chose firearms. Forget about it. As for choosing playing cards as a magic carrier, Li Feng is also helpless. Originally, flying darts is more suitable for synthesis as a spell-casting tool. However, Li Feng believes that it is still difficult to light flying darts, and he also carries flying darts with him. Playing cards, what kind of items do you think is easier to bring to the police? How can I explain to the police after going through the security check? And how many flying dart can carry? What about playing cards? It's easy to catch fire, and the police don't care about it. The key is lightness. Even if there is a box in each of the trouser pockets, outsiders can't easily find it. A box of playing cards can be 54 cards, and 2 boxes are 100. Many, who can carry more than 100 flying darts with you. The weight of flying darts alone is enough for the user to drink a pot, let alone fighting flexibly. At midnight, Li Feng admired the freshly released playing cards with runes engraved on the front and Merlin's magic ring on the back, and he's secretly relieved. Regarding the few magical materials left, Li Feng twitched the corners of his eyes and clamped the playing cards between his fingertips to watch repeatedly, and the corners of his mouth muttered, "It's not easy. It was a waste of most of the materials to successfully make 20 magic playing cards with Fireball. I don't know how powerful it is, but don't let me down. This is a prop I came up with after conceiving it for half a year." Thinking of this, Li Feng turned his head to look for the target with a little excitement. Except for stones in the wilderness, Li Feng could only pretend that the stones in the distance were enemies, took a deep breath, waved, and shot out the playing cards in his hand. As the playing cards hit the stone under the control of mental power, a fireball burst open suddenly. Li Feng nodded with satisfaction. The rate of fire is similar to that of a crossbow arrow, but the crossbow arrow is a straight flight, and the playing cards are not straight. It's a pity that my mental power control range is only 10 meters, so the enemy can only make the poker cards hit the target accurately within 10 meters of my body. But it is only now, as long as I continue to practice, sooner or later I can reach 100 meters, kilometers. Sitting back by the bonfire, Li Feng experienced the mana consumption required for lasing playing cards. After a while, Li Feng grinned to himself and said, "Not bad. Probably only consumes 1/3 of the fireball mana, and the power it's a bit bigger than the fireball technique I released." Turning his head and looking at the cracked rocks baked by the fireball, Li Feng, who didn't want to admit that his own fireball technique was a Shibai goods, mumbled and added, "It's only a little bit bigger, just a little bit." Early in the morning, Li Feng, who was meditating cross-legged, opened his eyes and got up to jogging on the road to exercise. Half an hour later, his hands and feet were fully moved. Li Feng, who was slightly sweaty, took out a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack and ate with relish. The beef-flavored compressed dry food is so delicious. Li Feng said that he can eat 10 packs at a time, but when he thinks of the price, Li Feng distressedly ate 2 packs and said he had stomachache and couldn't eat it anymore. A few days later, Li Feng finally rushed to Louisiana. Not to mention, after passing through the portals of this way, Li Feng didn't have to pose for a long time to open the portals, although he was not as cool and comfortable as the Ancient One. He couldn't. Used in battle, but Li Feng thought it would be fine to give him a few seconds of casting time to escape. Passing by the backyard of seller selling second-hand RVs, Li Feng glanced at the backyard with a private small plane, and when he walked to the main entrance, he saw a sci-fi colored plane parked on the side of the road in the distance. He mumbled, "That one is good in the backyard." Explained it was probably sprayed with pesticides, but what does the one on the roadside do? Is it for traveling? With envious eyes, Li Feng knocked on the door and thought, it's really a rich family. No wonder an 80% new RV is sold so cheaply. It's not in vain that I rushed all the way from New York to pick up the bargain. At this moment, a beautiful woman in white short sleeves opened the door. Li Feng stretched out his hand to shake hands and smiled and said, "Hello, is this Maria Rambo? This is Austin. We were on the phone before. Talked about." Before Li Feng finished speaking, she was pulled into the room by the shining red right hand of the short-sleeved beauty, pinching her neck. With a bewildered look, Li Feng subconsciously prepared to resist, but a huge amount of energy came from the short-sleeved beauty's red-lighted right hand, instantly causing Li Feng's mana to be chaotic, and he lost his ability to resist. When Li Feng, who was pulled into the room, was still wondering when he had offended this beauty in the transcendent realm, he heard the other sneer and said, "Talos, next time I figure out that a tramp on planet C-53 will not be polite. Knock on the door." Glancing at Li Feng's flip-flops, the beauty raised her brows and said, "Just one more word. Your slippers are very tasteful." At the moment, Li Feng's attention was neither on the beauty of pinching his neck nor admiring the figure of the beauty, but on the black man behind the beauty. Li Feng knew this black man. Although this guy was neither one-eyed nor bald now, Li Feng still recognized at a glance that the other party was the famous Fury agent, that is, the non-chief who would sit on the throne of Shild in the future. "Ma Dan, I just came here to buy a second-hand RV from a long distance. Do you want to be so unlucky to encounter a bitter egg?" Looking at Fairy, who still has hair, Li Feng, who can't be called Roar Fury at present, curls his lips and thinks, "Sorry, the image of your bald head is too popular, so please forgive me for ignoring your short hair." Hearing the beauty calling himself Roar, Li Feng blinked innocently and looked at the beauty and said, "Wait, I am not a Talos. I just came to buy a second-hand car." The name of Talos called out in the other party's mouth, plus Fury and the palm of the beautiful woman pinching her neck with red light. Li Feng already knows who this beautiful woman is, Carol Danface, also called Captain Marvel. Li Feng felt that he was a bit wronged. He wanted to say to Carol, who looked at him with a puzzled look, "Hello, Captain Marvel. I found the wrong address. Goodbye. Ma Dan, if you want to be so moldy, you can meet Fury when you buy a car. What is more, I deliver it to the door myself. Although I am planning to get close to infinite gems, and I am concerned by Shield the plan, but it's definitely not me in my weak childhood. I think that when I am strong and have a certain right to speak, I will let you pay attention to me." Huh? Speaking of the screws, Commander Talos, isn't there an infinite gems on the Kree cruise ship that he is looking for? Should I take the opportunity to grab it? Before Li Feng finished thinking about how he approached the Kree's cruise ship, he suddenly felt his hair standing on his body. Li Feng looked down at the direction that brought him a sense of danger and saw a cute cat sniffing his toes while wandering constantly. The cat's eyes gave Li Feng an illusion that he was looking at food, and he was so frightened that he swallowed and shivered. In his heart, Li Feng, who wanted to cry without tears, only felt that he was going to be cold today. I forgot that there is still a bite. Yuan Beast. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As a senior agent, Fury judged that the other party knew him when Li Feng subconsciously looked at him. Li Feng has been spending the past few days in the wilderness, and he has no time or tools to organize his personal hygiene, so his unshaven face covers a half of his ordinary face. Fury is a little puzzled. He thinks that even if Li Feng doesn't have these vicissitudes of beards, he can recognize him as long as he has seen him before. Fury, who has an excellent memory, can guarantee that he has never seen the Asian young man in front of him wearing whole jeans, dragging slippers, and holding his iconic belly. It's impossible for me to have a memory leak. An agent's memory is wrong. It's a joke. Fury will never admit that his judgment is wrong. He is very sure that this guy who calls himself Austin is very familiar with him, just like the other person has carefully observed himself in secret. Even if he turns into ashes, he can recognize him. Familiar. Fury frowned, and Fury thought. His identity confidentiality level is not low. Why the other party can recognize him at a glance? Is it because the hidden spy revealed to the other party? What is the identity of the other party? Who is working for? And what is the purpose of coming here? For a moment, Fury's mind floated with the names of several powers, turning his attention to Carol and Li Feng, who was pinched by Carol. Fury secretly thought, ordinary people will have emotions such as fear and panic when they are pinched. But this person knows that Carol's hands are red, and there is no fear on his face. On the contrary, he always feels that the word unlucky is written on the other's face. Maybe the other party's goal is to get close to the amnesiad Carol? The group of hidden assholes in the game spread the news fast enough, which sent the idea to this lady who has returned from an alien and has extraordinary combat power. Before Fury could finish thinking about it, Maria Rambo, a black woman on the side, said that she had never seen an alien who could become a human being on Earth, and she did not believe that there were aliens who could shape-shift in this world with a right face. Reached out apologetically to break Carol's hand, and said to Li Feng, "Sorry, mister. Austin, you also saw something went wrong in my house." The next day, we were talking about the RV. "I will pay for the price." Making concessions. After speaking, Maria said to Carol with a helpless look, "Let go of him. He's just an ordinary person who came to talk to me about trading RVs." Hearing Maria's explanation, Li Feng twitched his mouth and nodded desperately, saying, "This lady, I'm just an ordinary person passing by soy sauce. Let me go." I immediately disappeared before your eyes. Carol didn't believe that Li Feng was an ordinary person. The reason she dared to make her hands burn and red in front of Li Feng was because she perceived the energy that came out of her body when Li Feng wanted to resist herself before. Ordinary people would have energy? Lie to children. But Carol still let go, because she can be sure that there is no such strange energy in the scrolls. So she judges that Li Feng is more of an extraordinary person living on the earth. As to whether Li Feng will be right after letting go when he threatened himself, Carol said that he could easily choke the opponent's neck once, and could easily choke the opponent countless times. Seeing Carol finally let go of the hand holding his neck, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his throat while hearing another knock on the door. With the experience of Carol pinching people into the room, Maria said nothing would let Carol open the door again. In case this girl of roar pinches into a neighbor, how can she get along with the neighbor in the future? Get along? It's a pity that Carol's power is not comparable to Maria. Carol was pulled directly behind her, and Maria, with a helpless look, could only stand behind Carol, and she thought about what to do after opening the door. Explain to the guests outside the door. Fury glanced at Li Feng with a deep meaning, raising his pistol and hiding behind the door. Li Feng doesn't care whether the person outside is called Tom or Jerry, and whether Tom is Maria's neighbor or not. He just wants to leave as soon as possible, because he knows that the screw will appear in the house soon, and he wants to quit. Fury will not allow it either. After all, it is about the existence of aliens. How can an ordinary person know that what if Li Feng talks about it everywhere? It's just that Li Feng didn't expect that Fury had already determined from his reaction that he was someone sent by a certain force to approach Carol, and he was destined not to let Li Feng leave easily. Before Li Feng could take a step, Fury had pointed his pistol at Li Feng and shook his finger at Li Feng at the same time, indicating that Li Feng should not move rashly, otherwise he would shoot. Feeling unable to dodge the bullet, Li Feng watched with a look of ill-fated Maria and closed the door after explaining a few words to the neighbor, Ma Dan, to finish. Sure enough, behind Li Feng came the faint voice of Screw's Commander Talos. "You should be friendly to your neighbors. Maybe you need to borrow from them someday." Before Talos finished speaking, he stared at Li Feng with his back facing him in a daze. As a shape-shifting race, the Skrulls can copy anyone's genes and change their appearance. At the same time, They can obtain the other's short-term memory when copying the other's genes, but Talos clearly realized that he can't copy Li Feng's genes, let alone know the other's genes. Memory of it. Is this still the Earthling I know about? The sturdy woman who is able to beat 20 warriors on the ground with her hands tied before will not say, "How come another guy with unknown ability appears?" Talos decided to take a sip of the milk tea in his hand and was shocked. Mudun, this product is by no means a human being on Earth. I just want to find family members to reunite. Whether this road is so difficult, there is a pervert with outstanding combat power. What aliens appear? As for being pointed at by Fury's pistol, Taro said that this is not a problem. He has backhands to make insurance, such as, Maria saw a green alien in a daze. Then, through the window, she saw Taro's backhand, a Skrull who turned into her own appearance and talked to her daughter. After Maria finished saying what's going on in surprise, Talos, who recovered his eyes, turned to look at his Li Feng and said, "As long as you don't kill me, she will be safe." Li Feng rolled his eyes to express helplessness when he was unable to leave at the moment. He knew that Talos had come here with sincerity to persuade Carol to tell the coordinates of his family. So for now, there will be no conflict between the two parties. As for Fury pointing his gun at Taros to express his anger at the fact that the other party became a boss, Li Feng didn't bother to care and walked to the side to pour himself a glass of boiling water. These days he ate compressed dry food and drank it. It is water drawn from the air of mana, but mana gathering water is not a simple matter for Li Feng now. So Li Feng can tolerate thirst and only gather some water to drink a sip when he can't stand it now. Very thirsty. After drinking the water, Li Feng sat on the sidelines and prepared to listen to the story. Anyway, I am idle, but there is no popcorn to eat, bad review. Li Feng, who had just sat down, felt a sense of danger coming from his feet again and was frightened to back up a few steps in a hurry. At the same time, Talos was also frightened by the cat-like element eater named Cuckoo. He saw the tower. Rose was frightened and took a step back. Seeing that Talos was actually afraid of Cat, Carol picked up Cuckoo and approached Talos. Jokingly said, "Cat, you are not afraid of this cat, are you? This is interesting." The guy who calls himself Austin is afraid that Carol the cat can understand. After all, some people are allergic to cats, but the dignified Skrull commander is actually afraid of Cat? Who will believe it? Talos stepped back with a look of horror and said, "This is not a cat, but an element-chewing beast. Essential devouring beast." Fury felt that this was the biggest joke in the world. When did the domestic cat on Earth become the fierce beast in the universe? Does the dog on Earth have a more domineering name? What about the lions and tigers that can easily kill cats in seconds? Is it possible that in the eyes of aliens, it is a swallowing beast? It can be said that except for Li Feng, everyone here is a joke. What can Li Feng say about it? Said this is really the elemental devouring beast. Who believes it? Moreover, with Fury's character, he is now ready to investigate Li Feng's face up to the sky. When Fury sees the original cheek beast, how can he explain it? Fury imprisoned Li Feng, pinched his neck, and asked, "Say, which planet are you an alien from?" After all, only aliens know what a metamorphosis beast is, right? But Talos obviously wanted to pull Li Feng into the water, and pointed to Li Feng and said, "Look, he knows this is not a cat. Ma Dan, I'm just a watcher." Li Feng rubbed his aching forehead, took a drink from the glass to hide the embarrassment on his face, and said that he didn't know anything. Putting down the water glass, Li Feng said quietly, I have an urgency, Can." Before Li Feng's words were finished, Fury interrupted. "I want to release the water, too. I'll go with you." Touching the pistol that can give Fury a sense of security, he looked at Li Feng suspiciously. This guy is by no means easy. He still looks calm when he sees aliens. Either he knew the existence of aliens a long time ago, or he's also an alien. I've seen people eating and drinking together, but it's really rare for two men to put water together. Rolling his eyes at Fury, Li Feng shrugged and said, "I'm not afraid that I will run away. If you want to follow along, just tell me, what excuses are there? Even if I spread the news about seeing aliens, someone will believe me." Fury looked at Li Feng sarcastically, with an expression of, "I just want to release water, nothing more." In his heart, I don't care if others believe that there are aliens on the earth. I just want to know who you are. When Li Feng in fury returned to the living room, they saw everyone staying in the study and staring at the computer screen with sorrow. Li Feng understood that this was the computer loading the black box that Carol used to drive the Lightspeed engine fighter. But the current computer on Earth, the slow download speed, makes Talos have the urge to smash the computer. Fury didn't want to let Li Feng know too much. He wanted Li Feng to stay in the living room, but then he wouldn't be able to hear the content in the black box. At this moment, Fury wished that a subordinate by his side could help him take care of Li Feng. No way. Fury could only let Li Feng walk into the study and comfort himself. Since the other party knows, even the aliens, it's not bad to know more. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. For a long time, the computers in the study that were all antiques in Li Feng's eyes were finally loaded. Taros, who was standing aside, was also relieved. He was really afraid that this broken computer could make his legs numb when loaded. This isn't it a waste of my time? Don't know how much I miss my family now. On the side, Carol was stunned listening to the voice recordings in the computer and the images of him being chased by alien fighters when he was driving the fighter plane, when he was carrying out the Pegasus plan, were constantly in his mind. When Carol understood the source of his extraordinary power and wondered whether he had been deceived by the supreme leader of the Kree for the past 6 years, or whether the recordings in the black box were faked, he ran out of the room with panic and dazedness, and his mind was full. It's a question mark of who I am and where I am. Maria worried that her friend could not stand the blow and ran out, ready to comfort Carol, who was confused. Also behind Carol was Talos, who didn't want to miss the chance to reunite with his family. In the room, only Li Feng and Fury were left. After drinking, Fury touched his pistol and asked, "You said your name is Austin?" Li Feng spread his hands and said, "Should I praise you for your memory? It's been so long, and you still remember my name. It's been so long, less than half an hour. With your current attitude, I want to imprison you until you die." Fury touched his pistol and prepared to frighten Li Feng by drawing his gun. Li Feng felt helpless when he saw this. He was not sure if the future non-chief would actually shoot himself. Although I'm always prepared for the magic shield, to not be afraid of your broken spear, it is better not to expose my ability. Isn't it good for an Anshin to let me watch Captain Marvel versus aliens? It really doesn't work. Can't you think of me as a soy sauce eater? Scratching his eyebrows, Li Feng looked at the pistol pointed at him, shrugged helplessly, and said, "Well, my name is Austin. What do you always order?" Fury doesn't care whether Li Feng alludes to himself being confused. He only cares about whether the other party speaks under the threat of a pistol. As long as he masters the rhythm of the dialogue, as a senior agent, he can always find clues in the cobweb horse trails. Only Austin? What about the full name? Knowing only the name of Austin and a shaggy face, Fury is confident that he can find some information about the other party, but it takes a lot of time to investigate. You need to know that there are not as many street surveillance as in the future. It really depends on Fairy to investigate slowly. I am afraid that the information found is out of date, and I don't know how long. Sitting in the chair with his back leaning on the back of the chair, Li Feng tilted Erlang's legs and thought for a while, and said, "Want to know more? It's very simple. You just need to learn to speak a paragraph with me, and make sure to speak clearly. I'll tell you how old I am, and I wet the bed." Fury frowned. If he is simply learning to speak, he would not be afraid. After all, he is a multilingual talent, even Huxia. After thinking about it, Fury nodded and agreed to Li Feng's request. Before he wanted to come, listen to what Li Feng was going to learn to say and consider other things. He didn't believe it anymore. Just learn to speak. How difficult it would be. He stretched out his hand and made a request, and then Fury heard Li Feng say, with a dazed expression, "Red Carp has a little green donkey named Li Xiufan. Green Carp has a little red donkey named Lu Lily." And Red Carp said, "He the family's Li Duan often is greener than the Green Carp's Lu Lily." The Green Carp said his family's Lu Lily is redder than the Red Carp's Li Duan. I don't know whether the Green Carp is redder than the Red Carp's donkey, or the Red Carp is more red than the Green Carp. Donkey green. After speaking, Li Feng stretched out his right hand to Fury, raised a finger, and said, "As long as you say the above passage quickly and clearly, you can ask any questions." Fury was a little confused. He heard that this is a Huxia tongue twister, but what is the operation of a foreigner learning tongue twister? Even if he pulls his tongue out on the spot, he can't tell the complete tongue twister. With bad eyes, Fury raised the muzzle slightly and aimed at Li Feng's forehead. Li Feng calmly ignored the pistol in front of him. "Do you think the energy gun in your hand can penetrate my magic shield? Save it. You are not the captain of Captain Marvel. The majestic energy directly suppresses my mana. How about you? Rely on this toy gun?" However, Li Feng also knows that he is a little anxious Fury. What if Mr. Agent sends someone to follow him all day, so he doesn't make trouble? With a curl of his mouth, Li Feng said in a disdainful tone, "It's not that simple. I change a tongue twister that a 3-year-old child can say. Are you learning it again? 3 years? There's a kind of you who are 4 years old." Fury put down his pistol and heard Li Feng's tongue twister with a twitch of his mouth. "Red carp and green carp in the donkey. Matadan, is this a tongue twister for your 3-year-old child?" Looking at Fury's little bit of resentment, Li Feng's heart is refreshing. It's even cooler than drinking iced Coke while blowing on the air conditioner in the summer. It's finally revenge for studying English for 2 years, or revenge on Director Shield. Thinking that he was forced to stay in Chinatown to learn English at the beginning, Li Feng felt dizzy and weak in his limbs. Let me learn English. It also allows you to learn a foreign language, and it is the most difficult Huxia to learn. Think of the broad and profound Huxia. Just take the word I. For men, you can use the word I. For men, you can use the word I. For women, you can use the word I. The rough people use us, the literati use Xiaoka, the official is the official, the common people use the lieutenant, the elderly use the old man. The opposite is referred to as the lower, and the lower is referred to as the seat. Looking at your crude English, just an eye to describe yourself. With a smile on his face, Li Feng pushed away the muzzle on his forehead because of Fury rage and signaled Fury to beware of the gun in his hand. "Don't wipe the gun and waste the bullets." He said, "Want to know all my secrets? Learn slowly. Who shall go to you?" Li Feng got up and looked out the window and said mysteriously, "Believe me, we will meet again in the future. It's not time to know who I am." Fury is a little displeased, but there is nothing he can do with Li Feng. The alien can become his colleague boss. He has no idea who he can trust at the moment. He can only think about waiting for the end of this matter, and he is in person. Investigate the identity of the other party. As for imprisoning Li Feng, Fury just thinks about it. First of all, Li Feng did not commit a crime, and he has no right to imprison the other party. Secondly, from the reactions of Carol and Talos, Fury can see that Li Feng is not like his appearance with a small belly. Weak scum without the power to bind chickens. Outside the window, Carol, who had just recovered a part of his memory, couldn't understand who he was, whether it was Carol Dan Foss, the flight member on Earth, or Foss, the Kree warrior. Now Carol's mood can be imagined, and naturally Talos still feels disgusted that she is still forcing her to help do things. Fortunately, Maria said with a certain face, "Your name is Carol Dan Foss. You are the person recorded in the black box, risking your life to do the right thing. You're my best friend." In the end, in Maria's heartwarming words and warm embrace, Carol understood what she should do. At dusk, the restoring people once again gathered in the living room to discuss where the energy core is in Lawson's laboratory. "Carol, those numbers are not coordinates, but energy vectors." "Maria, this is taught in middle school physics." To be honest, Li Feng, who has always regarded himself as a background wall and silently leaned on the wall to eat bread, is amused at the so-called chief scientist of Skrull that he did not understand with a blank expression and expressed sadly. "Especially I didn't understand. As a traveler who has never received any memory of the original body, let alone a physics class in American middle schools, I don't even know the year and month when my body was produced by my mother. I don't know. Should I express guilt to those same soul-wearing travelers? After all, I am ashamed of you." The living room meeting ended in Screw It, where the chief scientist stated that he could use a hammer screwdriver to convert the plane Carol stolen from the Joint Space Agency and the Air Force into a spaceship. Li Feng followed the chief scientist with a curious look. He wanted to see how the other party was so cowhide and transformed an airplane into a spaceship. Not to mention installing a gravity device on the airplane to say how you are a flight crew in space. The supply of oxygen is a problem. As for whether someone will experience air sickness or altitude sickness when flying into space, Li Feng is not worried. Let's see who is going to space this time. Carol and Talos will not say much to those who have been working in outer space all year round. They have long been accustomed to the space environment. Maria is a veteran of the Air Force. Flight height is not a problem for her physical fitness. Finally, there is Fury. The ghost knows what training this guy has received. Anyway, he does not wear a space suit to go to space, which means he has no pressure. As for Li Feng, he is also on the list of members who went to Lawson Lab. The reason is that the non-chief said that Austin already knows too much, and knowing more is nothing. Anyway, Fury has only one purpose, which is don't let the Austin kid leave his sight, let alone sleep. He has to stare at the big tub, in case Li Feng takes the opportunity to escape. Li Feng touched his forehead, thinking that he wouldn't be airsick in his previous life. In this life, he should probably won't be airsick. It was just the first time he took a plane that could fly out of the earth. I don't know how to experience it. In this way, I hope it's a trip like the trip. In the backyard, Li Feng looked blankly at the chief scientist using a grinder to polish parts to refit the plane. For a long time, Li Feng, who really didn't understand, hit a hate and turned and left. Ma Dan, I can't afford to hurt without education. I didn't understand it all. Anyway, the other party's modification is not magic at all. Yes, not magic, but I am magician. Don't understand what's wrong, am I proud? Fury still wants to see how the chief scientist of Skrull modified the plane with his bare hands. But Li Feng was so sleepy that he was ready to go back to his room to sleep. What he could do, he could only reluctantly follow Li Feng one step at a time. Go back to the room and sleep. What is the relationship between the Skrulls and the chameleon on Earth? The same body is green. The only difference is that the chameleon is color-shifting and the screw is shape-shifting. Fury touched his chin, thinking, when will we collect the genes of the Skrulls and the genes of the chameleons? Maybe the chameleon will evolve for hundreds of millions of years in the future, and it may not necessarily be. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Suddenly one night after a lifetime. In particular, it takes one night to convert an aircraft that can only fly in the atmosphere into a space fighter with a certain amount of firepower. Anyway, Li Feng, who was preparing for a morning run in the early morning, was standing in front of the space fighter with his brain buzzing. He swears that what he saw was absolutely an illusion. This was by no means the result of a busy night by the chief scientist who didn't even know physics in middle school. There are absolutely unknown things that have happened. For a long time, Fury, who was standing behind Li Feng gnawing bread, pushed Li Feng and said, "Mr. Little Belly, welcome to this space summer camp. I hope this summer camp organized by aliens will give you a pleasant space trip." He lowered his head and touched his own belly. Li Feng felt a little melancholy. Small belly, if I don't exercise but sit in front of the computer all day and grow up like you, it's fine, but I obviously exercise every day. Why are you not willing to leave me? To be honest, I am against you looking for another new love. Really, I dare to swear to the headlights of the fighter. During this space trip, Fury insisted on bringing Ku on the plane. He didn't care if it was a ghost-eating animal or not. He only knew that Talos and Li Feng were afraid of this cute cat. The two of them have not, yet it is necessary to take precautions before gaining his trust. Halfway through the flight, Talos couldn't help reminding Fury, who put the elemental eater on his lap and teased him. "I advise you not to put this creature on your lap to play. It's too dangerous." Fury bluntly answered that he did not trust Talos to take the cute cat to defend himself, which made him somewhat helpless. Is this a question of trust or not? This thing can easily swallow all of us, isn't it? Maria, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked what she had been curious about. "Can you change anything you want?" "Talos, it depends on what it becomes. Maria, can the filing cabinet change? Talos is a little confused. Does the filing cabinet have genes for him to copy? Who knows whether the gene of the filing cabinet is a double helix or what structure? Now, what did he do when he became a file cabinet? He is the commander of the dignified scrolls. Is he missing the 1 or 2 file cabinets? Fury, where's the Venus flytrap? I bet you can't change it. If you change it, I will immediately give you $50. Li Feng, who was sitting honestly in the back row, couldn't help but laugh. Hearing what Maria and Fury asked, Maria was purely curious, and Fury, this guy's mind is not simple. Fury knows that the scrolls can only become genetic creatures, so he wants to know if the opponent can become a plant. If the opponent can only become a human being, it would be nice to say. It's a great doubt to ask one by one. After all, the scrolls can only copy the short-term memory of the other party. This is the flaw. It would be troublesome if the scroll was able to become a plant. When people hid in the forest, he couldn't find the other person's figure. He couldn't grab a suspicious plant and ask if he were a skull, right? And what would others think of him? Pick him up and send him to a mental hospital? Or to catch a screw who turned into a plant and burr a forest? This is too costly. I wonder if everyone is responsible for protecting the environment. It is also troublesome for the other party to turn into a bonsai and stay in his office. If the other party knows the password of his bank account one day, all his little money will fly away. But Li Feng turned his eyes at Taros with a little disdain. If he can say that he can also shape-shifting, there is shape-shifting magic in Barstow's magic book, but Li Feng's temporary mastery is not proficient, which leads to too many flaws. One could tell that Li Feng was wearing a rubber mask. As for turning the scroll into a filing cabinet, Li Feng said that if Talos really wants to be able to change, the other party should not call himself Scroll, and directly say that he is a descendant of the great sage or Erlang, and change his name to Talos' son or Talos. Ross Young is ready. Li Feng's mouth-covering laughter made Fury turn his head and said, "It seems that some people here know the old bottom of the Scroll people." At this time, Carol reminded that the plane would accelerate away from the Earth and asked everyone to buckle their seatbelts. While buckling himself on the seatbelt, Fury asked Li Feng, "Mr. Belly, is the seatbelt on your seat long enough? As long as you tell me who you are, I will lend my seatbelt." "You," pointing to Talos, Fury continued, "or talk about the race of the scrolls, I also borrow a seatbelt from you." This question is a bit vicious. As long as Li Feng talk about the characteristics of the scrolls casually, Fury will know that someone has known the existence of aliens. It doesn't matter if he doesn't answer. With his senior agent's eyesight, Li Feng can also tell whether he doesn't want to answer this question or he really doesn't know. It's just that Fury didn't expect that. Li Feng just rolled his eyes and covered his face without speaking. Li Feng didn't believe it anymore. Fury could still see the expression on his face through the palm of his hand. At the moment, the space fighter flew out of the Earth and entered the Earth's orbit. Fury looked at Li Feng thoughtfully, then turned to the space. "What about the laboratory? Why is it so dark? Could it be that the laboratory is as dark as my face, so dark that I can't see it without lights?" Carol was just stunned, thinking of stealth technology instantly, and cracked the stealth device of Dr. Lawson's protection laboratory. Seeing the Kree cruise ship suddenly appeared, Carol's mouth rose slightly. In the memory that she didn't know the truth or not, Dr. Lawson was a Kree who opposed the war. The Kree cruise ship that emerged suddenly showed that Dr. Lawson was indeed a Kree from the side. It further proved that she is indeed a native of the Earth. Can you know who you are, what you want to do in the future, and is there better news than this? The fighter plane slowly docked into the cruise ship, and Taros could not wait to step off the fighter plane to look for his family. On the way, Taros picked up a baseball on the ground and couldn't restrain the excitement in his heart. He couldn't help but speed up and move on. Soon, a group of people walked to the hall where Tesseract was stored. Li Feng speeded up his pace and walked in front of Tesseract. He stretched out his hand to remove the luminous Rubik's Cube. The corners of his mouth twitched faintly before handing Tesseract to Carol. "As I judged at the beginning, all I can do is hold the Rubik's Cube for a few seconds." Although Li Feng only touched the Rubik's Cube for a few seconds, He already knew that Space Gem was too high level for his rookie magician. Not to mention using the energy of the Rubik's Cube, he couldn't even extract a little energy for his own use. If it is used forcibly, he will only be torn to pieces by the Space Gem's tyrannical energy and sent to all parts of the universe. Or even the soul is torn apart. This is also the reason why Li Feng knew that he could get the Space Gem on the Kree cruise ship, but was thinking about how to leave and did not want to participate in the Captain Marvel vs. Kree incident. Since the Rubik's Cube is a tasteless to him at the moment, Li Feng has no interest in whose hands the Rubik's Cube is kept safer, and this is not the only opportunity to get the Space Gem. As for the 6 infinite gems in the Marvel world, the Space Gem has the most appearances, and it is also the easiest gem to get. When Carol took over Tesseract, Li Feng, who was always concerned about the energy of the Rubik's Cube, showed a bit of bitterness. Carol deserves to be the protagonist. Before he fully touched the Rubik's Cube, the energy in the body and the Rubik's Cube were distant. Roar should respond. The mana from my hard practice has grown as much as Carol holding the Rubik's Cube in just a few seconds. The most annoying thing is that Carol still doesn't know that his energy is soaring. By the way, Tesseract will not be prepared to follow Carol's surname. Look at the licking dog that actively sends energy. If Carol has been holding the Space Gem, maybe Space Gem will really have the same surname as Carol in a few years. With Fry focusing his attention on the steaming coffee, Li Feng quietly walked to the entrance of an aisle, waiting for the arrival of Yong-Rog, the Kree, to drive away instantly. Now that they are here, how can you leave this cruise ship without picking up some good points? As Talos called out to the tribe, the screws walked out of the dark one by one, and Carol instantly understood that Talos was not just looking for a Lightspeed engine to find a new home, he was still looking for his family. Li Feng complained about the difference between Terrace's cry and Tarzan, while paying attention to the entrance of the hall, only waiting for Yong-Rog to appear and ran into the passage. Yong-Rog did not disappoint Li Feng, and soon led his subordinates to the lobby. When the hall door opened, Li Feng disappeared in front of Yong-Rog. Yong-Rog turned his head and glanced at his men, and motioned for an ordinary team member to capture Li Feng, who had just escaped. As for the people left on the scene, he didn't think that these Skrulls and Earthlings had the power to resist him, even if not even Carol. Yong-Rog turned on the stance props on his wrist and directly caused Carol to collapse to the ground. He ordered the elite team members to escort Carol and let her connect to the Supreme Leader for brainwashing. The ordinary team members searched for SK, who was hiding on the cruise ship, Lu People, and Li Feng. It's strange to say that someone has been sent to hunt down Li Feng. Why hasn't the soldier found Li Feng? This group of elites would only think that Li Feng was too able to hide, and would not think that the soldier who pursued Li Feng had already received a box of lunch, or that his whole body was stripped. No way. Who makes Li Feng poor? He has been greedy for the armor of Carry soldiers for a long time. Li Feng thought that since these clothes can change the color through energy, they can also use mana to change the color or shape. After all, mana it's also a kind of energy. It's a pity that when Li Feng stripped off the armor of this poor soldier, he realized that he was thinking too much. The armor of ordinary soldiers didn't have Carol's high level, and there was no ability except a little defense. In fact, this is also normal. Just like ordinary soldiers on the Earth can wear weapons like Special Forces. Don't you know that Special Forces weapons are expensive in addition to being advanced? To change all the soldiers into the equipment of the elite troops, you have to die the Carry people. He spat at the Kree soldier who was killed by a magic playing card of his own, and Li Feng, who dropped the armor, checked the Kree's gun and muttered, "Unlucky. It looks like I have to wait for Carol to kill. The elites are going to pick up some cheap." The corner of Li Feng's mouth was slightly tilted, sensing the energy in the weapon of the nearby Kree, and he said to himself, "But before that, even if I have a plan of suspended animation, I have to save the non-chief and leave him with me." It's a good impression of the righteous side. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Carol, who was taken to a secret room, was forcibly connected with the supreme head of the Kree and was ready to brainwash without the strength to struggle. However, Carol was not easy to provoke. After chatting with the Supreme Lord, after a few chats at the same time, he acted as if he didn't listen or listen, chanting the 8 scriptures, and attacked the Supreme Leader with his fists. If it weren't for at the moment Carol fell into the Supreme Leader's turf, maybe Carol could really support each other. After that, the bad guys died in the drama. The Supreme Leader played Carol's memory, which not only reminded Carol of all the memories, but also did not notice that Carol's distant tesseract glowed and heated, sending his own energy far away. Teleport to Carol. On the other side, Li Feng, who was hiding in the corner, looked at the 3 Kree soldiers guarding Talos. Although Kree's guns were good in recoil, sound, and power, they wanted to kill 3 people at once. Li Feng feels that his magic playing cards are much more reliable. At least the playing cards can fly silently, and they can fly out 3 cards at a time and kill 3 soldiers at the same time. In the cell, Talos watched 3 playing cards flying out of the corner behind the 3 soldiers. They accurately hit the faces of the 3 soldiers and exploded, killing the 3 Kree soldiers on the spot. Then there was the guy who couldn't be copied by himself, holding a playing card in one hand, scratching his head in one hand, and walking in front of him, looked at the button next to the cell door and said, "Taros, how do you turn this thing?" Talos smiled slightly, and while teaching Li Feng how to open the door, he slandered in his heart, I knew this guy was not an Earthling. How could an Earthling shoot a card that could explode in his hand?" As soon as the prison door opened, Talos turned into a Kree while picking up a weapon from the ground and said, "We have to save the 2 Earthlings." 2 Earthlings? Do you have any misunderstandings? Are Carol and I not humans on Earth? Regardless of his previous life or his present life, the Lord is a Han Huxiao on Earth, isn't it? Rolling his eyes, Li Feng threw the weapon in his hand to a screw. Li Feng, who had never practiced shooting, said that he was not used to this thing. As a magician, his playing cards are more suitable for the identity of magician. Definitely, considering that Talos will live on the Earth for a long time. Li Feng specifically asked Talos to conceal that he is a magician, at least until he is strong. He still insists on the route of quiet development. Although Talos wondered how Li Feng claimed to be an Earthling, he still had a good impression of Li Feng, who had saved his life, and nodded and agreed to Li Feng's request. Li Feng disguised as a prisoner and was escorted by Talos, who was disguised as a Kree, to Fairy's side. It can only be said that the Kree people are too confident in their energy handcuffs or are too arrogant about their own strength, so they only let the 2 Kree soldiers escort Maria and Fury to the tarmac, preparing to take the 2 of them, throw into space. In this case, it is a waste of Li Feng's painstaking efforts if he does not show his excellence. I saw Li Feng, who was pretending to be a prisoner, approach the 2 soldiers head-on and walk past the front of the team. When a soldier was holding a cage of the elemental devouring beast in his hand, Li Feng faintly blinked at Furue and waited for Li Feng to walk to the soldier in Ashio. Shur slammed his boxing on the opponent's temple. While Li Feng shook his fist, Furue also kicked the opponent's male key, kicking the opponent to the ground. As for the other soldier who was directly killed by Talos, when a soldier who was fallen down by Li Feng and Flo was ready to get up, Talos raised his gun and filled the opponent's chest with a shot. Flo backed his hands roasted in the energy handcuffs, turned his head and winked at Li Feng behind him, and said, "Look, how happy we are working together. If we deepen our connection, maybe we can have a better understanding. I wanted to get my information before I escape. Should I praise you for being too dedicated?" As he opened Fury's handcuffs, Li Feng said, "That sentence, wait until you learn tongue twisters to come and ask me questions, definitely. Next time it won't be a red carp or a green carp in a donkey." After unlocking the handcuffs, Li Feng patted Fury on the shoulder and said, "Young man, I'm optimistic about you. Go back and study Huxia." Fury was a little confused. It was not that Li Feng asked him to learn Huxia, but that Li Feng went straight into a passage to leave after helping him to unfasten the handcuffs. Obviously, he was not planning to leave the cruise ship with him. Flo turned his head and asked Talos, "I'm starting to like this guy. Do you know where he wants to go? Maybe I can help him." "Help? I'm afraid I want to find out who Austin is. What do I want to do?" With a little contempt in his eyes, Talos pointed to his green face, shook his head and said, "You think I, an alien who has just arrived on Earth for a few days, will be familiar with an Earthling that the other side will take my heart and lungs to me? Tell me." Fury was unable to refute this and shrugged. Fury said, "Now, take your people to the fighter plane and return to Earth to talk about other things." At this time, the equipment in the cruise ship was attacked by a stream of external energy, and the lights of the entire cruise ship flickered several times like an unstable voltage. Li Feng, who was hiding in the corner as the crowd, eating melons, was happy at first. He knew that Captain Marvel was officially on the scene and was about to kill in the cruise ship. Then he was taken aback. Li Feng obviously perceived that this force appeared after he passed through himself. Growth, and still more than half of the growth. Li Feng grinned, secretly happy. It is not the increase in mana, but the increase in the upper limit of mana by more than half, which is equivalent to my potential increase in the energy shock just now. And this is a good thing. Or find a chance to let Carol explode a few times. I don't ask too much. Just push my potential to the current level of Ancient One. It can only be said that Li Feng is too greedy. He is not satisfied with the current benefits. And the benefits this time are far more than Li Feng thought. Just like in the game, the blue bar for level 1 Magician is 100, the blue bar for level 2 Magician is 200, and the blue bar for level 3 Magician is 300. And Li Feng, the first level Magician, has grown the blue bar to 150, and when it becomes second, the blue bar will be 300, and he directly owns the blue bar of the third level Magician. Although Li Feng's spells released at level 2 are still level 2, how many spells can be released by mana? And the more mana, the faster the mana recovery speed. Otherwise, the recovery speed of all levels of Magician is the same. The first level Magician means that he has recovered 100 points of mana. What about the 100 level Magician? Can you only see a little bit of mana with a low mana gauge? Li Feng, who didn't know how much he had gained, heard the sound of Carol fighting with Yong Rog, and quietly came to the vicinity of the battlefield. Hiding in the distance watching Carol show off his power to beat the so-called elite team in a falling water dogs, Li Feng always felt that there was something missing around him, such as popcorn and Coke. Watching live is much more interesting than watching it in a movie theater. It is definitely more dangerous. Just as one of the elites found Li Feng's figure, grinning and rushing towards Li Feng brandishing a long green knife. Li Feng raised his brows and turned around and ran to a corner. He now prefers to fight around the corner more and more. This kind of enemy can't see him, but his mental power can easily lock the opponent's figure. In addition, the poker card is not a straight flight. It can also turn and attack the opponent's face on the other corner under Li Feng's control. The fireball that exploded directly on the face of the elite fighter made his mind buzzing, and his actions were all stunned. Li Feng didn't want to waste such a good opportunity. He sighed while lazing playing cards with both hands at the same time. The elite's equipment really did. Out of the ordinary, there is no such thing as a protective item. The playing cards that ordinary soldiers can directly kill can only stun their opponents with the armor of these people. Li Feng walked to the dizzy Kree elite, picked up the long knife dropped by the opponent, pierced the opponent's eye cleanly, and killed him. Looking at the long knife in his hand, Li Feng grinned and said, "How much do carry people like green? The uniform is green, and the weapon has a green laser. Is red not good? Yellow is not good. What? The knife is a good knife, but Li Feng feels that he still needs to change it, at least not to let the knife shine green. Otherwise, he always feels that the shadow area in his heart is expanding when he uses it." Dragging the carry elite who had been killed by himself aside, Li Feng closed his eyes and perceived the ability of the long knife to conduct mana. In Li Feng's eyes, since this long knife can fill the blade with energy, it can naturally be transformed into magic. Long knife. After a while, Li Feng grinned and carried the long sword behind him, only to find a suitable magic material to make a magic change. As for the protective clothing on the elite, Li Feng was naturally not polite and directly stripped the opponent into a blue and black naked man. Li Feng tied the left foot and right hand of the naked man in front of him, and tied his right foot and left hand behind him, while muttering, "This guy is not a hybrid, right? People in Kree are all blue and barking. How come? Are you blue and black now?" With a thick rope tied around the naked man's waist and hung in the air, Li Feng sent his mana to the dead naked man. He didn't cut off the opponent's head before, just to avoid destroying the corpse, because he was going to try the spells learned in Otherworld and the spells that communicate with the undead. This kind of spell actually has many shortcomings. For example, the dead body needs to be intact to summon the opponent's soul projection back to the body. Otherwise, Li Feng is struggling to tie and hang it. It's safer to cut off his head and cast the spell directly. Don't let Li Feng bully if you don't have your hands and feet. As the mana entered the naked man's body, I saw the naked man turning his head to look around him blankly. And when he saw Li Feng, who looked at him satirically, the naked man instantly recalled who killed him, and he wondered if he was dead. How did he come back to life and want to break free of the rope that bound him so that he punched Li Feng in the face? Seeing that the spell can be used in the Marvel world, Li Feng stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers to end the spell, letting the naked man's soul project back to where he should go. After the spell experiment was completed, Li Feng let out a sigh of relief, frowning and bending over to pick up the naked man's armor and put it in his hand for a random operation. For a long time, Li Feng thought silently whether he should wear this tights. First of all, although the clothes are strong in defense, they are really not suitable for magic to be changed into a robe. This thing conducts energy too poorly, and more depends on the clothes originally. Material for defense. The second is to think about anyone who has seen magician cast spells in tights. Whether it's a novel or a movie or TV series, magician always appeared in a loose robe. In the end, Li Feng folded the dress and put it in his shoulder bag. Anyway, the defense was good, and it was great to wear it as underwear in the future with a robe on the outside. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Carol's battle and Li Feng's spell experiment did not affect Fury's escape with the few remaining skulls. On the fighter plane, Talos frowned and looked at the door that was about to close and said to Fury, "Where's Austin? Should we wait? Leaving him on the cruiser will undoubtedly die." Fury feels a pity. He hasn't figured out what Li Feng's identity is, but the soldier's instinct tells him that they should leave as soon as possible, especially since Carol can blast off the hull of the cruise ship after his whole body glows and stay on. In addition to being chased by the carry people, it is also important to be careful that Carol dismantled the cruise ship. It was not the time to wait for Li Feng's return. Moreover, the agent's intuition told him that there is definitely a problem with Li Feng, and maybe Li Feng can return to Earth alive and well. Shaking his head to Talos, Fury ordered Maria to return to Earth as soon as possible. As the commander of Screw, Talos knew that Fury's choice was the most correct at the moment. He couldn't put the whole team in crisis because of someone, but he still felt a little guilty looking at the door that kept closing. I prayed silently in my heart. "My friend Austin, I hope you can survive." The moment the hatch closed, the carry chasers also arrived and shot Talos, who was still praying for Li Feng, on the shoulder. "Mudun, let me pray first that I can live." Through the window, Li Feng quietly watched Maria leave in a fighter jet, and then watched two small spaceships fly to the Earth. The corner of Li Feng's mouth curled, and he said to himself, "Why did you leave? I still want to use illusion to let Fury see me in feigned death. I blame the blue-black Kree just now for ruining my plan." Scratching his head, Li Feng happily ran to the place where Carol had fought before. There was an elite squad of Kree people lying there with a large number of high-tech equipment left, which are all weapons that can apply energy. If the magic is changed, it will save Li Feng a lot of money to buy magic materials. By the way, there are really not many magic materials on Marvel Earth, and most of them are collected or monopolized by Comitage. Like Li Feng, a wandering magician who has no money, and no money, wants to buy some magic materials. Where to sell it? Fortunately, Li Feng can smuggle materials from other worlds. Otherwise, Li Feng should join Comitage in a cost-effective way. Wrapped the daggers, armor clothes, wrist guards, and other materials scattered on the ground with tablecloths. Li Feng opened the portal with a smile and went straight back to the suburbs of New York on the Earth. An orange portal suddenly appeared on an unmanned highway in the suburbs of New York. After Li Feng came out of the portal, he probed to see if anyone nearby noticed him. After confirming that there was no one nearby, Li Feng glanced at the large package behind him, touched the only $10,000 in his pocket, and muttered, "It is too conspicuous to take these alien weapons and equipment to the streets. Plus, the practice of magic requires quietness. In the environment of the country, I am still honestly looking for a place in the suburbs to digest this gain, and when I turn my potential into strength, I am going to Otherworlds for a wave." Touching the tights of the elite team of Kree, Li Feng twitched his mouth and thought, in order to cross to Otherworld, there's a piece of clothing to wear, and the tights are tights. Authentic naked, wearing Otherworld. Is it easy for me? Li Feng, who had been walking along the highway, looked up at the fireworks produced by Carol easily destroying the Ronin battleship in space. He searched the memory in his mind and walked to a lake in the distance, hoping to sort it out in the lake. Messy hairstyle, and a body that is about to breed lice. I can't blame Li Feng for not being clean, but he went all the way to Louisiana and prepared to buy a RV. After he took care of his personal hygiene, who knew he would be involved in the Captain Marvel incident inexplicably, and even more outrageous is Fury, a perverted agent. Shang-El followed Li Feng to express that he had endured it, but he asked for a way to take a bath for free throughout the whole process. Li Feng said that he couldn't bear it. No way. Li Feng, who wandered all the way in the wilderness, could only leave the Kree's cruise ship to solve personal hygiene. Maybe God thinks that Li Feng is not sloppy enough, and he can further completely evolve into a tramp on the street. Approaching the small lake, Li Feng silently watched two men in the distance set up a big tent together, and a younger woman with a child playing by the lake, leaving one with a younger age. The big woman is fiddling with the charcoal grill in front of the grill. After touching his itchy scalp, the corners of Li Feng's eyes twitched slightly. I just want to take a bath. Why should someone come to visit for free? Looking at the lake that was clean enough to be used as a mirror, Li Feng silently walked to the other side of the lake, preparing to stay away from this house. No, it was a family member who took a bath while it was dark. The older women playing with the barbecue saw Li Feng, who was like a tramp, approaching the lake, and subconsciously shouted to the older men who set up the tent, "Ben." Ben lowered his head and continued to knock the fixed rope of the tent into the soil, and asked, "May, what's the matter? Is the barbecue ready?" The younger man who originally looked up at May followed May's gaze and saw Li Feng approaching the lake with a large package and slippers. He subconsciously patted Ben on the shoulder and motioned Ben to look at Li Feng. The kind-hearted Ben glanced at Li Feng, got up and shouted, "Hey, young man, do you need help?" Originally, Li Feng didn't want to talk to the two families who came to this camping. He just thought that he didn't have a razor by his side, and he didn't have the craft of shaving with an alien dagger. Looking at the large and small bags of food around May, Li Feng estimated that the two families are planning to live a camping life for 2 days. After thinking about going to Ben, he said in an uncertain tone, "If I can, I want to borrow a shave knife." The man next to originally wanted to remind Ben to be careful of this tramp, but he didn't expect Ben to offer help directly. He felt a little displeased, but didn't say anything because he understood Ben's nature. Seeing Li Feng approaching himself and suggesting what help he needs, Ben walked towards Li Feng and said to the younger man behind him, "Richard, help me get my razor. I will guide him to stay away from little Peter so as not to give birth." What's wrong? Obviously, the kindness belongs to the kindness, but it is not a bad person, and there must be some precautions. After a while, Li Feng and Ben walked to the lake. Richard took Ben's razor and walked into Li Feng and passed the razor to Li Feng, who was still washing his face. Li Feng took the razor and glanced at Richard's bulging waist. It's probably a pistol for self-defense. How can I drop it? Doesn't I look like a good person? I just save the earth, don't you know, although the credit is mainly Carol. Even if I use soy sauce the whole time, I personally killed several alien villains. Li Feng smiled. "Thank you. My name is Austin. What do the two gentlemen call Roar?" "Ben Parker." Ben smiled and introduced himself, then pointed to Richard and said, This is my brother, Richard Parker. Li Feng. This will not be the parents of Spider-Man, a good neighbor in New York, and the Uncle Ben who said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. By the way, Ben looked a lot younger now, but it is still kind. Regarding the two women in the distance, Li Feng felt something was wrong. According to Ben's age, Aunt May's age should be the older one, but Aunt May in the film is a fashionable beauty. What's the situation? Is it because I think it's bad? This is not Peter Parker's family. Or is it Aunt May? The older one is little Spider-Man's mother? Seeing that Li Feng looked at his wife was a little stunned, thinking that the tramp Li Feng was hungry and was attracted by the smell of food in front of his wife. Looking at May with a happy face, he said to Li Feng with a smile, when you shave your beard, I will ask you to eat something. Believe me, you will like my wife's craftsmanship. May's cooking skills are first-rate. There is another name. So this is really the little Spider-Man family camping out, and that older woman is really Aunt May? What's the situation? Say, a good fashion beauty? Is it possible that Aunt May couldn't bear to be lonely after Ben passed away, so she went to lift the face and get a plastic surgery and exercise so that she could turn shape-shifting from the inside out? Wait, there are a lot of versions of Spider-Man movies, and there are several in the Marvel universe. Couldn't a Marvel world, isn't the world of purple sweet potatoes, but another Marvel world? Li Feng felt that his brain was a little messy, and he almost shaved himself when shaving. Fortunately, Li Feng had been shaving by the lake. Ben and Richard found nothing unusual behind him. After a meeting, Li Feng, who had shaved his beard, returned the razor to Richard and asked tentatively, Mr. Richard, I think you seem to be familiar with you. It seems that I have met you somewhere. Let me think about it. I don't know if you know someone named Connors. I vaguely remember seeing your picture at Connors. Richard looked at Li Feng up and down, nodded slightly, and said, Curtis Connors? He's my friend, Dr. Lizard Connors. So this is the Marvel world with the supernatural Spider-Man version. Although he knows which version of Marvel world he is in, Li Feng is still a little confused because he has watched Women's Federation 3 and Women's Federation 4 in the Next Door world. And what is the difference between the current world and the Next Door Marvel world? Li Feng said that I don't know, maybe except the Spider-Man plot is the same. Maybe it's different. Ma Dan, regard him. Anyway, I rely on countless worlds as long as I become stronger, even if the purple sweet potato essence can be killed from the next door. Hey, there seems to be purple sweet potato essence in this world. You say, 2 purples, what kind of sparks will the meeting of potato spirits create? Are you crying with tears in your hands, spitting out the hardships of the past few years, or just pinching them when you meet? Even Ben's invitation to dinner, Li Feng didn't want to get involved with the little Spider-Man family too much, and after waving goodbye to Ben, he only walked to the other side of the lake. As night began, Li Feng planned to take a bath after eating the dry food. He saw that he was carrying a disposable paper tray with a piece of steaming beef coming towards him. Li Feng blinked suspiciously and asked, Mr. Ben, is there anything wrong? Ben glanced at the shoulder bag behind Li Feng and the clean change of clothes on the ground. He handed the steak to Li Feng and said, Sorry, I thought you were a tramp before. Are you on a hiking trip? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After receiving the steak, Li Feng glanced at the clothes on the floor and then at the big package wrapped in extraterrestrial tights and found that Uncle Ben could not have these green clothes. He said with a sigh of relief, Yes, hiking, but you too, I saw it. I didn't have much experience when I went out for the first time. I forgot to bring my razor. Ben sat next to Li Feng and said with a smile, Isn't it just growing into a handsome guy in regret, confusion, and forgetting something? Li Feng took a bite of the juicy steak and gave Ben a thumbs up. He praised Aunt May for her good craftsmanship and praised the guy who instinctively saw that he was a handsome guy, showing that he was really insightful. Ben, do you have any destination? Li Feng was stunned. He really didn't think about this problem. He just walked in a random direction, didn't want to communicate with people, didn't want to set foot in a human group society, just wanted to find a place where there are few people to develop quietly. That's it. Feeling a little dazed, Li Feng shook his head and said, My parents passed away 3 years ago. I lost my memory in a car accident 2 years ago. I forgot how to speak my English. Until now, I have not recovered my past memories. Where can I remember what's fun nearby? Yes, I just plan to go out and take a look. When you are tired, find a place to settle down. Looking at Li Feng's sloppy look now, I thought that Li Feng should have had a hard time in the past 2 years. After all, he has forgotten the language of basic communication. Can life be hard? Moreover, the uncertainty in Li Feng's words can be heard clearly. He feels that Li Feng is like an outlier ant now, full of confusion for the future. With a hint of apology, Ben said sincerely, "Sorry." He was confused for a while at his age like Li Feng, but he was not hit as hard as Li Feng. It's just a short-term confusion. This is not a big problem. Since Li Feng has learned English again, it means he can survive the pressure. When Li Feng understands what is meant by opening his eyes, he will think of how much bread he needs for his daily survival. You won't be confused, but after you have a family, you will understand what a sweet burden is. Sharing some life experiences with Li Feng, Ben saw his wife beckoning to him in the distance, indicating that his dinner is ready for him. Ben stood up and patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said, "When you think you can come here in the future." I live in Queens, New York. I have lived there for most of my life, and it feels like the best neighborhood in America. Li Feng was stunned, looked up at Ben, smiled, and said, "Thank you, I will." Ben waved his hand to say goodbye. After walking a few steps, he suddenly returned, took out the razor from his pocket, and handed it to Li Feng, shrugged, and said, "I almost forgot this little thing. I gave it to you. I have a chance to see you in the future. You are welcome to be a guest at my house. Goodbye, confused little guy." Looking at Ben, who was far away, Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows. After being in this world for more than 2 years, Li Feng consciously regarded him as a friend, except that Ancient One treated him like a son. Don't look at the United States advertise that everyone is equal all day. But is it realistic, Except for Li Feng in Chinatown, he can still feel cordial, and the rest of the outsiders look a little bit contemptuous when he wears slippers all day. What's wrong with my slippers? I used to wear slippers in my previous life. I don't want to say that I'm cool. It's easy to go to bed. It's like you have to take off your shoes and socks. At that time, I slept. After eating the steak silently, Li Feng looked in the direction of this camping again, thinking in his heart, "Just ask me to eat steak and send a razor to you. Share your growing experience with me in the tone of friend, and invite me. Go to your house. I will save your life. I will leave it as a magician. You have no other way to die except old age." Taking advantage of the night to freshen up, Li Feng lay on the grass with his hands resting on the back of his head and looking up at the starry sky. I don't know why, he heard little Peter in the distance, joking and calling out to Father Richard. He always thought of the other one in his mind, the appearance of my own child in the world. I don't know how the little guy is. The first thing I learned is father or mother. It should be mother, after all. I never met you around. Wiping his red and moist eyes, Li Feng got up to organize his luggage. How did he sleep? Especially the noise in the distance, let alone let him practice magic, and he couldn't even sleep peacefully. In that case, he might as well consciously get off. After walking out for a while, Li Feng felt that his family couldn't see him casting spells before posing, and stretched out his hand to open the portal. Where's the place on the earth where you can magically change long swords, possess magical materials, and learn to forge props? Only Kamatage. And Kamatage not only knows that there are aliens in this world, but even the magical creatures living in other lands. Facing the Kree trophies confiscated by Li Feng, he can't even see the expression of surprise. It is the best way to hide these alien tools. Place. Taj Kama, the living room. Ancient One was tasting the tea and pondering the contents of the spellbook word by word. Suddenly, she felt something and looked up in the middle of the drawing room. After a second, an orange portal gradually took shape. Ancient One ignores Li Feng's sharp styling, but looks at the dark suburbs of New York through teleportation, only feeling that the corners of his eyes are constantly beating. Li Feng, who crossed the portal, had the right hands to salute Ancient One. Before he could say a word, Roar heard Ancient One standing up to pour tea with his back facing him, and said, "You opened the portal directly from the suburbs of New York to here?" Li Feng scratched his head, nodded, and said, "Yes, master. Is there any problem with the portal I used?" What's the problem? The problem is big. Ancient One handed the tea to Li Feng, stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to sit down and talk slowly, and said, although the portal can take us to any place, it has a prerequisite. You need ability to open it. It's like an adult holding the door open. The key can easily open the door, and a person who has not been in the magician field for a long time is more like a human being in childhood. Do you think that giving a child the key has the power to turn the key to open the door? The portal is not a toy lock specifically designed for children. Li Feng held the teacup and said in a daze after thinking about it. In other words, judging from my mana, my portal can't be open that far. At most, it could be used in the city. This is not right. When I first cast the portal, I opened it to Argentina, thousands of miles away. Could it be that I have special abilities for portal spells? No wonder it has become easier and easier to open the door recently. I thought it was my proficiency in brushing the portal. Ancient One sat back on his seat, raised his eyebrows, and said, otherwise, if the magician can easily use the portal to reach where he wants to go, I will build 3 portals to New York, Hong Kong, and London in the library. Huh. It's not for those magicians who are apprentices like you to follow the 3 holy places as soon as possible. Li Feng pinched the tip of his nose. From Ancient One's words, he felt that he could be a little proud. After all, from the time he traveled to the Marvel world, plus the time to travel to other worlds, how long has he been here? It's been less than 3 years. After eliminating the integration problem of the soul and the body in the first 2 years, how long did he really learn spells? Now, he wanted to ask loudly, who else can open the portal to any place on Earth? We're different. It seems that I underestimated your understanding of space and your ability to space spells. After complimenting Li Feng, Ancient One glanced at Li Feng's large tablecloth package and said, and during this time, you still have some adventure. I can feel the spellcasting materials in your package. Are you here to be a merchant? Li Feng opened the package with a smile and told the story about Carol. He pointed to a pile of scattered weapons and clothes and said, if I can, I want to forge a magic knife and a piece of clothing. The remaining materials are mine. The tuition fee for learning the skills of forging magic props. I wonder if the master agrees. Ancient One glanced at the green clothes, squinted, and said, the equipment of the elite Kree team. Maybe I shouldn't just focus on the exotic magical creatures that want to invade the Earth, but should also focus on these aggressive creatures. The alien races, at least aim at those aliens who want to destroy the Earth. Li Feng does not comment on this. The current Fry is afraid that he has already obtained the Kree cruiser. As long as scientists crack some of the cruiser's technology, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology reserves will exceed that of most countries on the planet. Even if Ancient One aimed its gaze at these aliens, it just aimed at it, not shot it. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. said that the interior will be extremely decayed in the future, it will still be the same enemy in the face of aliens. After all, Hydra's goal is to rule the Earth. Who will rule an Earth smashed by aliens? I'm afraid even they will become the slaves of aliens. This is not what Hydra wants to see. So in the direction of protecting the Earth, the cooperation between the 2 parties is not bad, and the protection of the Earth is quite good. Ancient One clapped his hands and let Hammer Magician, who had lost his left hand outside the door, come in and said, Hammer Magician, put these materials back into the warehouse. And by the way, take some books about forging magic props to Li Feng. After that, Ancient One said to Li Feng again, you still live in the room you used to live in. Oh, yes, I still have something to communicate with you. Considering that the place you used to stay was at night, so you should rest first. Or talk now. Li Feng picked up a long knife and a green flustered dress from the package, smiled at Hammer, turned his head, and said to Ancient One, now, I don't have the mind to sleep now. Ancient One has nothing to say, mainly to see if Li Feng listened to his advice and didn't touch the dark energy easily, and wanted to ask about Basto's time flow change spell. In the past few days, when Li Feng left, Ancient One has been studying time with great concentration and has made a lot of results. At least she can now change the flow of time around living creatures. With the appearance of Li Feng's spirit body in the magic ring of Merlin, Ancient One saw that Li Feng's growth potential had increased for a while, and that Li Feng's ability to not only increase in space, but also in time during that energy shock, it is also deepening. After Li Feng's performance of his practice was over, Ancient One explained the time in a way that Li Feng could understand. This made Li Feng a mistake. He felt that it was time for him to practice the spells related to the passage of time. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the early morning, when the first ray of warm sunlight shone through the window on Li Feng's face, who was sleeping in the form of Big, Li Feng subconsciously covered his ears, hoping to isolate the magician's humming sound outside the window during morning exercises. For a long time, Li Feng got up helplessly and sat on the head of the bed, smothering Hatch's belly. Isn't magician all quietly practicing magic? What's the matter if you hum and ha-ha yelling slogans all day? Knowing that you understand that you must have a good body to be a magician, and those who don't know think you are a bunch of coolies or just get up when you see **K. Coolie. Against the faint dark circles under his eyes, Li Feng held several alchemy basics books on the bedside by Hammer Magician in one hand, and a pot of tea heated by Pyromancer in one hand, dragging slippers, ignoring and looking speechlessly. His own apprentice Phalanx walked straight to the shade of the corner of the tree, sipping tea and slowly flipping through the books in his hands. For a long time, Li Feng, who looked down at the book, suddenly saw a pair of Valto's jumping shoes in front of him. Li Feng raised his head and looked at the book. He continued to read the book and asked, "Mordu, were you looking for me?" Mordu is not familiar with Li Feng, but he knows that Ancient One is good to Li Feng, holding on to the principle of Ancient One is the sky, Ancient One is the earth, Ancient One is the god, and everything to me. Mordu smiled and said to Li Feng, "Master Ancient One told me that you have the ability of space-like spells. I specifically asked me to teach you the high-end spell-casting skills of portal and mirror space spells." Closing the book, Li Feng got up and asked subconsciously, "Where is the Ancient One, Master?" Mordo shrugged and said, "The Supreme Magician has its own responsibilities and can't always act as a mentor to a little rookie." Reaching out his hand for Li Feng to walk to a quieter practice range, Mordo said, "I don't know why Ancient One has fancied you, but didn't recruit you into Taj Kama, but I know she wants you to receive Taj Kama's daily spell training. Definitely. Your main task at the moment is to quickly use the portal and mirror space. Ancient One to perform its duties? According to you, foreign creatures have invaded the Marval world? Which eyeless world is it that dare to invade while Ancient One is still alive? Are you not afraid of being hung up by Ancient One and hitting your head to call your mother?" Li Feng nodded and said that he understood that Ancient One was saving the earth, and he had no time to pay attention to him. He turned his head and looked around and said uncertainly, "Practice the mirror space here? Are you sure?" Although the corner of the training ground is not disturbed by many apprentices, it is indeed a good place to practice the portal in Li Feng's eyes. But the mirror space is dangerous, and Mordu is not afraid that when Li Feng displays the mirror space, he will accidentally unlucky someone nearby. The apprentice is also wrapped into the mirror space. If this hapless apprentice is caught between reality and mirroring, it will be over, and he will be dismembered by spatial energy on the spot. Morta looked at Li Feng with an idiot look and said, "What do you think? Definitely teaches you the skills of using portals first, at least to allow you to use them flexibly in battle." After finishing speaking, Mordu kicked the heel of his left foot with the right toe and pulled out the baseball bat-style magic weapon behind him. While walking around Li Feng, he tossed the baseball shining with magic light in his hand and said, "Practical combat is the best teacher. Now I'm attacking. You can only use the portal to teleport the baseball I hit for you." The dumbfounded Li Feng stared at the baseball blankly. "I now have to pose whenever I open the door. You let me open the door to take the baseball? You just want to see my handsome face turn into a pig's head. Let's make a discussion. You give me the baseball glove, I promise to take your ball." Mordor only cares what Li Feng thinks and abandons the baseball high and high, swings the bat in his hand, and hits the baseball, letting the baseball fly to Li Feng like a cannonball. Li Feng, who didn't even hear the phrase beginning, subconsciously turned sideways to avoid the baseball. Turning his head and looking at Li Feng, who didn't know where he was flying, he said with a smile, "Huh, you lost the ball. Did today's training end ahead of schedule?" Mordo shrugged, swung the bat in his hand to make a shot, and said, "If I were you, I would learn how to use the portal as soon as possible." When Li Feng saw the magic light flashing from the bat in Mordor's hand, he felt a little uncomfortable. When he heard the teaching air sounds coming from behind him, he dodged the baseball behind him and stared at Mordor, saying, "Yours? A bat and a baseball are a set of magical weapons? Can a baseball return to the bat after being hit?" Mordor hit the baseball in Li Feng's face again and smiled. "Definitely, otherwise how can I help you exercise the portal with only one ball? A baseball being knocked into the air is always a straight flight." This is good news for Li Feng. At least he can easily dodge the baseball without opening the door, without turning his face into a pig's head. It's just that Mordo obviously didn't want to see Li Feng's handsome face, and the intensity of swinging the bat was getting more and more. As for Li Feng, facing the baseball ball that he likes to hit his face faster and faster, not to mention posing to open the door, it would be nice to be able to avoid the baseball in embarrassment. Near noon, a sweaty Li Feng once again avoided the baseball and let it fly behind him. He quickly turned around and stretched out his left hand to aim at the returning baseball. While turning his right hand, he clearly recalled Mordu's face while turning his brain. He was about to open the door. Let the baseball fly directly to Mordu's face. As a senior magician, Emoda knew what Li Feng was going to do when the orange spark appeared in front of him. Use Valto's jumping shoes to jump into the mid-air Mordo, as if stepping on the invisible steps, stepped on a few steps, and turned to Li Feng's side, while hitting the baseball that passed through the portal to Li Feng. The corner of his mouth slightly tilted up and said, "Now, I believe Master Ancient One's evaluation of you. The speed of comprehension of space spells is really good. At least I didn't wear these boots for nothing today." In baseball straight-line flight, it's easier for Li Feng to open the portal as long as he calculates the time. But the Mordor who puts on the Valto's jumping shoes can appear at Li Feng's unexpected angle at any time. You must know that baseball is attracted by the bat. Yes, after Mordu holding a bat changed his body shape, the flight trajectory of the baseball also changed. So, a straight-line flight baseball? Non-existent. Li Feng didn't expect that Mordu, who had been hitting the ball opposite or behind him, would suddenly appear over his side to hit the ball. In order to prevent the baseball from kissing his handsome face, he could only converge his mind and quickly stretched out his hand to aim at the baseball. With such a short time and distance, it is still a bit difficult to make the portal open to a size that allows people to pass. But how big is a baseball? Just a fist. Li Feng, who had been practicing for a whole morning, successfully opened a fist-sized portal and teleported the baseball in front of him to the back of Mordu's head. Seeing Mordu smiled and stretched out his hand to grab the baseball that attacked him behind his head, Li Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I succeeded. Mod Dan, it's not easy, if it weren't for the sling ring to save the mana of the portal. After practicing like this, my mana must be exhausted." Tossing the baseball, Mordu thought inwardly how long he spent using the portal proficiently, and was surprised that Li Feng was able to open the portal proficiently in half a day, and smiled. A success is accidental, so... Before he finished speaking, Mordu abandoned the baseball again and waved his bat toward Li Feng. Grass the grass. Li Feng dodged the baseball sideways and said to the baseball portal behind him, "Brother Black, I have been busy all morning, so let me take a drink and rest and go down." Mo was above Li Feng, moving to the left and right for a while, as if he was about to dazzle Li Feng, and said, "You are called my brother. I definitely want to teach you the height of the portal more seriously. It's only the first step to skillfully use the skill to open the door. What you have to do now is to move the portal after opening the door and teleport the high-speed flight baseball away. As for rest, do you want me to arrange a masseuse for you to relax your whole body and rest?" Mordu sarcastically said, while knocking the baseball into the air. "Or do you think it will give you rest time when facing enemies in the future? Restore mana, masseur, Kamatage has this service? I want to tell me 2 massage masters. As for the enemy, he won't give me time to rest, but why can't I run?" Helpless Li Feng could only reach out and open the portal. While maintaining the stability of the portal, he constantly adjusted the angle of the portal so that it flew towards his baseball. He understands Mortar's attitude towards Ancient One. It's not too much to say that what Mortar said to Ancient One will only be carried out as imperial edicts. As long as Ancient One tells him to teach Li Feng well, Mortar will never be perfunctory. Will Li Feng's training to the death and alive? No, it is to train Li Feng to use the portal and mirror space skills proficiently. So in the next few days, Li Feng didn't complain because he didn't even have time to complain. Except for taking a short break during mealtime, the rest of the time is being dragged out of the room by Mordor, using baseball to train the skills of opening the portal. As for the problem of sleeping at night, it should not be normal for the physical body to sleep and the spiritual body to read a book. Have a rest. A few days later, Li Feng felt that apart from not being able to let the portal dance, he had already played various new tricks on the portal. It was like opening a slap-big door to grab the high-speed flight baseball, which was already a pediatric operation. Mordor was also satisfied with the training during this period. It is not good if he is not satisfied, because Li Feng sent the baseball directly to the Atlantic Ocean when he faced himself hitting the baseball for the last time, although the baseball would automatically sense the bat and fly back. But it takes time to fly back, and Mordor doesn't know if the baseball over the Atlantic can sense Taj Kama's bat. If it can be sensed, it would be fun. I don't know what impact S.H.I.E.L.D. will have if it detects a baseball flying straight from the Atlantic Ocean to the Himalayas, but Mordor doesn't care about it. By the time, he was still afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not be successful. Just opening the door at will is enough for S.H.I.E.L.D. to look for him for a while. It is said that in Kamataj, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellites really can't find him. Is it true that the magic shield covering the sky above Kamataj is for dry food? Unless the satellite of S.H.I.E.L.D. is modified by magic to see through the magic circle. Don't say S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know where Taj Kama is. I haven't even heard of Taj Kama's name. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. On the first day after the portal was able to be used proficiently, Mordu took Li Feng, who was lying on the bed, carrying Li Feng by the neck like a chicken, and walked straight to the practice room dedicated to practicing the mirror space. Morda held his hands behind his back and turned away Li Feng, who had innocent small eyes. He whispered, "This is the first time I have seen such a lazy magician. Who would be lazy after a mortal knows that he can practice magic? How about you? I can bear to eat more than pigs. After all, it takes a lot of energy to cast spells. Food can restore your energy. But when the sun goes up, you sleep and you don't get up until the sun rises. If you want to waste your ability, just say it. If it weren't for Master Ancient One's instructions, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you, and I would squeeze out my time to practice magic to teach you. Is it true that I am idle?" Mordu was more and more angry, and his tone was obviously displeased, and said, "The end of the portal training does not mean that your magical practice is over. Now, use your mirror space. Let me see Ancient One's mouth some abilities, or how many abilities are there?" Li Feng said that he was very innocent. Last night, the spirit body was a little fascinated by reading alchemy books in Merlin's magic ring. He forgot the time and failed to return the spirit body to the physical body to rest in time. This led to oversleeping in the morning, but this shouldn't be blamed on him, after all. It is normal for most people to see a book that they're interested in staying up late for night reading. They're saying that he didn't intend to stay up late on purpose, but just forgot the time. Li Feng, who stood upright in disbelief, curled his lips. He knew that no matter how he refuted, Mordo wouldn't care about it. Mortar only cared about when he could play with the mirror space. As long as I play the mirror space as fancy as the portal, Mordor won't care when I sleep. In Li Feng's heart, he silently thought about how Mordu would not take care of himself in the future, and how he should waver while posing to release the mirror space. Slow casting and a lot of waste of mana will not be mentioned, but the space in your mirror space file size. Morda shook his head while muttering where Li Feng failed to cast the spell, and said, You're a mirrored space? How do I think it is a glass slag space? I want to talk about the space that breaks when I touch it. Is a space there too big? Is it a bit? Enough for ants to jog one lap in a minute. Fonley took a look at his mirror space and retorted with his inner lips. How can you say that there are 3 square meters? Can your ants circle around 3 square meters in 1 minute? I'm afraid you're not raising ants. It's Hank Pym's old Ant-Man. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng said innocently, You are the boss, and I do what you say I should practice. Mordu glanced at Li Feng, stretched out his hand, and a magic whip appeared in his hand, and said, Compared to practicing the mirror space, you must first grasp the precise output of mana. The magic whip is the best object to practice. To convert mana into growth whip, it is also necessary to stabilize mana output. Wielding the magic whip to make a sound, Mordu continued. The whip will disappear when the mana is unstable, and the mana that maintains the whip will lengthen or shorten the length. After speaking, Mordu seemed to have anticipated Li Feng's plight, took out a book explaining the magic whip from his arms, and handed it to Li Feng, walked to the tea table to the side to make tea for himself, and put a baseball in his hand. Said, Now I watch you learn the magic whip, and when you learn to use the magic whip, stand 3 meters away and shoot the baseball in my hand. We were talking about the mirror space. Li Feng looked at the books in his hand, and looked at the baseball in Mordor's hands. For some reason, he always felt that Mordor had a special obsession with baseball. I guess he was beaten with a baseball before he became a magician. After Li Feng put his hands together in his heart, and said, and silently, he sat cross-legged on the ground and looked through the books in his hands. When he encountered words in the book that Li Feng did not understand, he turned his head and raised his doubts to Mordu. Although the quality of Mordor's teaching is worse than that of Ancient One, it is still above the level. At least under Mordor's teaching, Li Feng spent a day understanding the process of casting the magic whip. As for the release of the whip, then it's another story of hard practice. Success is equal to 99% of sweat, plus the more important ability of 1%. Mordor had to admire Li Feng's ability in space spells, just like constantly asking for advice on space spells and adding his own good ability. Li Feng finally released the mirror space freely after playing with the magic whip for half a month. Mordor believed that it took him nearly half a year to successfully release the mirror space. After all, not everyone has the same ability as Doctor Strange and can understand spells by reading and studying. Li Feng is currently unable to treat the mirrored space as a muddy toy like the Ancient One did. He will turn the space to turn the blue sky above to his feet and turn the building like a kaleidoscope to make people look dazzling, but he now opened the mirror space at least in seconds so that you can hide yourself at any time. A few days later, Li Feng's mirror space. Modu's eyes twitched and watched Li Feng stretched out his hand to copy a mirror in the room and fill the entire space. Let himself look down, look up, and see his dark face from side to side, especially when Li Feng slowed down the stacks of mirrors. After spinning around him, Mordu felt that he was almost thrown up by his figure in the mirror. Fighting is indeed a trouble in this kind of mirrored space where you close your eyes and you seem to see your dark face dangling in front of you. And you still don't know which mirror Li Feng hides behind peeping at you, dizzy and vomiting. Mordu stretched out his hand to stop Li Feng, opened a portal, and said, Don't let the mirror turn in front of me. I feel that I am about to fall in love with my handsome face. You have completed the casting of the mirror space, and the rest I have nothing to teach you. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Mordu turned his head and said to Li Feng, who was still hiding behind the mirror, In terms of your current control over mana, you can go to Hammer Magician to learn how to forge a magic weapon. After finishing speaking, Mordor waved his hand at his portal to close the portal. Li Feng scratched his head and walked out from behind the mirror, thinking about Mordu's change of attitude towards him in the past few days. Don't look at Mordu's usual serious face when he teaches spells, but what the other party teaches himself is nothing but dry goods. Otherwise, my spell practice will progress so quickly. Just rely on my ability? Just kidding. There is no competent teacher to teach, and good abilities are useless. This is a magic tutorial that can't be found on the internet. Does it mean that under the influence of Ancient One, does Mordo treat himself from love to love house and woo how, Or does Mordo feel that he is a friend worthy of dating? Really want to be friends with me? Touching his chin, Li Feng opened the portal and walked out of the mirrored space. He didn't believe that Ancient One, who was proficient in time spells, would not know about Mordo. In the incident of Caecilius betraying Comitage, he learned that Ancient One was also using dark energy, and then he was sentenced to escape and to kill the magician outside. But now Ancient One lets Mordo take pains to teach himself? I want to have the natural mana bias towards the dark. I took this love of Mordo so that this buddy knows that the dark energy is just energy. Good people and bad people have nothing to do with energy, waiting to know that the Ancient One is also stimulated by the dark energy. Will it be less, or simply let me, the dark camp magician who has a good relationship, enlighten and comfort Mordo's fragile little heart? The problem is that I have no love for Mordor, and who can tell the future? Even if it is Ancient One who can see the future, it's not clear. Maybe Mordo knew that I wanted to kill me after using the dark mana. Li Feng, who went to Hammer's magician meditation room, shrugged to himself until he knocked on Hamir's door. Follow him. Anyway, I'm not Mordor's opponent now. Even my own mana attributes need to be correct. Mordor keeps it secret, and he dared not say to Mordor that energy is not good or bad. Only users can tell good and bad nonsense. Hammer was meditating in the meditation room. He heard a knock on the door. Although he felt unhappy because of being interrupted in meditation, he still couldn't see the joy and anger and got up and opened the door. Li Feng looked at Hammer, who was expressionless, scratched his eyebrows, and whispered, Mortar said I can learn how to forge magical artifacts from you. Ma Dan, looking at your authentic facial paralyzed face, I always feel like you found out that I stole your materials. Hammer looked at Li Feng seriously and seemed to be able to judge Li Feng's current control over mana at a glance. After a while, Hammer nodded and let Li Feng walk into the meditation room sideways, saying, I know you were forged a kind of magic playing card. Show it to me, so that I have a preliminary understanding of your craft. Yes, it seems I really found out that I secretly took a few more materials. Scratching his head, Li Feng handed a magic playing card to Hammer. When Hammer took the card, he glanced at Li Feng. Nunu's mouth expressed his disdain, and he muttered in his heart, if it hadn't been for Ancient One to know and agree to take it. Magic material, I really want to slap you to death. Obviously, you can make 5 playing cards for you to make 1. Your ability to waste materials is also nothing to say. He threw aside the cards he forged by Li Feng's rough method. Hammer walked to his workbench and arranged the workbench and said, Master Ancient One told me you want to forge a vestment and a magic sword by yourself? Hearing what the other party said, he only wanted to teach himself to forge vestments and magic knives, and then stop teaching himself alchemy methods. Li Feng rubbed his hands and looked a little embarrassed. He looked at someone who could skillfully operate the workbench with one hand. Hammer said, if I can, I want to learn. Want to learn? Waiting for you to become Kamataj's magician. I will teach you wholeheartedly, little rookie. Hammer didn't hear what Li Feng was talking about, so he picked up a Kree and motioned to Li Feng to do it himself. He was only responsible for teaching on the side. As for having Hammer demonstrate how to forge the vestments, he said it was impossible. Didn't he see that he only has one hand? Allowing disabled people to work for free is not something a person with able-bodied limbs should do. What can Li Feng do about this? Fortunately, Li Feng's sewing skills are not bad. It took a few days to finally change a green tights to a little cleaning function, black trousers and nothing. Sleeve shirt. Looking at his own results, Li Feng's mouth curled up and muttered, I am not going to be a naked man anymore. I finally didn't lose my face to Otherworld. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The magic clothes that I wore when crossing were solved, and the rest was naturally to have a magic long knife for self-protection. The magic transformation of the long sword is much more difficult than the magic transformation of the tights. The clothes can be used for a certain degree of defense, depending on their own materials. All Li Feng has to do is to engrave the spell on the clothes, nothing more. The long knife is different. Although the material is suitable for magic reform, Li Feng's craftsmanship. In Hammer's eyes, Li Feng is a waste of a good knife and good materials. Let's see how Li Feng changed the long knife. First, he described the fire-calling technique that allowed the high-speed movement of the blade's molecules to increase the sharpness of the blade. Then, all that is left is to let the long knife ignite a layer of flames and increase the flame attack. Is that gone? In the end, Li Feng didn't know whether it was painful or distressed in Hammer's face that Li Feng wasted a lot of materials, picked up his long knife, and walked out of the meditation room. On the way back to the room, Mordor and magical equipment stopped Li Feng, who was holding a long knife, smirking all the way, and glanced at the magic long knife in Li Feng's arms and the black sleeveless shirt that Li Feng was wearing in the magician cloak, with something on his face. "I'm sorry," and said, "Ancient One Magician asked you to take the magic book to her living room." "Master is back?" Li Feng asked in a daze. As for the embarrassment on Mordor's face, he hadn't noticed at all. It made his face so dark that he couldn't see his expression. Looking at Mordor's outfit that is ready to fight, Li Feng took out the Matchbox file-size magic book from his pocket and said, "Do you know who invaded this world this time? How do I feel that Ancient One is back? But you go to the battlefield." Mordor obviously knew the truth, hesitation, considering Ancient One's attitude towards Li Feng, plus the fact that the matter was basically over, and he had something to ask for Li Feng's help, and said, "The opponent that Ancient One encountered this time came from Hell. Although the leader of the Hell Leader was killed by the Ancient One Master, some Ronaldo devil who was good at hiding took the opportunity to enter the world. This kind of thing does not require much combat power, but takes time to find the other side's figure. It is definitely ours. It's a magician thing, otherwise why would such a powerful Ancient One Master train us? To be honest, I really don't know how strong you are. I just want to ask, can you look calm when facing machine gun shooting? Although I can only magically change the longsword, I will definitely change the car like Barstow in the future. In the near future, maybe I can wave my hand to see the magic change of space battleship. The battleship is too far away. I still have a modified Vulcan cannon, and I will ask you if you are afraid." Mordor sent Li Feng to the Ancient One living room. Li Feng finally saw that there was a hint of the other party's speech, and seemed to want to say something to himself. But Mordor didn't say anything in the end, just waved goodbye to Li Feng to indicate that he was busy. "Go chasing the devil." Li Feng scratched his head, shrugged, and gently pushed the door of the sitting room. In the living room, I don't know if I'm closing my eyes or meditating on the Ancient One sitting cross-legged on the futon. Li Feng walked up to the Ancient One. This Ancient One's eyes opened. After a long time, Ancient One got up and walked to the window, looked at the distant scenery and sighed, and whispered, "Fate, another group of apprentices are about to sacrifice." Although Li Feng opened his eyes to look at each other when Ancient One got up, he sighed at Ancient One and said that he could not continue. From the tone of Ancient One, Li Feng clearly heard that Ancient One saw that these apprentices went out to hunt the demons, but they were mostly killed by the demons. How did Li Feng respond? Say, let those who are destined to die stay in Comitage. Would Ancient One not know to do this? This is equivalent to seeing the future through time and changing the present. What if the long river of time diverges because some people survived, or it flows in an unknown direction? How do you let Ancient One guard the earth? You must know that it is because Ancient One is familiar with the future that the entire earth has become her home ground. When the invaders descend on the earth, Ancient One can know the weakness of the other party, so that the fear of Thanos, Dormammu, etc. will survive. I don't know how long. If you lose the home court advantage, Ancient One is still very strong, but the effort expended has doubled. This is tantamount to accelerating the death time of Ancient One. After all, Ancient One has to spend its mind to resist the dark energy. Anyway, Guo Li Feng, who has been affecting him for a long time, said that he couldn't bear it, so let's honestly assume that he didn't hear what Ancient One was saying. After a while, Ancient One turned around and sat back opposite Li Feng, reaching out to signal Li Feng to take out the magic book. Li Feng obediently handed the magic book to Ancient One with both hands, only to see that Ancient One did not take the magic book, but to sort his thoughts sideways and reached out to point on the magic book. Li Feng had seen scenes like in lightning magic books, and he used to do this when Barstow recorded the spells he knew in the magic books. Seeing Ancient One withdraw his hand, Li Feng's surface was calm, but his inner teeth were showing his back teeth. He couldn't wait to open the magic book to see what magic Ancient One recorded. Ancient One is not in a hurry. It's okay to wait for Li Feng to finish checking the spells related to the flow of time he has compiled. For a long time, Li Feng, who felt that he had gained a lot, raised his head and said to Ancient One, "Thank you, Master, for your teaching." Ancient One shook his head with a smile and said, "You can still do this without my help, just like you can now slow down the flow of time and increase the growth time of plants on the side." Li Feng was embarrassed on his face. He was practicing time spells in secret, and Ancient One, who was very sensitive to time, would definitely find out, but he didn't expect that the other party would even know the progress of his spell casting. Fortunately, Bastow's time spells would not be right. The long time will have an impact, otherwise Ancient One would not hand over the spells that it worked so hard to sort out the time to Li Feng. Ancient One hesitated slightly and said, "Li Feng, what do you think of Mordu? What do you think?" The face looks black from side to side, and the whole body is black after stripping off the clothes. A typical black man? Li Feng scratched his head and asked, "I don't know what you were asking, Master." This question was originally a bit extensive, and Li Feng really didn't know the answer. Little slippery. After a smile, Ancient One said faintly, "You don't know much about the things you can travel through?" Li Feng really didn't understand this. He didn't know where to start. He only knew that the quantum energy in the body was mobilized to communicate for a long time, and then opened the crossing door. After being swallowed by the crossing door, he experienced a journey of squeezing the rubber pipe, then arrive at Otherworld. The crossing is that simple. As for the specific principle, Li Feng, a rookie magician, can understand a ball. He shook his head blankly, saying that Li Feng, who he didn't know, was listening, waiting for Ancient One to explain to him. It's just that what Ancient One wants to say has nothing to do with the principle of traversal. Although you didn't publicize your ability to traverse Otherworld before, many people know that there is Mordor among them. He is a little envious of your ability and wants to be with you. Go to Otherworld to broaden your horizons, but he is embarrassed to speak. Let me ask you if you can bring him when you cross. Li Feng frowned. He really didn't keep secret about his ability to travel through Otherworld. It was not that he didn't want to, but it was unnecessary. This is the Marvel world. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot track magical energy now, Li Feng will definitely be involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely collect Li Feng's information and energy characteristics secretly. And the energy fluctuations caused by Li Feng's crossing, it will definitely be discovered by the other party. When Fury comes to the door, how does Li Feng explain the energy fluctuations and the disappearance in the Marvel world caused by his passage? Moreover, crossing this incident is also one of Li Feng's deterrent methods. Don't mess with Lao Tzu, or Lao Tzu will run away in minutes, and then return to the Marvel world with a bunch of magic viruses and so on. Let you know what is magic zombie massacre. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of zombie viruses, ghouls, zombies. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of the existence of these viruses that can spread the virus. Do you always know about the Black Death? In many legends, the Black Death is a kind of black magic. Only now, Li Feng has a new idea. Listening to the meaning of Ancient One's words, can I not only travel by myself, but also lead people through? Does this mean that I can organize an army in Otherworld and bring it to the Marvel world to dominate? Immediately, Li Feng gave up his dream of dominating hegemony. Too tired. I still have a peaceful life as a rich man. First of all, he is not a leader-level figure, and he has no ambition to dominate. So let alone dominate the world, he feels powerless and convulsed even thinking of the effort required to organize some forces. A person who has been lazy for 2 lifetimes, the word laziness has long been deep into the bone marrow and portrayed into his genes, even if the gene-directed therapy target technology is not well treated. So, I want Li Feng to make a change? Impossible. But it's still fun to bring a couple of partners back to the Marvel world. Who should I take? How is Merlin? Ancient One and Fury must have wonderful expressions when they met Merlin. And after the descendants of the gods came to this world, Odin's expression must be very wonderful. With some uncertainty, Li Feng asked Shan Shan, "Master, how do I take people across?" Hearing Li Feng's words, Ancient One couldn't help but roll his eyes. "It's not that I can open the crossing door. How do I know how you crossed?" However, Ancient One still heard Li Feng's idea of bringing people back from Otherworld, and after thinking about it, Ancient One warned seriously, "The world is different from the law of the world. There are some people you can't bring over easily. In this world's rule, death on the spot is light, and it is possible for a soul to be detained in this world forever. Once the soul is detained, it is conceivable that the opponent will transform into a demon and other creatures under the years of torture." Considering that Li Feng is not a worry-free guy, and Li Feng already knows how to evade the magic detection of Holy Place, if some magical creatures sneak into this world, she is really hard to detect for a while. Ancient One stared at Li Feng's eyes, said in a stern tone, "I'll make a rule with you, and any magical creatures you bring back must report to me." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Holy Place Magician's duty is to prevent the invasion of magical creatures from other spaces. As soon as Li Feng brings back any magical creature, it will trigger the Holy Place alarm. Even if Li Feng knows how to evade detection by the Holy Place, he can't avoid it for a while. My goal is to collect infinite gems and then open the door to go home. I have not thought about bringing any creatures to the Marvel world. Merlin and other big shots are just thinking about it. I want to take others to play, but they may not be happy. It's okay to agree to the Ancient One's registration requirements. After all, who is right about the future? If I really bring back any creatures, I will treat them as a register of magic creatures. After all, I have to apply for a passport when I go abroad. There is no reason to cross. I don't need a passport yet. Compared to being chased and killed by a group of magicians, it's better to register at Ancient One without worry. In response, Li Feng nodded affirmatively and said, "Then I will inform Mordor now. Come and go for a trip." Ancient One shook his head and said, "A few days later, Mordor still has important things to do." Putting down the teacup in her hand, Ancient One signaled that while Mo-Du was busy going out these days, Li Feng had raised any magical doubts and let her live the addiction of her mentor. Since Ancient One has said so, Li Feng definitely won't be polite. At this time, whoever is polite will be the mallet. Opening the magic book, Li Feng pointed to the unintelligible part of the book, scratched his head, and asked, "With regard to the resurrection of inanimate objects such as metal bulls and stone-carved mice, I only understand the use a little spiritual body attached to dead objects to achieve the purpose of manipulation, but the specific principles of how to operate I did not understand after watching it for a long time." Ancient One took the magic book and answered Li Feng one by one with a smile. Time quietly came to the night in the two people's question and answer. Even the Ancient One magician, who is in charge of the Eye of Agamotto, still can't stop the passage of time. When Li Feng returned to the room, he turned his head to look at the magic long knife, thinking, should I find time to find a coach, practice the knife skills, and always rely on cruelty and slashing when he can't face the enemy? In case of encounter, when a master swordsman gave me an empty-handed sword, wouldn't the long sword I worked so hard to say goodbye to me? It's just that in the Marvel world, who is better at swordsmanship? But people are unknown. Li Feng, who didn't want to be easily found by Shield, first excluded people like Hawkeye. What's the difference between looking for Hawkeye to learn knives and running in front of Fry? After thinking about it for a long time, Li Feng couldn't figure out who to learn swordsmanship. I think I should go to Otherworld to find a master to learn swordsmanship. After all, it is famous in Otherworld. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. knows that there is such a character, it can't find out anything. Investigation. Who made S.H.I.E.L.D. not be able to pass through? No wonder Li Feng learned Otherworld sword skills for stealing. Thinking of this, Li Feng sorted out his belongings, prepared to wait for Mo-Du to return to Comatage, and then came to the scene and said to leave. Definitely, before crossing, he had to call on Roar with Ancient One. After all, the starting point for the trip to Otherworld is Kamar-Taj. To say that Li Feng, who lives in Kamar-Taj, hides the energy fluctuations when passing through. This is a kind of disrespect to Kamar-Taj, who has seen a guest deliberately hide a mana fluctuation from the owner. The trouble with not hiding the mana fluctuations is that when Li Feng returns, he will definitely trigger the Holy Place magic creatures invasion alarm. When a group of magicians circle around Li Feng's room, how do you let Li Feng as a guest face Ancient One? The magician, who was guarding the local world, was nervous. Why did the world dare to land and invade directly at the Kamar-Taj? Then, Li Feng, who bowed and apologized, was beaten by many magicians to vent his anger. A few days later, Mordo returned to Kamar-Taj with a haggard look, and Li Feng, who had been waiting impatiently, walked into Mordo's room, frowning and looking at each other. Li Feng saw what annoyance Mordo had encountered this time out, and the other party's condition was obviously not good. Li Feng, who was leaning on the doorframe, said softly, "Are you okay? You look." Mordo looked up at Li Feng, smiled reluctantly, let out a long breath, and said, "It's nothing." After that, Mordo poured a cup of tea to Li Feng and said, "Is Ancient One telling you that I want to go to Otherworld to broaden my vision?" Li Feng nodded, looked sideways at Mordor with a tangled expression on his face, and said, "Is it convenient to talk about what happened to you during this trip?" Before leaving Kamar-Taj, Mordor had no such serious concerns. Now he returned from the completion of the mission. It was obvious that there was something unexpected about this trip. Li Feng said that he was very curious. Mordo thinks this is Kamar-Taj's internal affairs. It is not easy to negotiate with outsiders too much, but Li Feng and Kamar-Taj are very familiar and are favored by Ancient One magician, plus Li Feng's relationship with Grandpa Li Feng, and Li Feng is now in Kamar-Taj. Mordo subconsciously regarded Li Feng as Kamar-Taj's magician, hesitation, and still told the cause of the matter. The mission to find and eliminate the devil this time was set out by 3 masters with 6 apprentices. This is not only a mission to protect the Earth, but also the 3 masters to test apprentices in actual combat and make preliminary selections for future key training. Originally, such a task was very common in Kamar-Taj. In Mordo's view, 3 masters held the battle and allowed 6 apprentices to fight against a weak devil to hone their spells. There would be no casualties at all. Unfortunately, there was an accident in the end. A seemingly weak devil actually learned to hide his strength. Surrounded by 6 apprentices, he burst out of unexpected strength, killed 3 apprentices on the spot, and waited for 3 masters to react. When they came to prepare to do their own hands, only Caecilius of the 6 apprentices escaped because of clever dodge. After that, the devil was severely injured by the 3 masters. The devil turned and fled when he was about to win. The 3 magicians, such as Mordor, naturally went to chase, leaving Caecilius waiting in place. The reason why the devil is called the devil is because it is good at deceiving and the methods are not discoverable by ordinary people. Just like now, what Mordo and others are chasing after is only a phantom of it, and the body is still hiding in place. When the badly wounded devil was hiding in place, he was discovered by cautious Caecilius. Caecilius knew that he was not the opponent of the devil, even if the opponent was badly injured. After discovering that the devil had also noticed him, Caecilius decided to delay the time with mouth escape and returned to rescue himself after Mordor magician realized that he had been pawned by the devil. But before the devil launches an attack, Caecilius feels that he still needs to put on a pose, as long as he bluffs the devil and makes the devil feel that he is a hard bone to gnaw. Caecilius carried his hands on his back, pretending to be strong in his own power, looked at the devil with pity in his eyes, and said, "Your leader is a real brain handicapped, and he knows that he is not an opponent of Ancient One, but also brought your group of cannon fodder to invade." The devil curled his lips and said that Caecilius' acting skills were too bad. He could see that the other party was pretending a glance, but he knew that the movement of killing Caecilius was enough to make the Morda 3 return early. If he spoiled his plan to return to hell, he would be true. He's going to sleep on Earth. Moreover, The purpose of the leader coming to the earth is not to invade at all, but to be assigned by the boss to see how much dark energy in the Ancient One has corroded. Otherwise, there are so many forces staring at the earth. It is really necessary to invade. Among the forces of the earth, the leader of his family is considered a ball with such a strength, and it is not bad to be able to follow the big guys and drink some soup. So far, the task is not bad. The leader uses his own little fate to find out the details of Ancient One. The devil turned his head and looked around, thinking, although he spent a few days in the Hua world on the earth deserves to be the fat in the eyes of many big brothers. Such a beauty, she will return to hell before she enjoys her rights. But the devil squinted at Caecilius, thinking, but before I return to hell to report the letter, it would be a good idea to sprinkle some mouse shit in your damn magician pot. Thinking of this, the devil said faintly, it's okay if Ancient One is powerful. After all, everyone uses dark energy, and her Ancient One ability is indeed higher than my leader. At least my leader can't grab the dark energy from Dormammu. It is normal that the leader is not an Ancient One opponent. Turning his head, the devil said with a smile, look, my leader can live for countless years, and the old immortal of Ancient One can be alive and kicking, which only shows the power of dark energy. What kind of person is Ancient One in Caecilius' eyes? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is his reborn parents. How can a person who emits the light of the Virgin is a person who uses dark energy in the devil's mouth? Caecilius retorted on the spot. You're talking nonsense. Ancient One is so powerful and has lived for so many years because she has no one else's understanding of time spells. The devil spread his hands, feeling that the spell of returning to hell is about to be completed, with an expression that he can't seduce Caecilius as much as he can. He turned his eyes away from Mordu and others who were flying in the distance, and said, really? I thought you were. Knowing that Dormammu is the existence of a bit beyond time, Ancient One can naturally live a long time by taking in the dark energy of Dormammu. The returning Mordor naturally couldn't hear what the devil said to Caecilius. He only saw the devil escaping back to hell, and Caecilius with more confused eyes. On the way back to Taj Kama, Mordo always felt that Caecilius had something in his heart after talking to the devil. You must know that the creature, the devil, was ranked among the top 3 races in terms of temptation. He was afraid that Caecilius was tempted by the devil. It's just that there is no evidence, and he can only guess by his feelings. It is not good for him to speak directly to Ancient One. It will be suspected that he is jealous of Cassia's ability and is suspected of undermining the unity of magician. After listening to Mordu's words, Li Feng didn't know how to persuade Mordu. After all, he didn't know that the devil would tell Caecilius about Ancient One's use of dark energy. Follow him if you think Caecilius is suspected of being tempted by the devil. Just watch it carefully in the future and just pretend that you care about Caecilius' magic practice. No one will say anything about you. Mordor thought for a while, nodded and said, that's all there is. By the way, when will we leave Otherworld? Li Feng spread his hands and said, I can do it at any time. It depends on your opinion. By the way, I would like to remind you that you can only carry magical props when you cross. Don't wear it anymore. Change to a magician gown. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Before the journey, Li Feng first discussed with Ancient One about the holy place alarm that would be alarmed when he returned to the Marvel world. Li Feng didn't want to face a group of magicians holding magical weapons when he returned to the Marvel world. Heart disease. After that, Li Feng returned to his room with Mordu, who was a little excited by being able to travel through Otherworld. Ancient One looked at Li Feng and Mordu when they were leaving, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, thinking, it is a pity that I need to pay attention to the earth at all times, and I cannot easily leave the earth to travel to Otherworld. Otherwise, once the creatures in the different space notice that I am leaving, I am afraid that I will leave. Invade the earth immediately. Mordor, your ability is good, but your personality? I hope that after several times of the baptism of Otherworld, you can understand that in addition to black and white, there is also gray in this world. You don't have to hold the law that magician must maintain a natural balance. After all, magician is actually a group of understanding rules, using rules, and breaking the existence of rules. Active and passive choices have different effects on the timeline. Now that you take the initiative to raise your knowledge in Otherworld, it means that your destiny has turned. I hope you can change your destiny of betraying Comitage in the future. Back in the room, Li Feng checked his equipment routinely. Sling ring in his left hand, magic gem ring in his right hand, wearing clothes with clean magic and a magic long knife, magic book, and a few magic playing cards. He should be able to deal with some dangers. It can be said that Li Feng will be able to bring all the props. He doesn't want to die in Otherworld because of insufficient preparation. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng stretched out his hand to activate the quantum energy to open the blue and white crossing door, and he experienced the movement of quantum energy and the changes in the portal, which is crucial for him to thoroughly master the crossing door in the future. At present, Li Feng doesn't know anything except to open the door. He can only rely on the detailed understanding of the difference every time he opens the door and find out the rules of the crossing during the crossing, in case he is playing in Otherworld one day and waits to return. 100 years have passed since Marvel World time. Seeing the crossing door opened, Li Feng said to Mordu, "Hold on to my arm. By the way, dear, have you eaten?" As soon as the voice fell, the blue and white crossing door instantly wrapped Li Feng and Mo, who was confused by Li Feng's question. To be honest, even if Li Feng is cautiously facing crossing every time, he is still a little nervous and scared. After all, he doesn't know what the world is across from Crossing Gate. If he meets the protagonist he is familiar with, he can still think of the starting point, the plot. But there are so many worlds. Who can guarantee that Li Feng will meet the world he is familiar with the plot? For example, this time Li Feng, who crossed the gate, looked at the world of withered yellow weeds under his feet. Where's this? Standing in the wilderness and looking at the medieval-style towns in the distance, Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, bowed his head, and said to the vomiting Mordor beside him, "The flight to Otherworld has arrived. Please stop the passengers." The captain vomited 100 meters away, because the smell of your vomit will affect the captain's good mood and appetite. Mordu, who had already finished vomiting, heard Li Feng say something about vomiting and appetite, and he subconsciously retched twice. He rolled his eyes and said, "Can you remind me not to eat before crossing next time? The lunch I just ate was all vomited." Empty. Leaning on Li Feng's shoulder, Mordo looked at the distant town and said, "By the way, your airline's flight service is too poor and it will close down sooner or later. What kind of travel experience is this? I feel like I need like a dough. Knead it off, then tuck it into the pipe and be squeezed." Li Feng shrugged, looked down at his toes, and said, "You can get used to it like me if you get squeezed a few times. Look at me. I don't have any signs of vomiting at all. Ma Dan, the clothes are on my body, but I forgot to prepare a pair of magic shoes, which caused me to come into this world barefoot. My poor slippers. How can you abandon me and stay in the Marvel world? Don't know how deeply I love you." Mordo on the side was also sad. Although there was a kind reminder from Li Feng before the crossing, his shoes were magic shoes and his clothes were also vestments, but underwear, panties, and socks were not magic products. So now he is playing in a vacuum. Where is this? Mordu, who felt better, rubbed his stomach and asked, "How do I feel back to the Middle Ages?" "You ask me." Li Feng started, walking towards the town, and said, "I ask who to go. I still want to know what world I've come into. Every time I cross to Otherworld, I don't have an accompanying manual, so I feel it slowly. What kind of world is this?" Approaching the entrance of the small town, the two of you look at me, and I look at you, not dare to approach the small city easily. Mordor touched his chin and looked at the cross flag of the Holy See floating on the gate in the distance, as well as the soldier guarding the gate, wearing clothes with a cross painted on his chest, and muttered, "Trouble, this is really a medieval Earth. It's still the time when the Holy See family dominates." There is no need to elaborate on the trouble. Li Feng naturally knows the attitude of the Holy See in the Middle Ages towards them who know how to magic. Take a look at how the Holy See deals with witches in history. Hanging, burning, drowning, or hanging the witch first, then drowning the witch for a day, and finally dragging it out of the water to burn the corpse. Although Li Feng knew that he did not travel through history, but went to a certain film and television drama. As long as the movie about the middle world appeared in the Holy See, magicians still could not escape the fate of various persecution. Looking down at his feet, Li Feng turned his head and glanced at Mordo next to him and asked in a low voice, "What do we do now? We don't look like locals. I still want to go into the city to get a pair of shoes and walk barefoot. Mord's clothes are fine. Ordinary people can't see a pair of magic boots, and the boots are nothing great in the Middle Ages. Although he appears in a vacuum, he can at least see the appearance of a monk, but his body is so clean that it can't be rubbed. Chunawin will still be eye-catching, because bathing was not popular in the Middle Ages. Under the guidance of the Holy See, people feel that dirty bodies are closer to God. If you don't bathe, it is a symbol of holiness. Like Mordor and Li Feng, they have clean clothes and bodies. It is estimated that they will be treated as if they enter the city heresy. And the problem of barefoot Li Feng's trousers is easy to explain, but sleeveless shirts are not like medieval costumes, and a black and a yellow race are clearly heretics recognized by the Holy See. They will only be put to death if they enter the city. Rolling his eyes, Morden lost his heart of entering the city in broad daylight and said silently, "As a modern man, I walk in panties without panties. I still want to go into the city to buy some clothes. Say you bring money with me. Already? Buying shoes? I think you are going to steal it." Li Feng spread his hands, sat cross-legged on the ground, and looked at Xiaoqing and said, "What can I do if I don't steal? I can convince the boss to give me a pair of shoes with my mouth." Pointing to the city guard at the entrance of the small city, Li Feng scratched his head and said, "I want to have this eloquence and directly persuade the group of soldiers in cross suits to let us into the city. What is the specific situation?" Morda didn't care whether Li Feng was resting or sleeping. Squinting his eyes and looking at the distance made him feel a strange little town. After a long time, Morda's tone was slightly angry when he saw something, and he whispered, "Damn, there is a devil's breath above the small town." Li Feng, who was already drowsy, opened his eyes instantly, got up and looked up at Xiaoqing, turned his head, and asked Mordu, "Are you sure there is a devil?" The appearance of the Holy See in medieval film and television dramas is easy to understand, but the appearance of the devil. No wonder my crossing door can be opened. The appearance of the devil does not prove from the side that the world has extraordinary power. Li Feng, who lowered his head thinking about what world he was in, smiled bitterly and said, "There are too few clues to analyze which film and television drama it is." "I don't know." Mordu touched the scepter artifact behind him and whispered, "I only perceive a very faint devil breath. We need to check if there is any devil." Li Feng expressed his understanding of Mordu's attitude towards the devil. After all, Mordu saw a devil cut vegetables and kill 5 apprentices a few days ago. Now he suspects that a devil appears in front of him. Mordu is not excited and does not want to kill. The devil is to blame, but Li Feng looked at Mordu seriously. He felt a little pain in his brain. 2 magicians were chasing after the devil in the Middle Ages. Moreover, they are still under the eyes of the Holy See. If this is not a problem, they will be wanted by the Holy See for colluding with the devil. A journey of good knowledge becomes a journey of escape. Without waiting for Li Feng to think about it, he said that Mordo had given up tracing the whereabouts of the devil, and the peaceful town in the distance suddenly became noisy. Li Feng could still hear vaguely, "Kill the devil and avenge the family. Kill the witch, she brought the plague." Li Feng believed that his ears could not misheard, but still with a certain degree of uncertainty, he turned to ask Mordu, "People in the small city talking about the devil and the plague?" Mordo said with a serious face, "I heard it too. I think I felt the devil's breath over the small city before, and possibly the plague's breath brought by the devil from hell. So this world not only has the devil, but also the plague on the mysterious side? I don't want to go into the city to steal a pair of shoes and food. Instead, I want to run far away. Who knows if these plagues are effective for us? In case we are also infected with the plague, I still want to go home. I heard the child call me Dad. Without waiting for Li Feng to persuade Mo Du to leave, Mo Du suddenly lowered Li Feng's figure. The two squinted at several people dressed as knights, as well as a priest and an unidentified person escorting a prison car from the city gate. Get out. I just think the knight leading the white horse is a bit familiar. Isn't this Nicolas Cage? Knight dressed up? Li Feng faintly guessed, murmured, Okay, in the world of Magician's Apprentice, you teach me magic. It is estimated that you should teach me swordsmanship in this world. Patting Mordu on the shoulder, Li Feng said with his eyes, We keep up with the team. Mordor thought for a while and nodded for the two to quietly follow up to check the situation, because the little girl in the prison car always gave him a weird feeling. And when the prison car left the city gate, the people in the city shouted to the little girl, which, devil wait, he thinks the devil may be hidden in the little girl. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Before the two of Li Feng had gone far, Mo Du suddenly heard the sound of horses running behind him and hurriedly signaled Li Feng to hide. After a while, a man wearing a linen cloak on a horse passed by Li Feng without realizing it. Li Feng, who was hiding in the grass, looked thoughtfully at the other person's distant back. Now, as long as I look at the cross swords used by the previous knights, I can tell if this is the movie I remember. Morda got up and looked at the knight who was going away, then turned to ask Li Feng, I can see from your eyes that you have some understanding of the world. Is it convenient to explain? Obviously, both of them came to this world for the first time. How did Li Feng learn about this world? Morda was curious. Li Feng scratched his head. He really couldn't explain the problem. He curled his lips and said, I just remembered that I hurriedly saw the sign on the cross sort of knight in front of me. It seemed to be the sign of the Holy Seas Crusade. Morda was a little confused. The cross flag of the small town behind him already showed that there was a holy see in this world. Isn't it normal for a crusade to appear? And Mordu, who thought he had better eyesight, didn't find any cross swords. How did Li Feng pay attention? The most important thing is, does this have anything to do with the question I asked? However, since Li Feng used nonsense to cover up the question of how he found out where this is, Mordu is not asking. After all, everyone has some little secrets. Even if Li Feng is malicious, Mordu doesn't care. Li Feng has practiced like this for less than 3 years. As a little rookie, he can destroy the opponent with one hand. It's amazing that he can't return to the original world. The big deal is to create a magician holy place in this world and continue to fight against the demons who dare to invade the earth. As for his carelessness to allow Li Feng to escape back to the original world, Mordo said that the shrewd ancient one must see something, and Li Feng will have nothing to eat by then. Thinking of this, Mordor rolled his eyes at Li Feng and said, Let's go, I want to see if the girl who makes me feel weird is the incarnation of the devil. Li Feng shrugged, followed behind Mo Du towards the direction of the prison car, muttering in his heart, If the world is really like the movie I thought, you didn't even bring the magic weapon to check whether the devil is possessed. You can see that. Ghost. The two fast-footed two followed the prison car in a short while and saw an old man with a gray beard hitting a young man with a sword in his left hand. Seeing this scene, Li Feng curled his lips. He had already determined that this was the world of the witch's season. The knight who resembles the 777 magician Barstow is officially the protagonist of the world, who believes in God but dislikes the Holy See's use of faith to slaughter women by Bailey Brock Beeman. In the distance, the person who used his left-handed sword to sling the young man was Beeman's friend Fersen. The two were formerly victorious generals in the Crusades. The two who had spent decades on the battlefield withdrew from the Crusaders because they were dissatisfied with their superiors ordering them to slaughter women and elderly people. After a month of wandering, the two men needed food and rest for their horses, and enter the small town Li Feng they discovered. As soon as the two entered the city, they were found out by the Crusaders and imprisoned. During the period, the bishop of the small city hoped that they would escort a witch who had brought plague to the world to Sfork Abbey, where there is a magical Solomon. The spell book can effectively destroy the witch and purify the plague in this world. Neiman, who was disappointed with the Holy See refused the bishop's request without even thinking about it, until he found in the prison that the bishop's mouth looked more like a little girl's witch. In the end, Beeman, who was moved with compassion, proposed that as long as the little girl suspected of being a witch accepts a fair trial, he is willing to escort the little girl to Sphoric Abbey. After that, the little girl Li Feng saw was sent to the prison wagon and led a knight, a priest, and a liar out of the city to Sphoric Abbey in Beeman. Beeman and Fersen have been in the battlefield for decades without missing parts. They maintain a high level of police equipment during the battle and habitually observe the vicinity to prevent hidden enemies around. Beeman quickly stopped Fersen, who was fighting against the young man, and the two turned to look at Li Feng and Mordu, who were not hiding at all. Fersen replaced the cross sword with his usual right hand to prevent the battle from breaking out and said to Beeman with his lips, "The sacrifice boy who followed us before can still say that he wants our approval and fantasizes about becoming a knight. It's not like a sacrifice to a child. It's more like a monk and heresy." Mordor could feel that the team escorting the witches were ordinary people, but even if there were extraordinary ones, he didn't care. He only cared whether the little girl in the prison car was a devil or not. If the little girl was a devil, there was nothing to say. Nonsense. He killed the devil on the spot. Li Feng cast his eyes on Beeman, who was guarding himself, as if talking to himself, and then silently saying to Beeman, "It is true that there is no witch in the prison car, but it is not a witch who was beaten by the Holy See as you thought. But inside the body, there is a devil hidden." Then Li Feng silently looked at Mordor, who ignored Beeman and others walking towards the prison car, and muttered in his heart, "If you haven't detected the magic weapon of the devil, you can't see the devil in the little girl's body, because this cunning devil is not there at all, killing the little girl's soul, but coexisting with the little girl's soul in the same body. So you can sense the little girl's weird soul, but don't want to detect the devil by feeling." In this age when whites are everywhere and blacks are rarer than pandas, Beeman subconsciously drew a cross sword to stop Mordor and said, "Two people, can you explain what I mean?" Mordor looked at Berman and pointed to the prison car and said, "I feel the breath of the devil. Please allow me to check it out." Beeman felt a little ridiculous. It was obviously for the poor little girl. The Holy See said she was a witch. The guy who grew up like charcoal said that the little girl was a devil. Then the question is the poor little girl a witch or devil? The devil in the prison was stunned when he heard Mordu's words. He squinted and looked at the two people who suddenly appeared. He sensed the mana in Mordu and Li Feng, and knew that these two were not ordinary people, but he knew that the two of them were fundamentally different. It's impossible to see his body, so he looked at Mordu and Li Feng leisurely, especially Li Feng. He could feel that the opponent's mana was biased towards the dark. Beeman glanced and spread his hands and said that he did not believe what Mordor was talking about. He turned his head and sneered at Mordor. "But why do I think you are more like a devil?" An asterisk 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 R. With Beeman's an asterisk 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 R, Li Feng felt that it was time for him to play. Otherwise, he would be able to see the magician fighting the knights without stopping Mordor and Beeman. Li Feng walked to Beeman and touched the magic sword on his waist and said, "We are travelers traveling around. Can we join your team temporarily? I want to learn swordsmanship from you." The priest of the church who was fighting against Fersen, the priest said that he knew that the other party was named Kai. In addition, the wonderful battle between Kai and Fersen was recognized by Beeman, so he asked a person with knowledge to join the team of Escorting the Witch. Nothing to refute. But the priest Li Feng and the black Mordu, the priest, were not so friendly. He just hid in the distance and shouted to Beeman, "No, I don't agree with you joining the team. You are heretics." "Heresy, your sister." Li Feng, who was inexplicably accused of being heresy, said that he was very upset. He stretched out his hand and took out the magic playing card from his pocket, ready to use a fireball to recruit Father Roar. In this world, Li Feng only dared to be interested in a spell book called Solomon, and all swordsmanship must be kept behind. Now the priest makes Li Feng feel uncomfortable. Li Feng doesn't care how the devil living in the girl wants to occupy the world. What he wants is to kill the priest and go to Sphraco Abbey to grab the spell book, and then returned to the Marval world to study the spell book slowly. Mordu, who was observing the little girl in the prison car through Beeman's figure, was unhappy that he was called an **********, but he still reached out to stop Li Feng. At present, he cares about the devil, it's just... Mortar frowned and asked Li Feng in a low voice, I can't feel the devilish breath of the little girl, but this little girl gives me a weird feeling. Can you see anything? Look at the wool, isn't it? Halfway through, Li Feng noticed that the little girl in the prison car squinted at him. Her eyes seemed to be full of warning. Li Feng suddenly realized that the drama is cool for a while, and it will be fatal when it is finished, especially when he is still a rookie and has limited mana and spells. If he is here to pierce the identity of the devil, let the impatient devil run out of the prison car. Except for Mordu's little combat effectiveness, it might be finished, including himself. Li Feng is not sure that Mortar can always pester the devil, so that he can open the portal leisurely and escape, especially if he exposes the identity of the devil, makes the devil's plan twists and turns, and who is the first target of the devil who reveals his identity to kill. Definitely is Li Feng. Mudun, you devil dare to threaten me with your eyes, and when I am ready to get away with the spell at any time, let Mordo take care of you. Either wait for me to find the Solomon spellbook so that I have the means to restrain you and kill you myself. Thinking of this, Li Feng rubbed his cheeks, put on a fake smile, and smiled and said to the priest, Since I am a heresy, then I have to join your team so that you have time to see if I am or not. Heresy. You wait. See how I play to death, your priest who likes to be forced. Beeman glanced at the playing cards in Li Feng's hand. As a soldier who tied his head to his trouser belt all the year round, he felt the threat of the cards in Li Feng's hand. Originally, Beeman did not agree with Li Feng joining the team. After all, the two people have unknown origins and unclear goals. They just heard Mordo say, if you disagree, follow the team quietly. Beeman had to look black. They agreed to join the team that escorted the witch. Compared to the two making trouble in the back of the team, Beeman believes that the two can't make trouble under his nose. In this way, Mordu and Li Feng joined the team when everyone looked at them with defensive eyes from time to time. During the period, Li Feng indeed joined the team with the purpose of learning swordsmanship from Beeman, as he said before, and kept asking Beeman about how to practice swordsmanship. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although Beeman possesses a powerful swordsmanship, it is all he has honed in the battlefield. Apart from the basic training method, he does not teach others how to fight. In addition, he is now charged with the task of escorting a little girl. He didn't want to teach Li Feng how to practice swordsmanship on the way. It's just that Beeman obviously underestimated Li Feng's patience and lip service. In the end, he couldn't stand Li Feng nagging endlessly. Beeman pointed to Kai behind him and said to Li Feng, I want to learn swordsmanship with me? Then you practice with Kai first. Orthodox swordsmanship, when you can easily defeat Kai that day. You're looking for me. After that, Beeman kicked the white horse under his belly and trot to the front of the team. At night, Beeman and others lit a bonfire to rest and eat. Although Mordu, who was faintly surrounded by the crowd, was sitting by the fire, his eyes were full of doubts and looked at the prison car from time to time. He was puzzled. It was not the first time he saw a devil who could hide his breath. It was just that as long as he was closer and carefully observed, he could always find flaws and kill the devil calmly. But this time, the more he watched, the more he felt that there was just ordinary little girl, and the weirdness is more like an illusion. Judging from the fact that Li Feng had only said half of what he had said before, Mo Du felt that Li Feng knew the reason why he felt weird, but he didn't know why Li Feng would not continue to say it. Mordu patted Li Feng on the shoulder, pointed to the prison car vaguely, and asked in a low voice, Do you know the reason why I feel weird? Li Feng turned his head and glanced at the little girl, scratched his eyebrows, picked up a piece of food from the fire, and walked towards the prison car and said, I will experience it slowly. This is a rare experience. By the way, stay vigilant. I want you to show off. Li Feng didn't take a few steps. The priest stood up and stopped with a stern tone, and his words were full of distrust. What do you want to do? What do you want to show off? Do you want to let the Dark Witch go? I'll let your uncle. Li Feng didn't even look at the priest. He went straight through the priest and said, "Are you blind or something? Didn't you see me just giving her some food? I'm talking about even the keys. No. How do you open the prison wagon? Or do you stand aside stupidly and watch me split the prison wagon with a long knife?" Beeman glanced at the long knife on Li Feng's waist, motioned the priest to sit down with his eyes, and touched his cross sword, and said, "You'd better not play tricks and be careful when your head falls." Li Feng shrugged without turning his head, took the food, and walked to the side of the prison car. After snapping his fingers, he handed the food to the little girl with his back to him, and said, "You don't need food, but your body can bear it. I can't get hungry. I don't want to be physically hungry when I arrive at Sfracco. I think you'd better eat something obediently." The devil in the prison car was a little confused. The snapping of Li Feng's fingers when he approached him seemed to make the sound of glass breaking, and he clearly felt the spell fluctuations, but he was sure that he hadn't felt any harm. At the same time, he was not sure whether Li Feng really knew that he was hiding in the little girl's body, or it was a simple temptation. Just as the devil sorted out his sentence and tried to find out who Li Feng was, he heard Li Feng quietly saying, "You can rush to the Sphoric Abbey by yourself. Are you a lunatic and don't know where the monastery is? Or you are now in the late stage of lazy cancer? Patient if you have to take a prison car and let others wait for you all the way, do you really treat yourself as an uncle?" At this time, the devil can be sure that Li Feng really knows his own situation, and that he even knows the purpose of his own plan this time. With unkind eyes in his eyes, the devil grabbed the fence and said with an earn, "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Li Feng turned his head and looked at Mo Du in the distance, and said, "Two travelers passing by, as for the destination." Li Feng turned and looked at the devil and said, "Similar to you, it's all for the Solomon spell book, but you want to destroy the spell book, and I want to get this magical spell book. You know, any-one magic books are a rare asset for a magician. Property?" Obviously, Li Feng's words let the devil know that the other party has regarded the Solomon spellbook as a personal item, and it also shows that the other party will not be disadvantageous to him for the time being, and in a sense, he could become a partner. Definitely, is the kind of partner who will tear his skin as soon as he arrives at Sfracco. As for killing Li Feng now, the devil didn't think that it was just that the identity of an ordinary person could not kill Li Feng, and although he could kill Li Feng with his full strength, his identity would definitely be exposed. Just like Li Feng said that he was a road idiot and a lazy cancer, he could not walk into the Sphoric Monastery with the body of a devil, because the gates and walls of the monastery were covered with magic patterns. These magic lines not only prevent his devil body from entering the monastery, even if he is possessed by human flesh, he will not enter the monastery. As long as the body is close to the gate, he will slump on the ground and then show some of the characteristics of the devil. When he looks like a devil, he will only become a mass of meat to be slaughtered. Only by sitting on himself without walking, relying on other vehicles such as carts and carts pushed and pulled by others, can he safely pass through the magic pattern gate. If the vehicle passes through the gate of the Sphoric Monastery fast enough, it may even show the characteristics of the devil. There will be no time. Once he entered the monastery, the devil didn't think there was anyone else in this world who was his opponent after showing all his power. As for why not a horse carriage, but a prison carriage, first of all, though Sphora is the site of the Holy See, but the gate is usually closed, he wants a horse to break through the gate directly. But the horse is not stupid and will watch him run into it with his horse's face. The gate? If the coachman is forced to break through the gate and enter the monastery, the devil must first find a coachman who is not afraid to offend the Holy See. In the Middle Ages, when the power of the Holy See was much greater than the power of the king, such a coachman who was not afraid of the Holy See's revenge was harder to find than the three-legged toad. So the devil finally chose to lurk in Anna's body and let the people of the Holy See escort him into the Sphoric Monastery. Now, once Li Feng is killed, his plan is in vain. It can only be said that the devil's mind is a bit novel. He likes to be abused by priests, and he likes to ride in prison cars. Just interested in spells? The devil's eyes rolled and faintly said, "Perhaps we can cooperate. I only need to destroy the pages of spells on Solomon that can destroy me. I'm not interested in the remaining spells. It's okay to send you a spell book. Wipe out. I remember those spells were forcibly sending you back to hell. Li Feng nodded and said, I like this gift. I don't want to provoke a devil to find myself uncomfortable in vain. So, happy cooperation? Happy cooperation. Li Feng. By the way, I still don't know what you call roar. The devil put the food in his mouth and smiled. Do you want to ask my name or the little girl's name? No matter my real name. The little girl's name is Anna. You can call me Anna during this time. After finishing speaking, the devil also fluffed up the tips of his hair and threw a wink at Li Feng. Scared Li Feng almost drew his sword in self-defense. To say that Anna's appearance is indeed somewhat different. But facing Anna, who is controlled by the devil, Li Feng said that this is not just a question of whether Anna is his dish. It also involves the question of the devil's unclear gender and age. Rolling his eyes, Li Feng said silently, Take away your temptation and don't look at who you are. If the nobles can use various perfumes to cover up the smell of sweat, how about you? I don't know where to find it. The body that came. I guess that the little girl has never taken a bath in her lifetime, so don't you be afraid of smelling like this? The devil shrugged while eating. That's because you don't know the suffering of hell. It's good to have a physical body, but you want to pick and choose? You need to know that in order to stay in this physical body for a few more days and not let the physical body rot, but even Anna's soul is kept, just driving her to a corner of the body. After eating the food, the devil glanced at Mordu, leaning back on the prison car, and whispered, Speaking of which, I have a few questions to ask you. You and your companion look different. His mana attributes are very ordinary, yours. Well, like the dark, Li Feng looked back at Mordu and said with a shrug, I have known this for a long time. Then your partner knows your mana attributes? The devil said with a faint smile, I can detect the breath on his body. It is the breath left by the people who killed me not long ago, so I miss you. Your companion is a magician who is born against the dark camp. I don't know if your companion knows that you will use devil-like spells in the future. What will happen? Scratching his eyebrows, Li Feng looked at the devil with his arms around his arms and said in a low voice, Then what should I do? Kill my companion now. The corner of the devil's mouth twitched, but he could perceive that Mordu's strength far surpassed Li Feng. Even if he faced Mordu with a certain degree of difficulty, he didn't believe that Li Shangfeng didn't know that he was not Mordu's opponent at all. Li Feng, tell me what you think. It's meaningless to guess like this. It was ridiculous to say that the dignified devil felt a little jealous of Mordu's strength. Although the devil and Li Feng reached an intent to cooperate, both knew that there would be a battle after entering the Sphoric Monastery. At that time, the only opponent of the devil was Mordu. Fortunately, the great devil destroyed the Solomon spell book and slowly fought Mordu. He did not believe that the massive mana of his devil's body could not hold back Mordu like a dead man. But with Li Feng, it's different. Although Li Feng is still a rookie in the eyes of the devil, spells are spells. Even a rookie's spells can interfere with him who is fighting against Mordor. If he is not careful, he may be affected by Mordor. Kill on the spot. So what the devil had to do now was to drag Li Feng down to the opposite of Mordu. Once Li Feng made trouble for him, he would tell Mordu that Li Feng belonged to the dark camp. In the devil's mind, the demon hunter is a group of people who eat the past and hate the use of dark spells. Once Mordor knew that Li Feng was using dark mana, then the devil felt that he could hide from the side to watch Mordor kill Li Feng. This kind of human cannibalism was his favorite. It's just that currently he is not sure whether the human rookie magician in front of him will be a dark spell. If not, his plan may have gone slightly wrong. I have no idea. The devil's mouth curled up slightly and said in a low voice, I just think you are wasting your ability or that you didn't find a good master, and I feel sorry for you. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Li Feng is not stupid. He can hear what the devil is alluding to, but he also knows Ancient One's attitude towards the use of dark energy. As for Mordor's thoughts, no matter what, there's a way to question Ancient One. Li Feng said straightforwardly, Do you want to teach me the magic of the devil? If you want to learn, The devil shrugged pretendingly. I don't mind being a human magician's instructor. Definitely, some spells are the ability of the devil. I can't teach them, plus your mana. There are only so few dark spells you can learn. Li Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. Can I really only teach so many? I am afraid that you are afraid of teaching me a variety of methods. So use these spells to threaten you. But it's not bad to be able to learn more dark spells. After taking out the burning hand from the devil's mouth and waiting for a few simple spells, Li Feng stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers with a smile, and as a burst of glass shattered and an orange light door passed through him, the devil's pupils shrinking for a while. Although it seems that the few demons not far away are still sitting by the bonfire, which is no different from the scene they saw before, but the devil knows that he still underestimated Li Feng. Just now, he unexpectedly fell into the alien space spell set by the other party unknowingly. Even if he was born insensitive to space spells, he shouldn't fall into the other side's territory so easily. Li Feng's spellcasting methods made the devil feel a little bit scared. If this guy shut me in a different space just now, I would have to work hard to escape in case the demon hunter over there took the opportunity to ambush outside the different space. My life is in danger. As one person and one devil withdrew from the mirror space, Li Feng said quietly, "For the sake of you continuing to teach me spells, I will not detain you in the mirror space. Remember, we are now partners." After that, Li Feng was not taking care of the devil, and went straight back to Mordu, who opened the portal to cover himself. After all, the movement of the portal was still a bit big. Without Mordu's cover, Li Feng didn't think the movement of the portal could avoid a few people. According to Sorcerer, Li Feng and Mordu didn't want Beeman to know that they could magic, especially when the identities of the people around them were more or less related to the Holy See. With his back facing the devil, Li Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to negotiate a deal with the devil, and he could be killed by the devil if he was not careful. Originally, Li Feng just wanted to shut the devil in the mirror space and let him show his prototype. After that, he exited the mirror space, preparing for the portal to escape at any time and watching Mordor fight the devil. But he didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains. You must know that because of the familiarity of natural mana, the dark spells he knows are barely counted as one communication with the undead. Basto, an ancient one, would not teach him dark spells. Now that there are demons willing to teach them spells, were you polite? Definitely. Li Feng wouldn't learn these spells before Ancient One checked it. Who knows if the spells taught by the devil have fatal traps? Back to Mordu. Mordu glanced at Anna in the prison car and whispered, "What did you talk about after entering the mirror space?" Li Feng threw a piece of firewood into the fire, rubbed his hands, and said, "It's nothing. Just talk about how the other party got on the witch's path of no return. Don't say this. Don't believe it." None of the people who warmed the cold believed it and rolled their eyes at Li Feng, and at the same time they were wondering, mirror space? What is that? Li Feng said with an expression of whether you believe it or not. Who is watching at night? The corner of Morta's mouth twitched. They discussed this issue just now. Originally, I wanted to watch the night, but they obviously didn't trust us, let alone let me watch the night. Would you please tie us up and hang on a tree to prevent accidents? Not bad. Li Feng looked at the priest with unkind eyes. Hang up? You blind priest said this idea. Here. Li Feng said that roar made the priest jump up like a priest, and roared at Li Feng and Modu. You also said that you're not a heresy. N asterisk 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 R and a yellow-skinned monkey dare to call roar a priest like that is simply the greatest insult to God. Li Feng didn't care if the priest was so angry that he jumped his feet. He drew a long knife and pointed it at the priest. He barked his teeth and said, "You are talking about a yellow-skinned monkey. I will chop off your head as a urinal. Believe it or not." Mordo also touched the magical weapon with a bad look. As long as the Beeman and others dared to be against him, he immediately let these ordinary people know what the dignity of magician is. Beeman glanced at Li Feng, who was suspected of holding a knife and slashing people. Inside, he immediately judged that Li Feng was a chick who had never killed anyone with a knife. As for Mordu, Although the weapon was a short stick, he was more imposing. Li Feng, who held a long knife in his hand, is even more threatening. It's just that Mordo just touched the short stick and didn't take any further action. In addition, Beeman knew that the priest had tortured Anna in the small city. He had a bad impression of the priest. As long as Li Feng didn't really kill the priest, Beeman didn't care about Li Feng. How did you threaten the priest? Fersen looked at Li Feng, who had no murderous eyes, turned and lay on his paved floor, and said, "You want to make a noise far away? Don't disturb me. I'm tired." Ji Tonkai couldn't see that Li Feng was only intimidating the priest. He got up and stood in front of Li Feng and said, "Mr. Austin, threatening the priest will go to hell. Please apologize to Father Debichak." Li Feng, didn't you hear that this guy was the first to speak badly? Li Feng turned his head and looked at Modu. Although Modu's eyes were dissatisfied with the priest's words, he didn't want to worry about Li Feng and Kai's nostalgia. He ignored Li Feng's eyes and warned the priest with his eyes, "No next time, otherwise you want you to look good." Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng put down his long sword and said to Kai, "Want me to apologize to this blind man? Unless you teach me swordsmanship, I will use swordsmanship to defeat Beeman and apologize like this blind man someday." Beeman looked at Li Feng speechlessly. "What does it have to do with me? It's impossible for a guy like you to beat me in this life. I don't want to apologize and just say it, pulling the flag of defeating me." Kai knows that Li Feng joined the team under the guise of learning swordsmanship. Seeing that Li Feng is still thinking about learning swordsmanship, hesitation said, "You apologize first, and I will teach you basic swordsmanship. And even if you're not afraid of going to hell after death, don't you also fear that the Holy See wants you for threatening clergy?" Li Feng smiled and cast his eyes away from the priest. "It's impossible to apologize. It's a big deal if I don't learn swordsmanship. You are not the only one in the world who can teach me swordsmanship. What do I look like, even if I can see it clearly?" He opened his mouth heresy and closed his mouth. "Yellow-skinned monkey. I'm afraid it's a heresy lurking in the Holy See. Maybe it's a heresy possessed by the devil. I have a medal to reward me for piercing a demon lurking in the Holy See." The priest was cursed again by Li Feng, but he now sees that the most powerful Beeman and Fersen on the scene are not pleasing to his eyes. The remaining knight, Kai, obviously does not want to participate in this meaningless confrontation. I got up and walked to the prison wagon, as if I was going to watch the night. Looking at Li Feng with a sharp look, the priest said to Kai, "You have to work hard at night to watch these two people of unknown origin. Don't let them let go of the Dark Witch." After finishing speaking, the priest sat back on the ground, looking like he closed his eyes and rested his mind, and spent the night after he was refreshed. Morta looked at Li Feng suspiciously. He had a lot of questions and wanted answers. But looking at the appearance of a priest who was obedient to Li Feng, he felt that it was not the time to answer doubts. While being vigilant, he crossed his legs into shallow meditation. Rejuvenate. Seeing that everyone was resting, Li Feng fiddled with the fire and said to Kai beside him, "Little guy, how about teaching me swordsmanship? I don't need you to teach any secret skills, as long as the basic swordsmanship is enough." Kai didn't understand why Li Feng was so persistent in swordsmanship. He glanced at Mo subconsciously and said, "Why don't you learn from Mr. Mo? I can feel that Mr. Mo is very strong. That guy is strong, but he is better at sticks and whips. Although he can do it with swordsmanship, but..." Li Feng touched his cheek, recalling the scene of being run over by a baseball and jumping up and down like a monkey, and muttered, "But I don't want to face baseball anymore. Ask him to teach me swordsmanship. I can think that this guy will definitely do it. The training method of hitting a baseball at me and letting me split the baseball with a knife." "Just preach." Li Feng, who felt a little cold, tightened his collar and rubbed his hands to warm him. "Be straightforward, don't chirp like a woman, give a nice talk like a man." Mudun, everyone else wears long sleeves and cloaks. Just me in a thin, sleeveless shirt. I don't give me a piece of clothing during the day. At least I can keep warm when I move my hands and feet, but I don't give me a blanket or anything at night. Do you want to freeze me to death? Or do you think I'm not afraid of cold when you see Morta's cold? The problem is that I don't have the magic power to resist the cold." Kai thought for a while, picked up 2 branches from the ground, handed one of them to Li Feng, and said, "Well, I will teach you the most basic swordsmanship, starting with holding a sword." For a long time, Li Feng, who was a little confused, realized that there is so much attention to holding a sword. What is the difference between one-handed and two-handed holding a sword? How to prevent the sword from being released when holding the sword with one hand, or to injure himself? How to hold the sword to make the sword more flexible, and so on. He has never thought about or understood this. Until the second half of the night, when the priest got up and prepared to change shifts with Kai. Kai breathed out and said that he had been taught this today and he was going to rest. Just as Kai closed his eyes and made a slight snoring sound, Mordo on the side suddenly opened his eyes to look at the prison car, turned his head, and said to Li Feng, "Now everyone is sleeping, and we are far away and can't hear us talking. Tell me honestly before you, and what did the weird girl say?" Li Feng glanced at Kai. "Close your eyes and sleep? Just like you, guarding us?" Turning his head and looking at Anna, making sure that the other party's line of sight could not see him, Li Feng snapped his fingers lightly, wrapping Mordu and himself into the mirror space. That little girl is indeed a devil, but the devil did not kill the little girl's soul, but uses the same body as the little girl. Mordo was stunned, and suddenly said, "The devil is wrapping the little girl's soul as clothes, so I think the little girl's spirit body is a little weird." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After thinking about it, Mortar was going to open the portal to leave the mirror space. Since it is certain that the other party is the devil, what else is there to say? Directly use the method of striking the spirit body to punch the devil out of the little girl's body. The rest is nothing more than deploy a mirrored space to prevent the devil from escaping, so that you can kill the devil calmly. Finally found a devil who was willing to teach himself dark spells. Li Feng didn't want to waste this rare opportunity, and he hurriedly grabbed Mordo and said, "I understand you want to kill the devil's heart, but please think about our location near the small town. What have you heard?" Mordor seemed a little impatient. His mind only wanted to kill the devil, so as to avenge the apprentice who was killed by the devil. How could he recall what he had heard near the town? Li Feng holding Mordor's side and faintly said, "It's refreshing for you to kill the devil, but how are you going to solve this world's plague? Or when we say that we will leave on our own, regardless of the life and death of people in this world? Did they die in the plague?" Mor Dagong wanted to refute the collection of essays by liming and using medications, and then he thought that this was a medieval period with worrisome sanitary conditions, and the plague was caused by the devil. Only extraordinary medicines can restrain such plagues. Ordinary medicines can only cure the symptoms. But is extraordinary medicine so easy to configure and develop? It is estimated that after the successful development of extraordinary drugs, apart from the big shots squatting on the throne of power, can be used at will, ordinary people can't afford it. Then who will be the people who have been killed by the plague? At least Mordo felt that his conscience would be overwhelmed. After thinking for a while, Mordo took a deep breath, pressed his restless heart, and said, "What do you think?" Li Feng spread his hands and said, "Since the Beeman and the group know that the plague is caused by this guy, they are still thinking about sending this guy to the Sfork Monastery. It can be seen that there are ways to control the plague in the monastery. We don't have to worry about anything. Just follow along to Sfracco to prevent the devil from escaping." Mordor felt a little unhappy with Li Feng's suggestion. Since he knew where there is a cure for the plague, it's okay to kill the devil and find a cure. What if something accident happens during the escort and the devil runs away? Manage? You should know that the devil is a cunning creature, and once you find something wrong, you are most likely to find an opportunity to flee. As for the people of Beeman who would prevent themselves from killing the devil, Mortar said that he really didn't like the combat power of these ordinary people. The big deal is to use the mirror space to imprison them directly and wait until he kills the devil before letting them out. Regarding this, Li Feng had a headache. Although he also wanted to kill the devil, it was after he drew out all the techniques. It's all right now. How much brain cell complement does Mordo think about it? Li Feng, with his brain running fast, scratched his head and said, but I heard that the way to eliminate the plague in Sphoric Monastery is to use a special ritual. This ritual not only eliminates the devil, but also eliminates the plague at the same time. What if this ritual needs the devil to complete? It turns out that you are very happy to kill the devil. But what should you do if the ritual can't be held? This kind of special ritual of Otherworld, not to mention, I don't understand it. Ancient One will be stunned for a while. Unless Ancient One has studied the ritual carefully, I will figure out whether it can kill the devil first. After all, there is a world, a rule of the world. Mordor's heart to kill the devil was finally persuaded by Li Feng, but he asked Li Feng about vomiting blood. How do you know this? That devil told you? The devil is so stupid that he will tell you all about Lao Di, or you what invisible deal has been made with the devil. I can warn you that the devil is never believable, and there is no truth in their mouths. You don't care how I know these things. Li Feng, who felt an inexplicable arrow in his knee, was almost frightened by the speculation in Mordo's mouth. I have a deal with the devil, so you guessed it. Don't worry about how I know it. This is my little secret. Wave his hand, and Li Feng said helplessly, I will talk to Ancient One when I return to Comitage as to whether Ancient One will tell you the truth. You ask Ancient One to go. After speaking, Li Feng took advantage of no one's attention to put away the mirror space. When the two entered the mirror space, the devil had already sensed the spell fluctuations caused by Li Feng's spells. He didn't know what Li Feng and Modu were discussing when they entered the different space. He was a little worried that Li Feng would reveal his old dilemma to Modu, which would cause damage to his plan. Influence. It just so happened that the devil heard that Aikai, who was the vigil, told the priest who came to change the vigil that he thought of his deceased daughter when he saw him. The devil saw from Aikai's eyes that the other party did not believe that he was a witch, but wanted to let him go. Thoughts, this makes the devil very upset. I worked so hard to plan a good plan. Why do you always want to let me go? I just want a hitchhiker in a prison car. Do you want so many twists and turns? In order for his plan to be carried out smoothly, plus Li Feng had demonstrated magic in front of him before, and Li Feng wanted to learn dark spells, but did not practice immediately, the devil felt that he still had a chance to kill AI. Kahai forget. Not only let Li Feng see the power of dark spells, deepen the opponent's idea of dark spells, causing Li Feng and Mordu to break, but also have the intention to show his own muscles to Li Feng and Mordu. By the way, it can be guaranteed. Perfect implementation of own plan. Thinking of the devil pretending to be scared and shouting to Aikai, wait a minute, please don't go, don't let me and the priest be alone together. Looking at the poor Anna Choo-Choo, Aikai, who had already moved his compassion, walked into the devil and said, don't worry, I won't go far. Before I finished speaking, the devil grabbed Aikai's hand and moved towards him. Seeing this, the priest on the side hurried forward and wanted to help. As a result, this happened to be caught in the devil's trap. When the priest approached the prison car, the devil pulled down the key and the cross hanging on the priest's neck, stabbed the priest with the cross, and quickly opened the prison car and ran away. As soon as Li Feng and Modu came out of the mirrored space, they heard roars shout from the direction of the prison car, and they noticed the faint spell fluctuations in the air. Mordu was afraid that the devil would take the opportunity to escape, so he drew out the magic weapon and chased him quickly. And Li Feng just pretended. He didn't believe that the devil would take the opportunity to leave, and at the same time he recalled that there was indeed such a section in the plot. Aikai, who wanted to let go of the devil, was hit by the devil's illusion, and finally hit Kai's cross sword and died. The operation of the devil made Kai, the young trainee knight, depressed for a while. Li Feng, who knew where the devil would hide for a long time, quickly found the devil. The devil looked at Li Feng and stood quietly beside him. With his mouth slightly raised, he used illusion techniques to influence Aikai, and he kept explaining the requirements of releasing illusion techniques. The key. Li Feng squinted at the devil, who felt his strength had been inexplicably lowered a few grades. He turned his head to look for the beeman and others who were holding torches in the distance. He kept these magic tricks in his heart. After a while, he was fascinated by the devil. When Aikai from east, west, North and South finally hit the cross-sword in Kai's hand with his stomach. The devil heard Li Feng next to him say quietly, "What kind of illusion is you? How do you feel that there is a deceptive function?" The devil spread his hands and whispered, "Dark illusions originally have deceptive ability, which is much better than those purely deceptive illusions of white devil magician. The devil's dark spell is the best expression in the world. It makes Li Feng feel whether he will be lowered by the other party if he stays with the devil for a long time. This kind of deceptive spell is indeed superior to the dark spell, but there's a kind of magic that you say heals. Similar spells are also powerful dark spells. Don't you know that various energies have their own characteristics? I don't understand it. You are a foolish devil." There was disdain in Li Feng's eyes that the devil didn't care. If Li Feng only relied on a word to lead to the dark side, then the devil should think about whether Li Feng had other intentions. The devil, who squinted at Li Feng's expression, suddenly said, "By the way, I saw you and your companion enter a different space before. What are you discussing?" "Discuss how to kill you, do you believe it?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, "I told Mordo why you made him feel weird." The corner of the devil's eyes twitched, and he said unbelievably, "You told him that I am the devil?" "What's the hurry?" said Li Feng, who signaled the devil to calm down. "I haven't seen him come to kill you now. It means I have persuaded him." The devil rolled his eyes, feeling that a demon hunter could hold back the desire to hunt the devil. This was incredible. He whispered, "How did you persuade you?" "How to persuade?" Scratching his head, Li Feng said honestly, "Definitely tells the story according to the story you arranged. As long as you are sent to the Sphoric Abbey and a special ceremony is performed, this is about to be swept away. The plague of the world has been wiped out, and my companion dare not use the humans of the world as a bet. He can only accept the suggestion to send you to the monastery. At least before entering the monastery, he will not kill you. Don't play dead hands? That is, if I can't kill me, I'll beat myself to death. Fortunately, I was hiding in Anna's body and beaten up. It was a trivial matter to me. It's just that the devil is naturally suspicious." The devil recalled the flaws in Li Feng's words in his mind to determine whether Li Feng was telling the truth, while looking at Kai, who was frightened and panicked because he killed Kai by mistake, summoned Beeman aloud. When the devil saw Beeman and the others approaching, he smiled and said, "Well, today's conversation is over. I should be on the stage to perform." After speaking, the devil quietly walked to a corner near Kai and squatted down, pretending to be harmless to humans and animals like a frightened little white rabbit. The devil's face changed so fast that Li Feng, who looked at him, was stunned and his heart straightened. Boasting the devil, talent, with your fast-changing expression and innocent little eyes, Hollywood definitely has a place for you. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Li Feng, hiding in the dark, quietly watched the devil perform a bitter drama in which he had to flee for fear of being abused by the priest. When the devil was taken away by Beeman, Li Feng chirped and said to his back, "I think Oscar owes him a trophy. You say Mordor." Behind Li Feng, Mordor walked out of the darkness silently. If the devil enters Hollywood, those human actors will have no food. Oh, and those who make special skills will also have no food. After all, the devil can bring its own sound and light effects. The devil does not understand the characteristics of Kamatage's spells, so before Li Feng used the mirror space, the devil was unaware of it. Now that the more mature Mordu, who uses the spells, is hidden behind the devil is still unaware. Realizing that Mordu had actually found the devil early in the morning, it was only because of Li Feng's conversation with the devil that he did not show up in time. Mordu stared at Li Feng, his eyes full of charm of, "Give me a reasonable explanation." Li Feng shrugged and said relaxedly, "That guy wants to teach me spells and lure me to fall." Mordo was not a rookie magician. Before watching the magic spell cast and explained by the devil, Mordo knew at a glance that it was not a magic spell in the devil's mouth at all. The devil wants to teach you temptation spells. Li Feng nodded with a bit of bitterness at the corner of his mouth and walked to Beeman and the others. Yes, his old bottom is about to be known by Mordo. Seeing Li Feng nod his head with his back to him, Mordo felt his mind was a little down. He knew that illusion had no mana attributes, and it was a general skill of magicians, but seduction spells were obviously not. Only the use of dark energy can achieve the perfect casting effect. Since the devil taught Li Feng such spells, and Li Feng obviously kept the spell requirements in mind, it was enough to show that Li Feng was using dark energy. A magician who uses dark energy actually appeared in Kamatage, but Ancient One did not find or stop it. This is what Mordor could not understand. Li Feng, who was walking in the front, carefully prepared spells to prevent Mordor from violating and hurting people, and said helplessly, "You are right, the mana I use is inherently biased towards the dark side, so what I am really good at in the future. It is a dark spell." Li Feng didn't want to hide the matter about mana attributes, because it was unnecessary. In the future, he will be involved in SHIELD in order to collect infinite gems. As soon as his spells are used, Kamatage's magician will definitely know. Unless Li Feng is only an obscure little magician forever. But is that possible? How to use infinite gems without power? It's just that he didn't expect that just a few days after he came to Otherworld, he was discovered by Mordo about the mana attributes. Originally, Li Feng wanted to at least wait for Mordo's opponent to confess, so that even if Mordo wanted to kill him, he would have the power to resist. Mordo, who followed Li Feng, touched the magic weapon. Although he couldn't hear the joy or anger in his tone, Li Feng could still feel that Mordo was desperately suppressing anger in his heart. Can't you use other energy to become a magician? The natural energy is biased towards darkness, so can you only choose dark spells? Li Feng seems to be aware of Ancient One's purpose for Mordo to travel to Otherworld with him. Compared to Mordo's rigid mind and radical personality 10 years later, although Mordo now also does not accept dark energy, he did not deal with him on the spot. Does this mean that the other party's prejudice against energy can still be changed? Thinking of this, Li Feng's mouth twitched. I said, "Master Ancient One, why don't I just live in Taj Kama for nothing? Do you want me to become Mordor's life mentor? You can't tell me in advance. After a while, I might as well apply for a PhD in psychology or something for further study. Does anyone who uses dark energy must be evil?" Hearing Li Feng's excuse, Mordo just wanted to let Li Feng know who to listen to with the short stick in his hand, and resisting the urge to beat Li Feng, Mordo told Li Feng about the consequences of using dark energy. Dark energy is inherently corrosive. S*X. As long as you have been in contact with dark energy, they will corrode your soul from the inside out, until it drags your soul into the abyss. Li Feng said indifferently, "You are staring at the abyss, and the abyss is staring at you. I understand, but the question is, am I careful enough? I didn't watch the illusion that the devil taught me before. Temptation. I just keep in mind, didn't I learn on the spot in my heart? I just want to go back and sort out the spell materials and learn how to resist the corrosiveness of darkness. Mortar is a bit iron and iron. How many magicians with profound mana feel that he has been prepared to study the dark energy? The result. All of them fell into the abyss, facing the dark energy, only to ignore them is safe. Li Feng, energy has no good and evil. The evil is always the human heart. And how do you know that people who use dark energy will degenerate? By experience? Whose experience? Those pioneers who have fallen into the abyss. At least they have proved them. The methods I use can't resist the darkness, but what about the future? Who knows it clearly? Maybe I will walk out a path to resist the corrosion of dark energy. Knowing that there are countless worlds behind me, I think I can always find a way. Li Feng turned his head to look at Modu and said quietly, "The Holy See in your impression should be a guide for good. But in this world, do you think the Holy See is righteous? Look at the churches in our world. And now, what are the people of the Holy See doing when the plague is rampant? They are summoning troops to expedition, slaughtering all those who do not believe in God, and seeing this as saving the world. Look at how the priest treats you with an attitude. If you don't do anything in this world, he opens his mouth to call you a heresy and shuts his mouth to call you an asterisk. Can such a person be called a priest?" Mordor agreed with this point. After all, how he said he had resisted many foreign invaders in his own world, not to mention that his whole body exudes a holy brilliance. What a heresy is called roar. Li Feng. If you think that such a person who likes to abuse prisoners is also an upright and kind priest, well, I admit that I use dark energy to be a demon. Li Feng pointed to Beeman and others in the distance. You are looking at who is really saving the world and saving the plague. According to the rules of the Holy See, Beeman and Furson were originally traitors who were sent to the gallows, but the two left the army because they were dissatisfied with their boss's order to slaughter women and elderly people. This was the charge of deserter by the Holy See? Do you think only Bayman and Furson were dissatisfied with the Crusade's brutality? Save it. But the rest of the people were afraid of being ordered to hang by the Holy See, and the whole family did not dare to resist. Don't talk about this age. Even in our age, if your boss orders you to slaughter unarmed women and old people, will you do it? It's strange not to be sprayed to death by humanitarians. After talking about Beeman and Furson, I was talking about Ikai, who had just died. He obeyed the monk's instructions because of his dissatisfaction. In the eyes of the priest, he was also a heresy, as well as a guide, a liar condemned by the Holy See, and the rest K is a rookie with a simple mind. Such a group of deserters, heretics, liars, and rookies are saving the plague in the eyes of the Holy See. Isn't it that a team that accidentally escorts the witch is not annihilated? Don't tell me you really believe in the silly bishop that the Holy See has no troops. Beeman left from the front line of the battlefield, and he can walk here in a month. You can send someone on the battlefield for a month and a half. Complete the mission of escorting the witch. I guess the Holy See did not regard this mission as saving the world. Perhaps in their opinion, killing all the women and children who do not believe in God is saving the world. Do you think the Holy See can represent justice or them? Li Feng Balabala talked a lot, making Mordu a little confused. For a long time, Mordu retorted, "But with the rise of science, isn't the church gradually changing itself?" The corner of Li Feng's mouth raised and said sarcastically, "Yes, the Holy See has made changes. Then you tell me, how did Copernicus, Bruno, Kepler, Galileo, and others who dedicated their lives to science died? They're like pioneers who resist the corrosion of dark energy. They know that the church will refute and burn them to death, but they are still studying their own doctrines. Now look, who is still saying that their research has failed?" Speaking of this, Li Feng said quietly, "Perhaps among those dark magicians hunted by you, some people have worked out how to resist the corrosion of dark energy, but you stubbornly believe that dark energy is irresistible and kill them. The method that led to resistance to the corrosion of dark energy was buried." Mordor felt that he was laughed at by Li Feng's crooked ideas. "According to you, am I not the Holy See of this era? Killing those magicians who have fallen into the dark is tantamount to making mistakes all the time." "That's not enough," Li Feng said with a shrug. "But before you kill those dark magicians, please check that those people are not guilty." Turning his head to look at Mordu, Li Feng said blankly, "But you are right. You're like the Holy See of this era. As long as you think you are right, you will suppress all the resistance. Maybe after hundreds of years, future generations will judge you not only as a hero against foreign invaders, but also as a butchered," Li Feng concluded. "I just want to tell you, don't use your current concepts and vision to judge a world. Time will swell your face." Seeing that he was about to return to the team that escorted the devil, Mordo didn't want to be arguing with Li Feng, and he also needed to reflect on his own thoughts. But before that, Mordo severely warned, "I will do what you use dark energy. Tell Ancient One, and at the same time, I will watch you firmly behind your back. Once you find signs of depravity, don't blame me for purifying you. To put it nicely, it's called purification, but it's actually killing me." Rolling his eyes, Li Feng waved his hand to Modu behind him and said, "Whatever you think, I know the characteristics of dark energy. I'm not 200% sure. I don't want to get dark energy." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the strange eyes of Beeman and the priest, when he returned to the team, Mordo sat silently by the fire. Before Mordor thought about what Li Feng said to him before, whether it was overtly or secretly, Li Feng compared him to the current Holy See, a conservative and not tolerant of refutation. At the same time, he also understands that Li Feng wants his thinking to advance with the times, and cannot judge the present by observing the untimely rules of the past. Just like the many changes that the Holy See will make in the future, Li Feng used the metaphor of the church to accuse him of the need to change some of his ideas. Otherwise, there will eventually be people like Beeman who resist the church, and then there will be countless Beeman who dare to resist the Holy See. People, in the end, the old church was crushed into slag under the wheel of history. Looking at Li Feng, who was hitting hatch, Mortar thought silently. Whether his mind should change, it is like becoming a dregs or rebirth of lust. Is this what Li Feng wants to tell me? Is it so easy to change a person's mind? Not easy. Looking at Kamatage, who installed Wi-Fi in the future, Ancient One has used actions to tell Modu to keep pace with the times, and Modu is still conservative and extreme in thinking. Definitely, the Mordu now is not the Mordu 10 years later, and many inherent ideas have not yet formed. What Li Feng has to do is not to put Mordu's thoughts into the mixer and smash it immediately after this conversation, but to make Mordu's mind a question, and then use this question as a fulcrum, slowly leveraging Mordu's extreme excitement. Idea. This time, Mordu did not turn his face on the spot, and drew a short club to beat Li Feng. In Li Feng's mind, this was an opportunity, a chance to change Modu's future betrayal of Taj Kama. For a long time, Modu suddenly thought that he was just reminding Li Feng to beware of the devil, and not to have a deal with the devil. How did his style of painting become Li Feng to educate himself? Which link is wrong? Turning his eyes to the devil who was detained in the prison again, Mortem stood up and squatted on the prison in silence. No matter Li Feng's idea was right or wrong, the devil was always a devil who liked to deceive people. He wanted to learn dark spells and some methods. He couldn't look at Li Feng, learn spells from a devil. Without seeing the devil hiding in Anna's body, can he still kill Kai after losing most of his power? Morta felt that he still watched the devil himself. Even if Li Feng wanted to learn general dark spells, he had to learn it under his supervision. At the same time, he cut off Li Feng from contacting the devil's special spells, so as not to let the devil have a chance to kill Li Feng. Mortar's behavior of sitting on the top of the prison vehicle was not questioned by the priest and others. After all, Anna had escaped from the prison vehicle just now. If Mortar and others wanted to let go of the Dark Witch, it was the best opportunity just now, not with them. Search for the whereabouts of the witch together and take him back to the prison wagon. In the early morning, after the corpse of Ai Kahai was buried hastily, the group moved on. Fortunately for the death of Kai, there were more horses in the team, which made Li Feng very happy. But Li Feng was happy too early. He forgot that he could not ride a horse. In the end, it was Fersen who couldn't stand to speak and guide a few horse riding tips, so that Li Feng knew how to control the horse under him and trot to follow the team. To be honest, if Li Feng has enough physical fitness, he would rather follow the team in a trot, because riding a horse is too cold for him who only wears a sleeveless shirt. It's not as good as running to exercise your body and warm yourself up. Li Feng glanced at Modu, who was squatting on the prison wagon, and said in his heart, "You don't need to ride a horse to break the skin of the inner thigh. You can also resist the cold with your force. And finally, you can relax on the top of the prison car and appreciate that there is no car." Exhaust polluted environment. Are you here to escort the devil or on vacation? If you are on vacation, can you please look at me with a dead man face while the devil and I are learning spells at night? Down. How lethal is your black face? 2 days later, the team was led by the guide Hagmer to the edge of cliff. Obviously, the team wanted to reach the other side of the cliff. Apart from a detour, the only way to go was to connect to the other side of the cliff by a rotten wooden bridge. Li Feng probed his eyes at the bottomless cliff and silently retreated to the side. Although Li Feng knows that in the movie, this dangerous bridge will not formally wave goodbye to dropping off the cliff until everyone has passed through. But now there are two more Li Feng and Modu, who knows that the dangerous bridge will meet after adding the weight of the two. I won't say goodbye to everyone in advance. Li Feng asked Mordu with his eyes, Don't say that such a bridge allows prison cars to pass, and people panic when they walk up. Should we open a portal to the opposite side? Morta looked at the bottom of the cliff and was still wondering whether to expose the magician's identity. When opening the portal, Beeman slowly walked up the boardwalk with his horse, showing a great performance of using his own life to find the way for everyone. Those present were stunned, and Fersen prayed in his heart that his old friend could walk to the other side safely. Until Beeman walked safely to the other side and determined that the boardwalk was still safe for the time being, the priest and Fersen breathed a sigh of relief. Mortar got off the prison wagon and walked to Li Feng, signaling not to reveal his magician identity for the time being. He couldn't bear the fact that the priest would call him Roar when he opened his mouth and shut his mouth. Under Beeman's command, Beeman and Kayla slowly walked up the concave-shaped wooden bridge with the prisoner vehicle holding the devil. A rope that prevents the prisoner vehicle from falling off the cliff was connected to the rear of the prisoner vehicle and was dragged by the crowd. At the same time, this rope can also slow the speed of the prisoner car when it advances, in case the speed of the prisoner car is too fast and cause the plank bridge to break. The prison car had just advanced a few steps because the weight of the prison car made the originally concave plank bridge fall further, resulting in the need for greater force to pull the rope. The priest obviously did not have such a great strength, and shouted when his hands were cut by the rope. "I can't do it anymore," while letting go of the rope in his hand. The priest letting go led to a sudden increase in the strength of the rope lying flat in Li Feng's hands. Li Feng couldn't grasp it for a while and let go of the rope. Fortunately, the wooden plank bridge seemed to be a dangerous bridge, but when the speed of the prison vehicle was out of control, it still persisted stubbornly and did not collapse in advance. Li Feng noticed that Beeman and Kai both fell and almost fell off the cliff after the prison wagon lost control. Fortunately, the two caught the aging rope on the wooden bridge in time, and they volleyed on the cliff. Beeman, a knight with many battles, could climb the boardwalk by himself, but Kay would not do it. If the devil hadn't grabbed Kay with one hand, this guy would have to fall to death. Li Feng cracked his lips. He guessed that the devil deliberately grabbed Kai with one hand so that everyone believed that he was a witch. After all, how could it be possible for a little girl to move an adult with one hand? Li Feng muttered. It is estimated that the devil does not want to let him go, and the one on the right who wants to let him leave, so that he is a witch, so that everyone can send him to the Sphoric Abbey with peace of mind. Morta glanced at the prison car in the middle of the boardwalk, walked to the side of Li Feng, and whispered, "What are you talking about?" Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing, just sigh that the devil is so comfortable. You don't have to walk by yourself to cross a dangerous bridge. Stay in the prison car, while watching Beeman sweating while admiring the scenery on the cliff." Mordu rolled his eyes at Li Feng and said angrily, "If you like it, how about I put you in a prison car and parade in Kathmandu someday?" Looking at the devil, Mordo squinted his eyes and said, "After 2 days of observation, I feel that apart from caring about whether or not we can reach Fracco, that guy doesn't care about everything else, including knowing that we are a magician, but a little bit. Don't worry about us ruining his plan. Does the devil think that our own strength will dominate us?" Li Feng looked at Modu with a smile, but a smile. He didn't believe that Modu really didn't think of the reason. Mordo mentioned this question just to tell Li Feng that the devil is not credible. Even if the two people signed a cooperation contract, it's not credible. Besides, Li Feng haven't signed a contract yet. Doesn't the devil worry that Li Feng and Mordu have ruined his plan? Worry. But the devil knows it's useless to worry. After all, he is a devil, born on the opposite side of Mordor. The devil clearly knows that the reason why the two parties have not yet started fighting is because neither Li Feng nor himself saw the goods they wanted this Solomon spell book. Before the spell book appeared, the devil felt that such a battle was meaningless, and he could not enter the Sphoric Monastery without revealing his identity. Li Feng wanted to take a few more spells. At the same time, one person and one devil also know that once they enter Sfracco, the two parties will immediately tear their skins and truly rely on their own strength to fight with real swords and guns. Patting Mordu on the shoulder, Li Feng smiled and said, "I know what you are worried about, but I never underestimate the strength of the devil. And haven't you noticed it? That guy's strength has been inexplicably reduced since the last time he ran away. I guess what's hiding in Anna's body is no longer the body, but just a projection. I think a projection of the devil is just a slaughter for you." Mordu smiled slightly and said, "The purpose of the devil is to destroy the spell book that restrains him. It is indeed the best choice to let a projection complete the task. After the spell book is destroyed, his body descends on the earth, and no one takes him. There is no way. If you fail, you will lurch and look for the next opportunity to destroy the spell book." At this time, the prison car stopped steadily in the middle of the boardwalk, and Beeman shouted to the priests, "Tie the rope to the horse, and you and the horse will go forward in the prison car." There are 2 more people pulling the prison car than in the original book. There is no scene of the plank bridge collapsing in the plot. However, Li Feng still cut the rope that fixed the plank bridge. After all, the bridge is about to fall apart. The boardwalk, only the bridge collapsed, and people fell off the cliff for a day. After passing the plank bridge, everyone slumped on the ground. Beeman and the others were exhausted and slumped on the ground. Li Feng was scared when he stepped on a plank when he crossed the plank bridge. "Ma Dan, I knew it. It's so exciting to cross the bridge. So I hid in the distance under the excuse of shit, and when Beeman and others crossed the bridge, I opened a portal and came directly." After a while, Fersen looked at the forest with weird dead trees and gusts of wind and asked, "Where is this?" The guide Hagma panted and replied, "Wormwood Forest." After that, Hagrid glanced at the devil vaguely. He had seen the scene where the devil rescued Kai with one hand, which convinced him that the priest said that Anna was a witch. At the same time, Hagrid was thinking about finding a chance to kill the witch. Why? He felt that the life and death crisis he experienced was caused by this damned witch. As long as the witch is killed, the crisis will end naturally. Is this a reason? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the night a few days later, the Wormwood Forest was filled with thick fog that could not be seen. Everyone was exhausted in the windy dead woods, and Hagman, who wanted to kill the witch, was a little excited and couldn't help quarreling with Fawcett, which made Beeman had to order a rest in place. Wait for the fog to dissipate and ease everyone's nervousness. Feeling a little tired, Li Feng didn't climb into the prison car and learn spells from the devil as usual. This made Hagma not easy. If Li Feng and Mordu had not rested in the prison car every night, he would have found a chance to kill the witch. It was hard to hope that Li Feng and Morduo were both warming up the fire, looking like they were going to spend the night by the fire tonight. How could Hagma give up this hard-won opportunity? In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, Hagma quietly took the crossbow and wanted to shoot the witch, but Hagma was discovered by Beeman, who was awakened by a nightmare as soon as Hagma approached the prison wagon. Although Beeman believed that the girl in the prison was a witch, he still wanted to send her to Sphora to be tried. One wanted to kill the witch, the other wanted to protect, and the quarrel between the two awakened Li Feng, who was still in his dream. Breathing and rubbing the corner of his eyes, Li Feng suddenly looked in the direction of the devil with Mo Du, who had just been awakened. Mordu asked in a low voice, "Did you feel it?" Li Feng nodded and said, "It's the spell fluctuation caused by the devil's spell. Although the spell fluctuation is very weak, after several days of learning, I can detect that it is a suspected summoning spell. Should I remind everyone to be careful?" Mordu thought for a while and shouted loudly as he got up and walked to the prison car, "Be careful, there is a beast nearby." After that, Mordor jumped onto the prison wagon and said viciously to the devil, "What the hell are you doing? Can't you let me sleep well?" The devil felt that he was wronged. Originally, he just wanted to show some extraordinary power to let everyone know that he was a witch, and he could be sent to the Sphoric Abbey with peace of mind. As a result, he didn't know if Hagma was nervous or something, thinking of killing him. Was it easy for me to be a devil? Before Ikai thought I was not like a witch, there was a sign of letting me go, so I killed him. Now Hagma thinks I am a witch, so he is here to kill me. What's wrong with you humans? I just want to go to Sphra. What's the matter? I don't know if I'm just duplication. I don't have much power at all. Summoning a pack of wolves to kill Hagmer consumes a lot of mana. Also, you can kill them for a while. Do not. Rolling his innocent eyes, the devil raised his head and glanced at the Buddha-like Mordor, curled his lips, and said, "You are smart," knowing that the wolves will deliberately avoid the prison car and simply hide in the prison car to watch the man-wolf fight. The warning that Mordo reminded made Beeman P***** K up his ears to listen to the wolf howling from distance. He faintly felt that he was surrounded by wolves. Isn't this a joke? Wolves are smart social creatures. They dare to attack when they see so many people. Either the wolves are starving, or the wolves have judged that they are not opponents of the wolves. Suddenly, Beeman realized something and quickly walked to the prison car and looked at the witch. The witch used one hand to save people and proved to Beeman that he possessed extraordinary powers. Beeman looked at the witch with sneers and sarcasm on his face and realized that the wolves surrounding him, besides the two possibilities previously thought, there are also wolves. It is possible that the witch summoned. Realizing that the wolves were summoned by the witch, Beeman was relieved. He knew that beast was the most brutal during the estrus period, the childbearing period, and the hungry period. Now, that it is not a pack of wolves that are starving or able to swallow the escort team, Beeman feels that he still has the ability to kill this pack of wolves that have been forced to convene. Mordor was careful to perceive the wolves nearby, and he was also relieved. He could feel that the number of wolves surrounding him was actually not many, but he still drew out the short stick, knocked on the prison car, and said, "Let the wolves leave, otherwise let you taste the taste of magical implements." The devil subconsciously looked at the short stick in Mordu's hand. A magic weapon? Spreading out his hands, the devil opened his innocent eyes and said, "But all my mana is used to summon wolves. Now I can't disperse them. Besides, my mana is only enough to summon such a few wolves. You can kill with your hands." Light. The devil looked at Li Feng, who was wearing only a sleeveless shirt, and said with a smile, "I am kindly giving my student a wolf fur coat. Why don't you appreciate it? Even if my student dislikes the stench of the wolf fur coat, there are so many wolves. Meat can always improve your food, right? Look at you eating black bread that is as hard as a rock every day. I feel distressed." Li Feng didn't even bother to pay attention to how the devil looked at him. His attention was all on the wolf that was grinning at him in front of him. The wolf rushed towards Li Feng. After Li Feng calmly avoided the wolf's claws, he slashed the waist of the wolf with a sharp magic knife. The wolf was instantly split into two sections by Li Feng, and the intestines and other internal organs flowed out. Land. After a while, the wolves that had been summoned by the devil lay on the ground in all directions, but before Beeman sighed, everyone vaguely heard the wolves howling in the distance. Beeman knew it as soon as he heard the sound. There were more wolves this time, and they hurriedly let everyone escape on horseback. On the way to escape, Mordu looked at the devil whose mouth was twitching. The devil spread his hands and said with his eyes, "These wolves behind were really not summoned by me. It is probably caused by the bloody smell caused by you killing the wolves. Blame me." Mordu glanced at the devil with suspicion and turned to look at the wolves hanging behind the team and chasing after him. "I saw a few wolves suddenly escape from the pack, took a shortcut, and ran to a small slope. When Hagma rode across the hillside, he rushed out and pushed Hagma off his horse. The nearby wolves swarmed up and faced the howling sea. Jim a bit through. Li Feng didn't notice anything while the wolves were biting Hagma, but Mordu, who was observing the surroundings on the prison cart, felt that Hagma's spirit body had weird fluctuations in an instant. Afterwards, Hagrid was as powerful as a stimulant. He tore down the wolf that was biting his shoulder and drew a dagger to kill it. At this time, Beeman, who was running at the forefront of the team, also found that Hagma was surrounded by wolves. He was making the final resistance. Beeman did not want to draw out the cross sword and rush into the wolves to rescue Hagma. Fersen glanced at the wolves. He seemed to see panic in the eyes of the wolves. He felt that he was waiting for people to kill too many wolves before, but none of them died in the team, so the wolves realized that he was this side is a hard bone. Thinking of this, Fersen drew a cross sword and rushed towards the pack. Before Fersen swung his sword to kill, the wolves seemed to be frightened and turned and fled. Li Fengjiao was surprised when he saw that Hegma was not dismembered by the wolves, but he lost too much blood and was in a coma. He mumbled, "Is this my butterfly fanning its wings, which caused the plot to change? But I don't remember that I instigated it." Wings. After thinking about it, Li Feng left Hagma behind. If you don't die, you don't die. Why am I struggling with this? Beeman carried the dying Hegma back to the prison wagon, and after a brief dressing, he ordered the priest to take care of the semi-comatose Hegma, turn on his horse, and urged everyone to leave. Beeman knows that wolves are very vengeful animals. Although the wolves seem to have left, they will return again. Especially Beeman is sure that these wolves were summoned by witches. Who knows whether the witches will let them go? The wolves were lying in wait in front of the team. In order to reduce casualties, Beeman felt that his party still took advantage of the dense fog to dissipate and ran out of the wormwood forest overnight to be safe. The sky gradually cleared, and the trees passing by the team gradually began to sparse, all of which indicated that everyone was about to step out of the insectwood forest. Beeman, who was sure that the wolves would not be chasing after him, couldn't help but feel the anger in his heart, holding a crossbow and shooting the witch. Li Feng raised his head and looked into the distance. He had already faintly seen Sorcerer Monastery. In the past few days, Li Feng has been eating poorly, sleeping, and who is uneasy, especially now that the sky is still starting to rain. Li Feng, who has been riding a horse for half a night, is trembling with cold and is about to get it now. The Solomon spellbook returned to the Marval world. He really didn't want to waste time. Before Beeman pointed at the witch with a crossbow, Li Feng pointed to the distant mountain and said, "Look, Sorcerer Monastery." Beeman was stunned, turned his head to look in the direction that Li Feng was pointing, glanced at the witch in disgust, then rolled over and rode on his white horse. Knowing that there will be a battle waiting for him, Li Feng, riding a horse to move his hands and feet. Although I'm only a soy sauce player in the waiting battle, even if I fight soy sauce, I have to perform well. I should be familiar with magician battles. The prison car drove slowly towards Forik. Mordor on the top of the prison car glanced at Hagma vaguely, his mouth raised slightly, and he said with disdain, "Although I don't know what's going on with you, your spirit is here, slowly dissipating. This is only a dead man phenomenon. So I have reason to suspect that you were possessed by the devil when you were bitten by a pack of wolves." After a long time, the group finally reached their destination. Li Feng and Mordu, who walked to the gate of Sorcerer Monastery, looked at each other. Ordinary people couldn't see the hidden magic patterns on the gate and the wall, but they could see clearly. It's just that Li Feng just glanced at it to show that he didn't understand it, while Mordu was thinking and watching with relish. Li Feng pushed Mordu and asked in a low voice, "What tricks do you see?" Mordo turned to look at the devil and Beeman behind him, and said with a smile, "I know why the devil didn't come to Sfra by himself, because the defensive circle on the gate prevents the devil from entering the monastery. It's like a protection net made up of 3 holy places, blocking and intercepting all magical creatures in different spaces. It's just that the monastery has a single function and can only prevent the devil from entering. But once the devil enters the monastery, these magic circles will also loss of effect, like an airport security gate. As long as you find a way to carry dangerous goods through the security gate and board the plane, does this security gate still work? I'm just curious about the energy of these arrays. It doesn't seem like ordinary mana is more like the power of faith." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep this site running. Li Feng is not at all curious about the power of faith to protect the energy source of the Sorcerer Monastery. After all, this is the Middle Ages when the power of the church surpasses all kingdoms. What happened to the power of faith to protect the monastery by a dominant church? It's normal. Moreover, there's a real spell book in this monastery, and it is normal operation for the defense method to have mysterious side power. When Beeman knocked on the door and no one responded, Kay had to climb the wall and enter the monastery to open the door for everyone. As the convoy entered the monastery, except for what Li Feng had expected, the rest of the people were in the strangely huge monastery without even seeing them. Inside the prison, The devil admired the surrounding buildings with a smile, ignoring Li Feng, who was touching the long knife with his right hand. Mortar didn't know when to hold the short stick in his hand, ready to fight at any time. The movements of Li Feng and Modu made Berman and Fersen feel the smell of gunpowder in the air. After looking at each other, they pulled out the cross sword, observing Li Feng and Modu while guarding the witch in the prison wagon. Soon, a group of people arrived at the gate of the church. Fersen hadn't tied the horse, and the priest beside him could not wait to rush into the church. Beeman ran into the church after the priest with some helplessness. For a while, in the small square at the entrance of the church, only Li Feng, Mordu, Fersen, who was always alert with the cross sword in both hands, and Kai with a blank face were left. Li Feng looked at Fersen, then at Mordor, drew out the magic long knife and pointed at the devil, and said to Fersen, "Honorable knight, can you point your sword at the devil in the cage? You always mean it. I am flustered." "Devil? Don't the people of the Holy See say that he is a dark witch?" Fersen frowned suspiciously and asked, "What did you say?" In the prison car, the devil wanted to wait for the priest to get the Solomon's key to show its prototype, but he didn't expect the student who had taught the dark spell for many days to reveal his identity. The devil vaguely cast his eyes on Hagmer, sitting in the driver's seat of the prison car, and suddenly burst into laughter. With a gust of wind, the devil's fiery hands grasped the fence of the prison car and wanted to melt the prison car in which he was being held. "Over the past centuries, you hanged, burned, and crucified everyone who prevented you from accumulating wealth and power. We hell thank you for sending so many delicious souls, so that we have enough strength to break through the defenses of hell. Now you do so welcome." Before the devil's words were finished, Li Feng's magic long knife suddenly rose into a raging flame, and while slashing at the devil, he said, "If you want to hit the ball. I don't know that I can go up and down hundreds of thousands in a minute. Income? I was ill and chatted with you here." Fersen on the side was already stunned, and he subconsciously used a crossed sword to point at the witch who was about to come out of the prison car and had already shown some of the characteristics of the devil. Kay was not much better, carrying a crossed sword into the church, ready to call Beeman out to help out. Fersen believes he has been fighting for many years and has been well informed, but he has never seen such a rare species as the devil. Fersen glanced at Li Feng, who was slashing the devil with a long knife, and muttered in a low voice, "Now, I have a story to tell when I return to my hometown. It's a story I have personally experienced." Fersen turned to look at Mordor again, and said, "The long knife in your partner's hand looks like magic or something. What about you? What kind of profession? Monk? Do you punch the devil in the face with your fist?" Mordu rolled Fersen from the corner of his eye, activated the baton-style magical weapon in his hand, and hit Hagma, who was quietly lying in the driver's seat of the prisoner, like a whip. Although Fersen believed that Anna was the devil, he did not understand and wanted to stop Mordor from attacking the innocent Hegma. He just didn't wait for Fersen to speak. Hegma was completely unlike the dexterous posture that humans should have turned over and escaped the magic weapon. He attacked and landed like a lizard, spitting out a forked tongue, cursing, "Damn demon hunter! I don't know that this flesh body is miserable enough. How can you bear to whip the corpse?" Yes, without Mordu's explanation, Fersen also sees that Hagmer has been possessed by the devil. "But I am a knight. You let me chop people. Pick up again. Don't beep if you don't do well." Li Feng squinted at Hagma and suddenly realized, "I said, how did those wolves bite you half to death?" and left. It turns out that the real Hagma was already belching, and you took the opportunity to occupy the magpie's nest. Mortar kept in mind that Li Feng said that Sephora could use special rituals to eliminate the plague in this world. After he forced out the prototype of Hagrid, he stopped shooting but kept his eyes fixed on Hagrid to stay alert. Inwardly, Modu regretted that he didn't bring all the equipment when he crossed. "I'm careless. This only possessed Hagrid. Ma's devil actually crawled out of hell, and his strength was even stronger than mine." After entering the church, Beeman and the priest found that the entire church had been infected with the plague and died. When the priest collapsed, he finally found a priest who was only half-side. Under the guidance of the half-side priest, Beeman found the goal of their trip is Solomon's Key. Kai, who hurried into the church, pointed to the church door and said, "Quickly, the dark which has become a devil. Mortar and Li Feng are facing them." Them? More than one devil? Beeman threw the Solomon's spell book on the desk to the priest and ran out of the church with a sword. The three Beemans just ran out of the church, and Mordu, who had been alerting the surroundings, instantly released the spells that had been prepared long ago and wrapped everyone present and the devil into the mirrored space. Beeman and the others still didn't understand what was going on. Mortar rushed towards Hagrid with a short club shining with magic light, and at the same time ordered, "Daibochak, proceed with the ceremony. Li Feng, you concentrate on dealing with the devil's duplication. Give me this guy who dared to leave hell on his own." The moment Hegma was wrapped in the mirror space, he knew that he was in trouble. This kind of alien space that could instantly cut off the connection with hell made him lose his mana backing, causing him to use a little mana to consume a little. This is different from what he had originally imagined. You see, this is a space spell. It's not popular in any way, right? I know the space spell of the summit, that duplication with Beeman in the distance, but how can you also use space spells? This doesn't make sense. In the corner of the mirrored space, Furson originally wanted to help, only to see that the devil would dodge facing Li Feng's long knife. But facing Beeman, who was holding an ordinary weapon, this guy actually resisted directly. This scene made Furson know his own. There is no other way to use the devil with weapons, so it's better to stand by the priest who turns the book to see how to destroy the devil. It took Li Feng for a long time to slash the devil with a knife, and it still scratched, which made him very upset. While slashing at the devil, he said to Beeman, "Look, I said that you should teach me swordsmanship. With swordsmanship like yours, this devil has long since been chopped into mashed meat and made into pie." Beeman used his long sword to restrict the movements of the devil so that the burning long knife in Li Feng's hand could slash the devil, while cursing. "Then why did you come to me to learn swordsmanship recently? I can drink a little wine and watch you slash the devil. Look at your smash swordsmanship." The presbyopic grandmother who walks on crutches next door to Furson is more accurate than you. "Devil, two elder brothers now. They're pinching. Can you play quietly?" After pushing the devil back again, Beeman said helplessly, "My weapon can't hurt the devil. Li Feng, can you do anything? Sprink the holy water on the sword, or..." Li Feng handed the magic long knife in his hand to Beeman, smiled, and took out the magic playing card from his pocket, and said, "Use my knife." "As for me," Li Feng said with his index finger and middle finger, each holding a playing card, "I still prefer magician's way of fighting." After speaking, Li Feng instantly flew the two playing cards in his hand towards the devil. Beeman glanced at the long knife in his hand that had gradually weakened but never extinguished, and then rushed towards the devil after saying, "Good knives." With Beeman with magic weapons and Li Feng, who constantly used playing cards to confuse the devil's face, the devil was wounded all over without dodge a few times, causing duplication to be unable to maintain and had to end with hatred. At this time, Li Feng had the intention to look at the defensive-oriented Mordor who was beaten by Hagrid and rashly counterattacked a few sticks. Hagrid noticed Li Feng when the duplication disappeared, and said gruffly, "Li Feng, my student, what a perfect body. I taught you so many spells. Why didn't you practice any of them?" The devil's words provoked Beeman and others' defense as well. Except for the priest glanced at Li Feng and continued to lower his head and hold the cross to read the spell aloud. All three of them pointed their swords at Li Feng. In response, Li Feng pulled out a poker card from his pocket, looked at Beeman, and said, "Man, you point me with my knife, you're not too particular about it." After speaking, Li Feng shot the poker card at Hagma and said, "You taught me a lot of spells, but the question is which of those spells is okay? Either it can tempt my soul, or I can practice it. Positioning me, do you teach me spells, or call me, ready to contact me forcibly at any time?" Scratching his head, Li Feng looked down at his belly and said to Hagma, "Your body appears. This is my physical body that you want to capture, so that you can use all your power in this world at any time." The priest was the most helpless being present, because he found that he had chanted the spell for a long time and the devil hadn't reacted at all, which was obviously unreasonable. The devil expressed disdain for this. Holding the Book of Solomon like this is a spell that is effective when one individual recites a spell. Roar is more accurately called a divine spell. A book is like a telephone. A spell is like a phone number and a distress signal. Faith is a phone line, and chanting a spell is like calling God. When God sees your phone number, he will understand how you want to ask for help and transfer the corresponding energy along the phone line to the caller. Definitely, before you send a distress signal, you must first know what kind of help you want. Just like when you call 10086 and ask, I want to check the phone bill in Dasha Unicom's card. How do you ask the other party to answer? In addition to this, there's another problem, which is also the reason the devil expresses his disdain. Please check if the mobile phone has a signal before you make a call. The mirrored space of Modu has cut off the connection between Hagrid and Hell. How can your god receive a call from a priest for help? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Li Feng saw the priest's doubts and sneered. Blind priest, don't you have a fake? Do you show it to me? The priest admitted that he was blind and actually regarded the extremely dangerous devil as a slightly dangerous dark witch. Isn't this blindness? But when he handed the spell book to Li Feng, the priest still hesitated. After all, how do you think Li Feng, who can shoot burning cards, is a necromancer, heresy, etc.? In case Li Feng's purpose is the same as the devil, it is all for this key of Solomon. What do you do if you come? Li Feng was not in a hurry. He saw that even though Modu was not Hagmar's opponent, Hagma could not help him for a while. So Li Feng occasionally used playing cards to interfere with Hagrid's defensive and let him breathe. Said to Beeman, for the sake of our happily hunting a devil duplication before, you won't step forward and help Mordu, so that the devil will be wiped out soon? Beeman glanced at Li Feng, then at Hagma, and thought for a while. Anyway, Li Feng is a human, probably maybe a human after all. I can't see the other party's disguise. Compared with the devil, human beings are not much evil, even if they are evil. At most, the Holy See who rules mankind is replaced by Li Feng and Mordu. Anyway, it is so bad now. How can it be so bad? But demons are invasive alien species, which will destroy the living environment of human beings. People are all dead. What future is there to talk about? Thinking of this, Beeman used his eyes to signal Furson to protect the priest and rushed towards Hagrid with a long knife. Not far away, a slightly embarrassed Mordor breathed a sigh of relief after Beeman joined and couldn't help but shout to the priest, "Is your ritual ready? Why haven't you wiped out the devil?" Mordor's words made the priest gritted his teeth and made up his mind to give this Solomon spell book in his hand to Li Feng. Without solving the devil, this Solomon key could fall into the hands of the devil. In contrast, it is still a heresy for humans. Li Feng is more cost-effective. In any case, Li Feng is also a human being. The big deal is that the Holy See sent troops to hunt down Li Feng and Mo. But the priest still didn't believe that Li Feng and Mo could turn the sky in front of the army. After receiving the spell book, Li Feng squinted his eyes carefully, and then Li Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I understand why the spell is invalid." After speaking, Li Feng returned the spell book to the priest, and while gently opening a Matchbox file-size portal so that the spell book could contact God, he said, "Now, chant the spell to weaken the devil." The priest who received the spell book breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the book was not lost. Weakened? Isn't it eliminated? Although puzzled, the priest uttered the spell obediently after a grunt. Li Feng shrugged and explained, "If it is facing the devil's duplication, the spell can indeed eliminate the opponent, but now the devil itself appears, and this spell can only be weakened." Realizing that he had contacted Hagma in Hell, he immediately left Mordor and Beeman behind, and rushed towards the priest after being attacked by the two. His body appears here, although the spell book can only weaken him, but his strength is suddenly weakened while he is still fighting. Solomon's key became Hagmar's top priority. As for Furson and Li Feng who want to grab the spell book, Hagrid expressed disdain. An ordinary human, or an ordinary human who cannot hurt his weapon. Would he care? There is also Li Feng. After these few days of teaching and Li Feng's questions, this guy is just a rookie on the magic road, and it is also not worth mentioning. It's just that the rookie magician, who is not worth mentioning in Hegma's eyes, faced the Hegma who was about to pounce on her. The corners of her mouth raised slightly and said, "The spells that I prepared when I opened the portal were already waiting for the hunger. Thirsty and impatient. Still want my body? You stupid devil." As soon as Li Feng's words fell, he raised his hand and shot a group of suspected water-like substance on Hagma's face while avoiding Hagma's claw sideways. The distance between Hagrid and Li Feng was too close, and there was no possibility of missed shots. After the water-like substance was smeared with Hagrid's face, the other side seemed to be possessed by a snail, and every movement was slow-moving. The lens is the same. Li Feng, who kept his mana output, knelt on one knee, while stabilizing his mana so that the time slowed down and the spell continued, while shouting to Mordor and the priest, "Quickly complete the ritual. Mordor, you come to open a portal and control the devil's actions. Special every time he moves. My mana is being consumed exponentially, and I cannot maintain the stability of the portal." The priest also realized that the situation was in crisis, and kept accelerating his speech. Mordu glanced at the portal that Li Feng released was about to dissipate. When he reached out and opened a portal, the magic weapon in his hand slammed into Hagrid's heart like a spear. Hagma was a little flustered in his heart, just a little bit more, because some couldn't believe his eyes, what he saw. While struggling to produce time spells, Hagrid looked at Li Feng greedily and said, "Time spells. You know time spells, as well as the space spells before. So the more you look at the physical body, the more perfect it becomes. A world has a rule of the world, and the rule of this world is the holy water that can cause the most damage to the devil. Although Mordu's short stick is a magic weapon, it belongs to a blunt weapon, and its damage is not as sharp as Li Feng's magic long knife." After Mordu smashed the devil's chest with a short stick several times and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood from the opponent, Hagrid finally broke free of the time spell. He patted his chest, and Hagrid said that Mortar had only caused a slight injury to him, and at the speed of his devil's recovery, this injury was only a trivial matter. Just when Hagma was about to rush towards Li Feng again and forcefully occupy Li Feng's body, the priest finally finished chanting the spell and said, "Amen." Modu suddenly felt that Hagrid was weakened for the most part, and immediately closed the portal, cutting off the continuity between Hagrid and Hell again. At this time, Hagrid, who had been weakened twice in a row, was somewhat square, which was completely different from what he thought. "I blame the damn priest. If it weren't for his constant curse, my strength would be weakened by more than half. I'm all right now. I can't get out of this different space, but before I die, I'll kill you, Father Broken Mouth. By the way, the soul is hiding in your corpse. I know that there is a custom of going into the earth for peace in this world. When I leave the different space, I will see how I will deal with you after I contact the hell." Hegman, who had clearly pounced on Li Feng, suddenly pounced on him. The priest said that he was just an ordinary person, not Hegman's opponent at all, and he was willing to leave the court obediently to receive a lunch. Although the priest was dead, he also bought time for Mordor and Beeman to kill Hagman. They saw the two cut off the devil's head one after another. Seeing Hagrid's body burned into a big fire after death, and finally turned into a black-gray layer, Li Feng said with a sigh of relief, "It's finally over." And Modu looked at Li Feng, then at the priest's corpse. The corners of his mouth were slightly tilted, and he muttered inwardly, "Are you sure it's over?" While preparing the spell secretly, Mordo said in a tone that I knew too much about the devil, "Think about how long it took the devil to occupy the body of Hagma." Suddenly, Li Feng and Beeman realized something. They subconsciously looked at the priest's corpse. At the same time, both of them had a sentence in their hearts. "Madan, we still have to fight." Mordu, who was prepared for the spell, secretly relieved his breath. "Since you're going to pretend to be dead, then really go to die." After thinking about it, Mordu reached out his finger to the priest's corpse, and the corpse was instantly swallowed by the mirrored space. Before the corpse completely disappeared, Li Feng's eyes twitched and subconsciously cast a spell to get the Solomon spell book out of the priest's hand. At the same time, Li Feng felt that he could vaguely hear the devil in the priest's body shouting, "No." It can only be said that Mordu's accomplishments in the magic of the mirror space are beyond Li Feng's imagination. At least if he converts the space in the mirror space, it is not as fast and concealed as Mordu. Perhaps Li Feng has not finished casting the spell, and the devil who has noticed the fluctuation of the spell has already jumped up and slapped Li Feng. Definitely, this is also the reason why the devil does not understand the Camartage spell. Otherwise, how could the devil possess the priest and wait for Mordor to cast the spell, throw him into a different dimension, and be crushed to death by the power of the space? Mordor looked around, put the short club back on his back, and said, "It's the end now." After speaking, Mordu reached out his hand to open the portal and signaled everyone to leave the mirror space. Li Feng was the last one to leave the mirror space, because he found that the black and gray marks left by the devil after his death seemed to be the best spellcasting materials. As a poor magician, there is no reason to give up when encountering spellcasting materials. When Li Feng picked up the Solomon spell book on the ground and passed through the portal, he saw Beeman's face full of doubts, returning the long knife in his hand to himself. Li Feng thought for a while. Now that the matter is over, the spell book for Solomon is in hand. If Morda doesn't urge him, he still wants to learn the sword technique with Beeman. What a shame. "Modo, are you in a hurry to go home?" And Modu looked at Li Feng, who was holding the long knife, in a puzzled way. After turning his eyes on the long knife, he guessed Li Feng's plan. He rolled his eyes and said, "I take a rest for a month and go home for a month." Li Feng chuckled twice, inserted the long knife back to his waist, looked around at a few people, and said to Beeman, "I know you have many questions and want answers. In exchange, you teach me the practice of swordsmanship, and I know everything about you." Before Beeman and Furson spoke, Kay asked excitedly, "Who are you?" "Necromancer." Li Feng thought for a while. Although Berman and Furson did not trust the plan of the Holy See in their hearts, they still believed in God. In addition, they had just eliminated the devil. The relationship between the Holy See, it is estimated that the existence of Li Feng and Modu will not be told to the Holy See. Only Kai, the child sacrifice, trusts the Holy See and believes in God. If he does not use words to package himself into a glorious image that emits the holy light, he will probably turn his head and tell the Holy See that Li Feng had patted his butt and left, but this world's demon magician is miserable. We come from a secret organization. Our life's work is to stop and kill those evil alien magical creatures. Speaking of this, Li Feng pointed to the damaged prison car and said, "The devil is also a magical creature of Otherworld, and it is also on our hunting list." Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As Li Feng recounted the duties of Taj Kama in front of everyone, Mordo rolled his eyes secretly and spit out inwardly. "Do you want to face this? You're neither a person from this world nor Kamataj's magician. So what is the matter of putting these glory on your face?" I wanted to return, but Mortar didn't break the lie that he and Li Feng were not from this world. Otherwise, it would take a lot of words to explain how they came. It's better to think about what Li Feng said before. What about the change of mind? Kai can understand that in addition to the devil, there are all kinds of bizarre creatures in this world. He silently thought, maybe the elves and other races and myths and legends really exist in a certain corner of this world. The devil is wiped out, and Beeman and others also know the origin of Li Feng, and the matter is over. After Beeman publicly admitted that Kai was already a glorious knight, Kai cast aside his eyes on Li Feng and Modu, mounted his horse, and turned away. Looking at the direction of Kai's departure, Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and turned his head to ask Mordor, "Do you think this little guy will tell the Holy See our existence?" Mordor shrugged and said with a smile, "What if you don't tell? What if you tell? Even if the Holy See knows, then what? The implication is that regardless of the power of the Holy See, but they will all leave this world and return to the Marvel world by then. What can the Holy See do with them? have the ability to run the Marvel world to arrest 2 people. See how Ancient One coaxes these stubborn heretics to death. But we have left. It is estimated that Beeman and Fersen will not even want to go back to their hometown to live a stable life. In any case, Beeman and Barstow look too similar, and Li Feng's conscience can't make the decision that the opponent who is pitted with Beeman while learning swordsmanship will be run around by the Holy See. After thinking about it, Li Feng decided to tell Beeman a white lie to mislead the Holy See. As for what the Holy See would do later, Li Feng said that he could not control that much. The magicians live in the highest peak in the world, somewhere in Everest. As for the specific location, Li Feng turned his head and curled his eyes and couldn't help but laughed out of Mordo and continued to Beeman, "It's not convenient for us to talk about the specific location." Beeman nodded. He understood Li Feng's intention to say that the magician lives in the land. It was nothing but fear that they would be persecuted by the Holy See. The Holy See would kill and vent its anger if they could not get any information from their mouths. However, after this task of escorting the witch, Beeman said that besides his firm belief in God, he did not trust the Holy See even more. Escorting the devil is so important that the Holy See actually allows them to complete it. This is a major event related to the invasion of Hell. The Holy See still ranks the event level after the task of slaughtering infidels. Does this look down on Hell, or look at them too cowboy, or know that they can destroy the devil? Fortunately, the devil was eventually wiped out. If they make a slight difference in their mission, the consequences will be disastrous. It's just that Beeman is still thinking about the whole thing now and getting more and more angry. What do you say is this? The Holy See slaughtered humans and gave the source of hell constantly. Sending the souls makes the devil have the capital to escape hell. On the other hand, the magician, who was promoted by the Holy See as a heresy, is taking the task of destroying the devil. Isn't the Holy See destroying the devil and slaughtering mankind for experimentation or something? How the legend and reality fell apart. 1 month later, Li Feng, whose skin was blue and purple on all parts of his body, said to Beeman with a tired face that the sword skills he had learned were enough, and he was leaving. If he does not leave, Li Feng is afraid that he will be beaten by Beeman's wooden sword into life and cannot take care of himself. Take a look at how Beeman taught Li Feng, picking up 2 wooden sticks to show that he can hone his sword in actual combat. After surgery, Li Feng was beaten by Beeman every day from morning to evening, so that Li Feng could form muscle memory within a month of practice. In the middle of the night, Beeman will also let Fersen hold a wooden stick to attack Li Feng at night. What do you mean by this? Li Feng didn't sleep well when he came to this world. He really couldn't stand this kind of training that was more brutal than Mordor. It's a pity that Beeman knew that Li Feng's opponents were ferocious and cunning alien creatures, so he wished to hand over his martial arts to Li Feng, no matter how hard Li Feng complained, especially when Li Feng entrusted him to help train swordsmanship. For this, Beeman said that he was very happy to abuse Li Feng. To explain in Beeman's words, the teaching time is too short. You can only use this kind of hell-level practice that I abuse you. You can only smash your teeth to make Li become stronger quickly. Especially when Mordu said that he would look at Li Feng to make sure that Li Feng would not die and cast spells to recover Li Feng's injury after the end of the training every day. Beeman even thought of law abuse. No, he was teaching Li Feng. Only hope that Li Feng in the future we can kill more alien creatures to ensure that humans will not suddenly become slaves to creatures such as demons. For this, Li Feng sincerely expressed his gratitude to Fossen and Beeman. I thank you. Uncle, Madan, I have to thank others for torturing me for a month. I'm also cheap enough. So 1 month later, Li Feng couldn't wait to say goodbye to Berman and Versen and summoned a blue and white light gate. Before Versen and Berman painted a cross on their chests and said amen, Li Feng seemed to flee for his life. And Mordu disappeared in front of the 2 of them. Back in a Marvel world, Li Feng looked at the electronic clock on the bedside for the first time. This time he passed through, but he carefully savored the energy of the quantum and the portal just to understand the difference in the flow of time caused by the passage. Modu, who was vomiting profusely again, rubbed his stomach, looked curiously at Li Feng, who was constipated with his eyes closed. After a while, he saw what Li Feng was doing. I also need to check the quality of the energy you use. Finally, I'm reminding you that next time you return to the local world, you can open the place where you will cross the door. You can try the place where you landed in Otherworld, which may be helpful to you. For a long time, Li Feng scratched his head and smiled bitterly. My strength is still too low. It would be nice to be able to check how much energy I have used. I want to check the quality after a few years. Your opinion. Let me try it next time. And Mo Du turned his head and glanced at Li Feng's room and said quietly, no need next time, just this time. Ma Dan, I originally wanted to go to Otherworld to open my eyes, but it turned out to be good. I didn't talk about it and went to Otherworld to destroy the devil. To kill the devil, won't I kill it in the local world? I ran to Otherworld all the way to kill. I'm sick where you have medicine. If it weren't for the last month that Bayman and Fersen told me about some customs in that world, I didn't see anything in this journey. Arrived, it was in vain. Li Feng heard that Mortar was not satisfied with this alien journey and said, the problem is that I don't know where we will go. Also, what do you mean by that I want to cross again? Mortar nodded. Since he knows that Li Feng's mana is biased towards the dark, he can guarantee that he will not harm Li Feng and keep the issue of Li Feng's mana attribute secret. But what if he is known by another magician? There are more knowledgeable people in Kamatage. As long as Li Feng practices magic in Kamatage, sooner or later others will discover the secret of mana attributes. So after knowing that Li Feng is destined to go to the Dark Camp, Mortar already knows that Li Feng will not look forward to practicing magic in Kamatage for a long time. When Li Feng leaves Kamatage, he wants to cross, and he doesn't know how to find the other side. It's better to go through Otherworld again. Gain insight. Master Ancient One and I recounted our journey through, and then set off for Otherworld again. After speaking, Mortar didn't care what Li Feng thought, and went straight to the Ancient One's lounge. Li Feng chuckled, shrugged, and murmured, yes, I'm an elevator attendant. I can't make the decision if I want to stop on several floors. It depends on Morta's face if I can't pass through. Morta leaving Li Feng's room was a bit hesitation. He didn't believe that Ancient One didn't see Li Feng's mana problem. This was obviously Ancient One's indulgence. A person who uses dark energy hides in Kamatage and allows him to learn Kamatage's spells a lot. What does Ancient One want to do? And where did Ancient One's previous teaching I understand wrong? Morta walking to the Ancient One lounge felt a little confused in his mind. He raised his knocking hand and never knocked on the door several times. He didn't know what he was afraid of. For a long time, the Ancient One in the lounge sat at the tea table, waved his hand to open the door, and signaled that Mordo was sitting across from him. While making tea for Mordo, he smiled and said, I just came here, just boiled the water, and accompany me. I have a sip of tea. Although Mordu is black, he has lived in Kamatage for many years and knows that just boiled water is not suitable for tea. To make tea, it depends on what kind of tea it is, and then choose the right water temperature to make the tea to have a sweet aftertaste. Sitting across from Ancient One, Mordu thought about what Ancient One was suggesting with the tea and took the small porcelain cup in his hand and said, Master, we have encountered the devil on your trip to another world. Ancient One raised his brows with a slightly surprised expression, and while drinking tea, he motioned to Mordu to continue. I found that Li Feng was learning spells from the devil. While speaking, Mordo had been carefully observing the changes in Ancient One's facial expressions, except for frowning. Ancient One's always smiling expression made Mortar unable to judge that Ancient One was treating Li Feng. Know how much? Ancient One saw Modu, not continuing after speaking, put down the porcelain cup in his hand, and said, the water temperature of 70 to 80 degrees is suitable for brewing non-fermented tea, such as green tea Sincha, because these green teas are made with too high water temperature. The infusion will release the tea tannins, making the tea soup easy to bitter. The water temperature of 90 degrees is suitable for brewing lightly fermented tea species, or tea leaves with sprout tips, finely divided tea leaves, such as Biluakan. The water temperature above 90 degrees is suitable for brewing teas that are more than moderately fermented, that is, relatively mature teas, because the high fermented teas are resistant to high temperatures and help the fragrance release, such as high mountain tea and tiguanyin. And Mo was taken aback for a moment, then looked down at the green tea in the porcelain cup. After a long time, Mo said quietly, "You want to tell me that nothing could be extreme? It's like using 100 degrees boiling water, which is not suitable for soaking. Tea. Will it destroy the fragrance of tea?" Ancient One poured out the tea in the porcelain cup and said with a smile, "I just want to tell you that this cup of tea doesn't taste good. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You can try the place where you landed in Otherworld, which may be helpful to you." For a long time, Li Feng scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "My strength is still too low. It would be nice to be able to check how much energy I have used. I want to check the quality after a few years. Your opinion. Let me try it next time." And Mo turned his head and glanced at Li Feng's room and said quietly, "No need next time, just this time. Ma Dan, I originally wanted to go to Otherworld to open my eyes, but it turned out to be good. I didn't talk about it and went to Otherworld to destroy the devil, to kill the devil. Won't I kill it in the local world? I ran to Otherworld all the way to kill. I'm sick where you have medicine. If it weren't for the last month that Bayman and Furson told me about some customs in that world, I didn't see anything in this journey. Arrived, it was in vain." Li Feng heard that Mortar was not satisfied with this alien journey and said, "The problem is that I don't know where we will go. Also, what do you mean by that I want to cross again?" Mortar nodded. Since he knows that Li Feng's mana is biased towards the dark, he can guarantee that he will not harm Li Feng and keep the issue of Li Feng's mana attribute secret. But what if he is known by another magician? There are more knowledgeable people in Kamatage. As long as Li Feng practices magic in Kamatage, sooner or later others will discover the secret of mana attributes. So after knowing that Li Feng is destined to go to the Dark Camp, Mortar already knows that Li Feng will not look forward to practicing magic in Kamatage for a long time. When Li Feng leaves Kamatage, he wants to cross, and he doesn't know how to find the other side. It's better to go through Otherworld again. Gain insight. Master Ancient One and I recounted our journey through, and then set off for Otherworld again. After speaking, Mortar didn't care what Li Feng thought, and went straight to the Ancient One's lounge. Li Feng chuckled, shrugged, and murmured, "Yes, I'm an elevator attendant. I can't make the decision if I want to stop on several floors. It depends on Morta's face if I can't pass through." Morta leaving Li Feng's room was a bit hesitation. He didn't believe that Ancient One didn't see Li Feng's mana problem. This was obviously Ancient One's indulgence. A person who uses dark energy hides in Kamatage and allows him to learn Kamatage's spells a lot. What does Ancient One want to do? And where did Ancient One's previous teaching I understand wrong? Morta walking to the Ancient One lounge felt a little confused in his mind. He raised his knocking hand and never knocked on the door several times. He didn't know what he was afraid of. For a long time, the Ancient One in the lounge sat at the tea table, waved his hand to open the door, and signaled that Mordo was sitting across from him. While making tea for Mordo, he smiled and said, "I just came here, just boiled the water, and accompany me. I have a sip of tea." Although Mordu is black, he has lived in Kamatage for many years and knows that just boiled water is not suitable for tea. To make tea, it depends on what kind of tea it is, and then choose the right water temperature to make the tea to have a sweet aftertaste. Sitting across from Ancient One, Mordu thought about what Ancient One was suggesting with the tea and took the small porcelain cup in his hand and said, "Master, we have encountered the devil on your trip to another world." Ancient One raised his brows with a slightly surprised expression, and while drinking tea, he motioned to Mordu to continue. "I found that Li Feng was learning spells from the devil." While speaking, Mordo had been carefully observing the changes in Ancient One's facial expressions, except for frowning. Ancient One's always smiling expression made Mortar unable to judge that Ancient One was treating Li Feng. Know how much? Ancient One saw Modu, not continuing after speaking, put down the porcelain cup in his hand, and said, "The water temperature of 70 to 80 degrees is suitable for brewing non-fermented tea. such as green tea sencha, because these green teas are made with too high water temperature. The infusion will release the tea tannins, making the tea soup easy to bitter. The water temperature of 90 degrees is suitable for brewing lightly fermented tea species, or tea leaves with sprout tips, finely divided tea leaves, such as biluakan. The water temperature above 90 degrees is suitable for brewing teas that are more than moderately fermented, that is, relatively mature teas, because the high fermented teas are resistant to high temperatures and help the fragrance release, such as high mountain tea and tea guanyin. Emodu was taken aback for a moment, then looked down at the green tea in the porcelain cup. After a long time, Emodu said quietly, "You want to tell me that nothing can be extreme? It's like using 100 degrees boiling water, which is not suitable for soaking. Tea. Will it destroy the fragrance of tea?" Ancient One poured out the tea in the porcelain cup and said with a smile, "I just want to tell you that this cup of tea doesn't taste good. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." Li Feng didn't know what Ancient One had talked with Mordu in the lounge. He only knew that his room was waiting for Mordu to return. He lay bored and fell asleep. He didn't know until Mordu came to him with food. It was already the next morning, and we could see how tired Li Feng, who had been tortured by life in the wild for more than a month, was so exhausted. Mordor put down the dinner plate in his hand and said blankly, "Master Ancient One is looking for you. I hope you will take the Solomon Spellbook to meet in Ancient One's training room after breakfast." After speaking, Mordu turned and left Li Feng's room. When he closed the door, he suddenly hesitated and said, "I told Ancient One about your use of time spells against the devil." Ancient One was surprised. "She said that this was originally your spell. She was the first to learn from you." Li Feng was picking up the dinner plate, blinking inexplicably at the door being pulled by his hand, ready to close the door at any time. "Mortar, what does Ancient One surprise mean? Didn't she know that I can use time-like spells?" Looking at the entanglement and envy in Mordu's eyes, Li Feng somewhat understood Mordu's purpose of saying this to himself. "You want to learn time spells, but you don't know how to speak?" Rolling his eyes at Mordu, Li Feng smiled and walked out of the room holding the dinner plate and said, "Yes, at the time Master Ancient One used her private collection of books in exchange." Mordu heard Li Feng's meaning. "I want to learn time spells. Okay, but what do you exchange for? Time spells are so precious and difficult to practice. Just look at Kamataj, who knows this kind of spells besides Ancient One. Mordu wants to learn, but is afraid that he does not have the ability to practice time spells. Give it to Li Feng, but he can only look at the spell book in a daze." Li Feng saw Mordu's entanglement, smiled, and patted Mordu on the shoulder, and said, "You should learn from Ancient One for a while. Just say that I allow it." Mordu smiled awkwardly and turned to leave, thinking that without mentioning whether he could learn time spells in the end, with Li Feng's permission to try time spells, he should give Li Feng a gift. Li Feng didn't know what Mordu was thinking about, and while holding the plate for breakfast, he walked all the way to the Ancient One training room. Outside the Ancient One practice, Li Feng tidied his clothes and knocked on the door of the room lightly. "Come in." Li Feng entered the room, put his hands together, and respectfully bowed to Ancient One, sat cross-legged across from Ancient One, and handed the Solomon spell book to Ancient One. At the same time, he also handed Ancient One his own magic book. Li Feng would like to ask Ancient One interprets the dark spells taught by the devil. Ancient One read the Solomon spell book and said with a smile, "I know from Mordo that you used the slowing spell to trap a devil." With a little shyness, Li Feng Shan said, "The devil's power has been weakened by at least a half before he can be trapped by time spells, and the trap time is very short. This is also an amazing ability." Ancient One looked up at Li Feng, blinked, and said, "At least you can use time spells in battle." Ancient One quickly finished reading the Solomon spell book and said with regret, "A very interesting spell, but it is of little use to our magician. It relies more on the power of faith in God to complete the spell." While returning the Solomon spell book to Li Feng, Ancient One said, "Unless you give up your magician status and become a pious priest in the church. A ghost wants to be a priest. How handsome magician is..." With a little regret, Li Feng frowned and asked, "Is there no effect at all?" Ancient One shrugged and said with a smile, "The magic inside depends on the power of faith, and it is not impossible to transform into magic power. But first we need to know the principle of the magic. The problem is that this is the book of God. Where can you find God to explain the magic for us? Principle." Before I finished speaking, Ancient One felt like he had said something wrong, and he mused for a while and smiled bitterly. "I almost forgot. People may not meet angel or God for several lifetimes, but you are different. In a certain world behind, you may be their angel and God. If you can meet him, maybe you can ask about the principles of these spells. When you understand the principles, maybe you will get the title of Devil Nemesis. The Devil Buster can understand. After all, the main purpose of the Solomon spellbook is to destroy the devil. But ask God for spells? This is really crazy. I think it's better to ask the devil. After all, the devil has played more games than God, and who knows what God's attitude toward using dark energy is. In case I think I'm evil and want to hang me up, what should I do? Am I begging for mercy or surrendering to the ground? Or decent heroism?" Li Feng slandered, opened the magic book, and handed it to Ancient One, pointing to the spells on the magic book, and said, "These are all taught by the devil. I know there are problems with these spells, but I can only find out some of them. For example, the devil will locate the caster, and the soul will be corroded by darkness after using a certain spell many times. So now I can only be greedy, but I don't dare to practice a spell." While checking the spells, Ancient One said, "Your caution is right." Pointing to one of the Plague Flame spells, Ancient One smiled. "For example, after using this spell multiple times, your body will be infected by the extraordinary plague, and eventually become a show-off clothes in his closet after being perception by the devil to your place." Clothing? You always say that the devil possesses. When it comes to clothes, I feel like I'm wearing clothes, but my heart is panicked. I don't know if you can help me sort out these dark spells. I want to learn, after all. With a bit of bitterness, Li Feng sighed and said, "After all, my mana attributes give me no choice, and Mordo already knows my mana problem, and I guess I won't spend much time in Kamatage." Scratching his head, Li Feng said with an embarrassed expression, "As for the reward, some magic items I will collect in other worlds in the future. If you're interested in it, I can give you some." Ancient One actually didn't want Li Feng to be in touch with the spells taught by the devil so early. Originally, he was thinking about how to teach Li Feng step by step. Now that Li Feng wants her to help modify the magic, Ancient One feels that he should change the spell more thoroughly and to try to change the dark spell as much as possible. It can be considered as a transitional period when Li Feng is exposed to the dark energy as a general-purpose spell or a spell that is in touch with darkness. Thinking of this, Ancient One got up and took the magic book and returned to the desk, recording dozens of dark magic in the book on paper. Then Ancient One returned the magic book to Li Feng and said with a smile, "Although I am satisfied with some of the potential changes in Modu, Modu himself was a little disappointed in his first journey through the journey. He felt that he had not seen the excitement. In a magical world, I hope to travel with you once." Pointing to the dark spell on the desk, Ancient One smiled and shook his head to reject Li Feng's empty check. "I will check and modify these spells for you. It is Mordor's reward for borrowing you to go through the door." This means that the Ancient One family doesn't care about Li Feng's private collection. If you ask others to help modify the dark spells, Li Feng will sell his pants and no one will come to help so much. Originally, Li Feng was going to take Mordu through once, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Borrowing the portal was nothing. For Li Feng, it was to let Ancient One help for free. Thinking of this, Li Feng folded his hands and saluted, and said, "In this case, I will set off with Modu for Otherworld now, but I can't control which world I go to. I hope this journey will satisfy Modu." After bidding farewell to Ancient One, Li Feng quickly returned to the room. Before he opened the door of his own room, he had heard the movement caused by Mortar in his room. Li Feng opened the door, only to see Immo Duzhao waiting for himself with neatly dressed. After experiencing the last crossing, Mortar has understood why Li Feng should bring all the props he can carry. If he brought the equipment to restrain the devil during the first crossing, he would have abused Hagrid to death. How could he still use it? Use Solomon to weaken the devil. So this time, Mordor said that he should bring some commonly used props with him, in case he encounters the devil again. After all, there are too many demons in the world. Seeing Li Feng's return, Mordu threw a cloak to Li Feng and said, "This is a thermostatic cloak. At least you can still breathe in the ice and snow this time. I don't want to see you shivering from the cold. It's too magician. Your face. There are free magic items available." Li Feng doesn't know what politeness means, so he put the cloak on himself, opened the door behind him, and said, "Welcome, Mr. Mordor, on this flight. This flight will take off in 3 seconds. Passengers are requested to hold the captain firmly, and passengers who are airsick, please be careful not to throw vomit on the captain. The clothes on the captain are old and expensive." Mo Du was silently grasping Li Feng, who had been trying to force him. The moment he rolled his eyes, Mo Du was swallowed by the crossing door again. The two who had just been squeezed through the door found themselves in a dirty and smelly alley. Li Feng felt that there was a problem with Morda's character. The last time he crossed through the plague-ridden world, the sanitary conditions were poor. Then it's a world where people don't take a bath. Now, as soon as you come out, you're in the alley where the trash is piled up, and the rats collectively dance the square dance in front of you. "Uncle Mordo, have you been too dark after washing your face for a long time?" On the side, Mordu, who was vomiting a little, rubbed his stomach and asked, "Where is this?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and replied, "Earth. Mordo, I definitely know that it is the Earth, and you have to have that ability if you want to travel to other planets." Before the two of them walked out of the alley, Du suddenly grabbed Li Feng and hid in the corner, whispering, "There is a devil's smell. It was the devil last time, but this time I met the devil again." Sure enough, I'm afraid that not only did you not wash your face, but you didn't take a bath for a few years, and your whole body was moldy. Li Feng, who cast aside his eyes, was a little speechless, slandering in his heart. "Can't you come to a simpler world? I'm just a rookie. How can I travel to the world of the devil?" After a while, Li Feng saw a man with scars on his face walking into the alley with 2 metal short sticks, while a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle barked his teeth and attacked the scarred man from the darkness. It's a pity that the Mediterranean man is too weak for the Scar Man, and after being subdued by the Scar Man, he roars like a beast. Now, Li Feng knew who was the devil in Morda's mouth without using instrumental inspection. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When Scar Man asked the devil, "Nabalus, where is he?" Li Feng quietly stabbed in a daze and said, "Do you want to help kill the devil?" And Du squinted at the Scar Man, shook his head slightly, and said, "That man is not right. He has no soul, only a spiritual body." Li Feng was stunned. Isn't the spirit body a projection of the soul? The soul is gone. Where's the spirit body? It's like there is no entity. No matter how the light shines, there will be no shadow. What kind of trick, Otherworld? Isn't a soulless person just a living corpse in a legend? Morda seemed to guess what Li Feng was thinking, and shook his head and said, "The other party's spirit body shows that he is wise, so he is not a ghoul or a zombie, but some kind of creature, I don't know." At the moment, a policeman suddenly broke into the alley and prepared to clarify. When he saw Scar Man was about to kill the devil, the police could not see that the Mediterranean man was a devil. Out of duty, the police immediately drew out his gun and prepared for the Scar. The man said, "Police, put down your weapons." The voice of the police made Scar Man turn his head to look at the other person and blocked the devil in front of him to prevent the police from shooting suddenly. The devil felt that this was an opportunity. He immediately used all his strength to break free of the Scar Man and then rushed to the police. The police were a little confused. What is the cause? Before the policeman Zhuo could figure out what was going on, the devil had already twisted the policeman's neck and fled away. Li Feng squinted at Scar Man, who was chasing the devil, and the symbol on the metal short stick in Scarman's hand. He recognized what sign it was, and it was the weapon of the stone-winged beast. So this is the world of the demon slayer. If I'm not mistaken, it was Adam who was chasing the devil just now, a human scientist who resurrected a human from scraps of internal organs. Seeing Adam had gone far, Li Feng walked out of the hiding corner and said curiously, "You just said that he has no soul. How did you see it?" Mordu, who was still entangled in the novel species of Adam, looked at Li Feng contemptuously and said, "I think you must not have studied spiritual spells well. I want to specialize in research. You asked the stinky librarian to lend me the magic book in the spirit body." Shrugging, Li Feng said helplessly, "You should tell me how you can see it." Mordu actually regretted it when he finished speaking. He had forgotten that Li Feng was not the magician of Taj Kama. With a little apology, Mordu explained to Li Feng, "Humans have souls and matching bodies, but creatures like the devil do not the same, or that they don't have a physical body. They must have a physical body if they want to survive in the human world. This causes a mismatch between the devil's possession and the physical body, and the spirit body presented is different from normal human beings. Just as the seven-color rainbow is actually the projection of sunlight, the spiritual body, as the projection of the soul, has many colors." Morda pointed to Li Feng's hair and skin and said, "Just like I can see black hair, yellow skin, and white eyes after your spirit body comes out of your body, but the devil, ghouls, and other creatures are dead. Their spirit bodies are only black and white." Morda looked in the direction Adam was leaving and said, "But although the person's spiritual body is also colorful, there is a big gap between each color. Can you imagine the seven colors of a rainbow are separated by a certain distance?" Touching his chin, Mordu faintly guessed, "The soul and the physical body are closely related and affect each other, plus I see that there are scars everywhere on his body. How do I think that guy is a suture monster? It's just that the flesh is full of activity, resulting in a black and white spirit body. Colorful colors and integrate." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. "You bull, you can guess this. It was really a suture monster born, but a soul appeared later. Wait, since the soul and the body influence each other, then Adam's spirit body is colorful. Doesn't it mean that Adam's body is about to produce a soul?" Patting Li Feng on the shoulder, Mo Du said, "Let's go. Let's follow the Scar Man. In my impression, the suture monster is an inhuman creature. If he is bloodthirsty on the streets, we can stop each other." Li Feng thought for a while, nodded, and followed Adam. To say that there are many things that Li Feng is interested in this world. The first is the experimental notes left by Adam's creator Victor Frankenstein when he resurrected Adam. If Li Feng can get it with this notebook, he felt that he could use cats and dogs as an experiment and raise a pet that is immortal for fun. If you want to get this experimental notebook, you just need to follow the plot and keep a close eye on Adam. There are also stone-winged beasts, and Li Feng is also curious about what species they are. Are they really created by Angel Michael? Before the two chased him out, they saw Adam cleanly kill a demon who helped the devil in the Mediterranean. On the side, Mordor frowned and mumbled, "It's as simple as eating and drinking water to send a devil's soul back to hell. His power and speed are all far from Superman, and the most important thing is reason. This is by no means as simple as a living corpse." Afterwards, the Mediterranean devil seemed to understand that he was not Adam's opponent and hurriedly climbed onto the roof to escape. Adam turned his head and glanced at Li Feng and Mordu and hurriedly overtook the roof. Unfortunately, when he climbed the roof, he was only able to rush to the devil to escape into a castle-shaped building. Adam, who already understood that he couldn't catch up with the devil, carried a short club, turned his head and looked viciously at Mordu and Li Feng, who were also on the roof, and said, "Who are you, devil or human?" Neither Mordu nor Li Feng paid attention to Adam, but looked at a tall monastery in the distance. Li Feng scratched his brows. He felt that the world was a little crazy. In such a big castle in the city, humans hadn't noticed that the statue on it was actually alive. How blind is this? Mordu pointed to the stone-winged beast monastery, turned his head, and said to Adam, "Where is that? I can feel that there is a layer of divine energy protecting it." Mordu's words made Adam clearly understand that the two people in front of him were by no means ordinary humans, and ordinary humans could not see the energy barrier that protected the monastery. Also who heard Mortar's words was a stone-winged beast who watched Adam chase the devil in front of humans. After thinking about it, he decided to meet this human who gave him a sense of danger, especially Li Feng. He was perceived in Li Feng's body. Dark energy. The stone-winged beast quietly landed in front of Mordu, from an ugly beast like a gray-white stone sculpture to a human appearance, and said, "Who are you?" Li Feng on the side felt that he had been insulted. The Adam, didn't call roar. I can understand this, but there are two people besides Adam. You ask who Mordor is, what about me? Rookie magician isn't magician? Before Li Feng finished defamating his belly, Stone-winged beast turned his head and stared at Li Feng's pocket, and said suspiciously, "What's in your pocket?" Pocket? Li Feng subconsciously touched the pocket containing the Solomon spell book, and suddenly remembered that the legendary Solomon's key was the spell book written by Angel. The stone-winged beast in front of him was also Angel's man. Since the existence of Solomon's key, Li Feng cast his eyes to guard Mordu of the stone-winged beast, thought for a while, and while taking out the Solomon's key from his pocket, he said, "Hello, we are traveling magician. My name is Austin, he is me. Mordor's partner." Li Feng handed the Solomon's key to Stone-winged beast and said, "This is the spell book I got during a trip, but I don't understand the principle of the spell above. Can you help me?" The stone-winged beast carefully took the Solomon's key, and he knew that it was a certain angel's spell book based on the energy he had sensed by touch. After a random glance, he returned the Solomon's key to Li Feng and said, "My name is Ofer, and I don't have enough knowledge to explain the principles of spells. If you want to understand spells, you'd better go to the Stone-winged Beast Monastery to find our queen. As for now, I still have things to do." Then Ofer said to Adam with bad words, "Our war with the devil shouldn't be discovered by humans. How about you, acting in the human world, indirectly killed a policeman?" Without waiting for Adam to refute, Ofer returned to the look of a stone-winged beast, holding Adam's feet and flying to the Stone-winged Beast Monastery. Before leaving, Ofer said to Mordu and Li Feng, "I am waiting for your arrival at the Stone-winged Beast Monastery." Mordor, who was always on guard, saw Ofer fly away, and he let out a long breath. "Don't look at his ugly appearance, but I feel that he also doesn't have a complete soul. The body is more like a fighting puppet, and the soul is a driver. Remember, Li Feng, do you know what a stone-winged beast is?" Touching his chin, Mortis squinted a lot at Li Feng and said, "I always think you know a lot. How do you want me to answer? Say I learned about it through movies?" Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng curled his lips and said, "I have heard some legends about stone-winged beasts in other worlds. It is said that stone-winged beasts are the army of Angel Michael to deal with the devil." After a pause, Li Feng touched the Solomon's key and said, "I want to go to the Stone-winged Beast Monastery. How about you?" Together, Mordu silently walked to the roof, looked at the building where the devil had escaped before, and said, "Let's go together. I think this world will be very interesting. There are stone-winged beasts and a lot of devil." The devil. Li Feng glanced at the ancient castle-like building and muttered in his heart, "This is the laboratory of the devil Prince Nabalus? The laboratory is built under the eyes of the stone-winged beast. Since the stone-winged beast, I haven't noticed it. It should be said that it is a soul-defective creature. Is the brain just not good?" Mortar and Li Feng came across, and the rule of traversal is that you can't carry anything except magic-related items. Money is naturally on the list of prohibited items, so Li Feng can only look at the towering monastery in the distance. Stepping forward with his feet, when Li Feng and Mordu arrived at the Stonewing Monastery, Ofer had already followed the Stonewing Queen Leonor and waited at the door for the arrival of the two magicians. After the two parties briefly introduced themselves, Leonor invited Li Feng into the monastery, but Li Feng did not expect that he and Mordu had just entered the monastery with their front feet. Leonor waved his hand and closed the door, and said to Li Feng in a bad tone, "Who are you? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." Li Feng is a little inexplicable. Didn't he introduce himself before? Why did you turn your face suddenly? Mordu on the side guessed the reason and smiled and said in a low voice, Think about the priesthood of the stone-winged beast. Thinking about your mana. Li Feng was stunned. His mouth twitched and slandered. Mudun, I'm a natural mana attribute. What can I do? And you, Ofer, don't look at you with an honest hand. Plasterface, your heart is sinister enough. I guess you can't beat Mordu. So you invite me to your base camp. Want to win by the number, right? I even think of you as a mentally disabled, especially in your eyes. Automatically sent, I'm the one who came to the door, is a brain dead. Glancing at the humanoid, stone-winged beast surrounding him, Li Feng thought for a while and felt that in this world that can lead to the big Angel Michael's territory, it would be better for him to speak clearly with Leonor, who can contact Michael. At that time, there was a lot of trouble inexplicably. Li Feng took a deep breath, and while demonstrating Kamatage's shield to show the identity of the magician, he calmly said, "We are the magician of Otherworld. We come to your world through magic to increase our knowledge. As for my mana problem," Li Feng spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is a natural energy attribute, and I can't help it. Leonor knows that this world connects hell and heaven, and he also knows the many worlds connected by hell and heaven, so he understands the word travel. The only thing he didn't expect is that he will meet otherworld travelers one day, or two. Human beings. In her impression, except that angel and the devil would travel to otherworld from time to show the power of gods or demons. Humans, such weak creatures, have little to do with travel. Even a powerful magician cannot break the crystal wall of space. Moreover, Li Feng and Mo are not the kind of magicians that are powerful enough to break crystal walls. Either the two are lying, or perhaps the two rely on some treasure to travel through. Considering that different worlds have different rules, Leonor cannot be sure that Li Feng, who uses dark energy, is the enemy. The so-called eyes are the window of the soul. Leonor looked at Li Feng's eyes seriously. After a while, he signaled the stone-winged beast to put down the weapon in his hand and said, "Energy attributes are not equal to character. I see humanity in your eyes. I believe you're not an evil magician, but for safety reasons, during your stay in our world, I let Ofer stay by your side." Li Feng nodded to express his understanding. He didn't care whether Ofer was monitoring or protecting by his side. He didn't want to make trouble from the beginning. He waited quietly for the plot to develop, and then returned to the Marval world with Frankenstein's experimental notes. It was as simple as that. As for Mortar, he is here to gain knowledge, and the world can best allow Mortar to gain insight and change the attitude of people on the dark side is imprisoned in the monastery. Believe that a natural dark side, but human stitching monster, and finally Adam produced a soul and joined the Sacred Stone-Winged Beast team to fight against the devil. Mordo's expression must be very exciting, which is in line with Ancient One wanting Mordu to change some extreme ways of thinking. At that time, I will see how you say the dark side is evil. Thinking of this, Li Feng took out the Solomon's key from his pocket and handed it to Leonor, and said, "While in the monastery, can you help me explain the magical principles of this spellbook? The content of Solomon's key is all related to fighting the devil." Leonor thinks that Li Feng learning such spells will only threaten the devil more, and their stone-winged beasts can also learn some methods of restraining the devil while helping Li Feng explain these spells. This is a win-win situation. Leonor handed the Solomon's key to Ofer and said, "Some simple spells Ofer can help you explain. After you learn these simple and have a certain understanding of angel spells, I will help you explain." Sophisticated angel spell. Li Feng looked at Ofer, who was expressionless. "What did you say before? I don't understand the spells recorded by Solomon. I remember that the Bible says that people cannot lie. So, is Michael taught you the ability to open your eyes and tell lies? You want to pull Michael, did you go to hell, dear?" Ignoring Li Feng's eyes, Ofer stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to the lounge. As for Mordor, his gentle mana has shown that he is not the same as Li Feng. So Leonor wants to talk to Mordor, who is intimate, and inquire about Li Feng's character from the side. But before Li Feng had gone far, a stone-winged beast hurried to Leonor and said, "Queen, there is a trace of the devil near the church." Leonor frowned and asked, "How many demons are there?" "At least 50 devils. The monastery has been erected here for many years. The devil has long known the seed of the monastery, but the number of times the devil dared to attack the monastery is counted. Leonor instantly realized that the devil attacked the monastery for Adam, but he didn't understand why the devil Prince Nabalus took Adam so much, and he did not hesitate to spend his men to get Adam. However, it is not the time to solve the puzzles. Leonor turned around and said to the stone-winged beast, "Protect Adam. The rest of you are ready to kill the devil and protect Adam." Lifon curled his lips. He knew the reason for Nabalus's attack on the monastery, but what did he say? It is said that Nabalus secretly collects human corpses around the world and wants his Hell Legion to possess these deadmans and then occupy the earth. It's just that dead man's body is not suitable for the possession of the devil. So Nabalus wanted to get the secret of why Adam's body is full of vitality but no soul, so that the human corpses he collected can be resurrected as props for the possession of the devil. And because of the resurrected body without a soul, these possessed demons can exert 100% power in the world. Nabalus has been looking for Adam's whereabouts for these years. Until today, when Ophir brought Adam back to the monastery, he was seen by a devil and notified Nabalus, so the devil attacked the monastery. It is estimated that as soon as Li Feng said these words, Leonor first tied Li Feng's 5 flowers and asked how Li Feng knew these and whether he was with Nabalusi. Li Feng cast his eyes on Leonor's back and said silently in his heart, "Nabalusi's purpose is to catch Adam, but the demons have used a tactical strategy to catch you and threaten Stone Wing to get what they want." It is said that the devil has not stayed in the world for so many years in vain. When do you read Sun Tzu's Art of War and other military books, you have learned to use strategy. So what is the trick? Mortar had already drawn out his weapons when he knew that the devil was attacking, and was ready to join the army to destroy the devil. Because of mana problems, Li Feng could not gain the trust of Stonewing beasts. In addition, Li Feng's rookie strength was limited in the battle. So Ophir, while pulling out the weapon, he said to Li Feng, "I will send you to a safe place first, and then I will go out to kill the devil." Is this underestimated? Li Feng obediently followed Ophir and ran to safety while slandering. This time it was not just 50 demons who attacked the monastery. The number of them is far beyond your imagination. The important thing is that you underestimate me. I have a Solomon spellbook that restrains the devil. Under the leadership of Ophir, Li Feng killed all the demons who broke into the monastery. At the moment, Ophir had noticed that the number of demons who attacked the monastery was far beyond imagination. Otherwise, the monastery gate, guarded by many companions, would not allow so many. The devil broke into the monastery. Walking into the so-called safe place, Li Feng pointed at Adam, who was locked in a chair and couldn't move, and said, "This is the safe place you said? Mudun, don't you know that the ultimate goal of the devil is to get Adam? I have a fart safe with him." Looking at the beams of light rising to the sky outside the window, Adam knew that this was the sign of the stone-winged beast returning to heaven after being killed, and guessed that the number of demons coming to the monastery this time will not be small, and he understands that the stone-winged beast can't resist it. Numerous demons. Adam cast his eyes at Li Feng and shouted loudly, "Ophi, give me the weapon. I want to protect myself." Considering that there are too many demons, it is always good to have one more power to kill the demons. Afariso broke the chains that imprisoned Adam and gave Adam a weapon. Adam, who broke free of the chains and got a weapon, immediately carried the weapon to kill the devil. Li Feng took out his playing cards and shot several demons who barked his teeth. He glanced at Adam with a deep look. He knew that Adam had learned about the devil's plot in the subsequent battles and obtained Frankenstein's experimental notes. It seems that it is easier for me to follow Adam to get experimental notes. Li Feng looked at Ophir, who was fighting with the devil again, thinking, should I leave Ophir and follow Adam to choose the cheapest? On the other side, Nabalusi's general, Julier, led a few elite demons quietly around the stone-winged beast, rushing in front of Leonor and successfully hijacking the queen of stone-winged beast. Several stone-winged beasts who discovered that Julier had hijacked their own queen roared, but their queen was in Julier's hands. They could do nothing but express anger. Soon, Stonewing Beast passed the news of the queens being held to Ophir's ears, and Li Feng, who was beside Ophir, also knew the news. The corner of his mouth was slightly tilted. Li Feng thought, "It's time to express his kindness. I believe that in order to express gratitude, Stonewing Beast will concentrate on helping me explain the principle of the magic on the Key of Solomon." Thinking of this, Li Feng handed the Solomon spell book to Ophir and said, "This book is given to you. I think this spell book can exert its due effect in your hands." Does Li Feng care about the original Solomon spell book? Neither cared nor cared, because Li Feng had already copied all the spells in the magic book. The only thing he had to do was to find someone to analyze the spells. Ophir glanced at Li Feng. He knew how precious this spell book was to Stonewing Beast. It was simply a nuclear weapon against the devil. After receiving the Solomon's key and saying, "Thank you," Ophir returned to the gray-white stone-winged beast posture, stirring his wings into the sky. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ophir flew high in the sky without attracting the devil's attention. It wasn't until Ophir opened the Solomon's key, found the corresponding spell, and read it out loud, that the devil on the ground faintly felt that something was wrong. It's just that at the moment it's too late. Ophir made a call to God for help from his old man. God said that he received and promptly transmitted a huge energy to Ophir along with his faith. In midair, Ophir, whose original pale skin was blessed by powerful energy, turned into a holy milky white with white brilliance. The whole person was like a bright, energy-saving light bulb, illuminating the entire monastery. As Ophir finished chanting the spell, a shock of invisible energy spread out from Ophir. The devil, who noticed the big Ophir light bulb, first wondered what the Stonewing Beast had evolved into a luminous beast, and then watched the energy rushing through the body at a loss. Some weak demons were directly killed by the energy shock and sent back to hell. The stronger demons would not be better, and they would appear extremely weak after the energy shock. The Stonewing Beasts on the side didn't care why the devil became weak under the impact of energy. They only knew that such a good opportunity would hurt their conscience if they missed it, so they cut the scum devil with a knife. At the moment, Li Feng silently hid in a corner, watching the killing of a lot of demons in the corner, causing a sweaty look, and a devil who broke into the monastery far away was greatly reduced by the impact of energy, and he was unlucky. To Adam, with a murderous look, Mortar hid in the corner to observe Adam, only out of curiosity. He wondered how an inhuman, stitching monster would deal with this hapless devil. Adam didn't waste a lot of effort and beat the devil all over the floor looking for teeth, and asked, "Where's Nabilisai?" The devil sneered, "They are waiting for you." Adam was stunned. "What do you mean? What is waiting for me?" The devil wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "We know that the Stonewing Beasts will do their best to protect you in order to prevent you from falling into our hands. However, the number of Stonewing Beasts is too small. The protection of the Queen-Winged Beast allows Julier to hijack the Queen. In exchange, as long as she gets out of you, we will release the Queen." Adam knows that Leonor can communicate with Angel Michael, who is the spiritual leader of Stonewing Beast, and Stonewing Beast will definitely exchange Leonor for himself. Similarly, Adam knew that he was neither a Stonewing Beast nor a human being, but a soulless monster created by humans. But Leonor, who knew that she was born, had a very good attitude toward herself. At least she did not immediately kill herself after catching herself. Instead, she gave a self-defense weapon to destroy the devil and talked about a lot of truth in life. So from the heart said that Adam still hopes that he can rescue Leonor. Watching the devil talk about that what Leonor sees is only a monster being imprisoned, Adam couldn't help but screamed nonsense in his heart and used his fist and holy water to ask the location of the exchange of Leonor from the devil's mouth. Seeing Adam, who ran out of the monastery alone, preparing to rescue Leonor, Modu felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Is Adam, who was born without following the laws of nature, really evil? Will he disrupt the balance of nature? The stone-winged beast that guards the human world knows that Adam has no soul but a thoughtful living corpse. Not only did he not kill Adam on the spot, but also the most basic imprisonment. Instead, he chose to let him go and let him be given a weapon. Living alone, is Leonor's approach right or wrong? Until Adam's back disappeared in front of him, Li Feng, who decided to give Mordu a strong medicine, walked to the blank face of Mordu and said, "The stone-winged beasts in this world are angels' legion, since sure the winged beast knows Adam. Does it mean that God may also know the existence of Adam?" But do you see God's reaction? After spreading his hands, Li Feng said, although Adam was not created by God, he did not deprive Adam of his right to life. At least he allowed Adam to live freely for more than 200 years, and others can't see that you can't see it. Adam's the spiritual body color is already at the critical point. As long as he crosses that step, Adam will have a soul. By then, he will not be a monster, but a human being, a human with extraordinary power. After that, Li Feng didn't care whether Mordu would figure out, and ran and hung behind Adam. On the other side, the queen was kidnapped, and Gideon became the supreme officer of the stone-winged beast. After Adam ran out of the monastery and disappeared, Gideon reluctantly prepared to exchange Frankenstein's experimental notes for their queen, but his decision was not approved by his companions. I was arguing with the stone-winged beast about whether to exchange the experimental notebook for the queen, and I was deeply entangled. On the one hand, the evil stitching monster in the impression went to rescue the stone-winged beast queen alone, and the other side was the righteous Stonewing. Because the beast couldn't bet on the queen's life, he couldn't find Adam and use the Frankenstein experimental notes that the devil longed for in exchange for the queen. Morda said that he could not understand this world. If he was a stone-winged beast, no matter what the queen is not the queen, once the devil is eager to get the experimental notes, the consequences are much more serious than losing a queen. In contrast, Let Gideon is holding the Solomon's key and gathering troops to enter the devil's lair is the right choice. If the queen died, unfortunately, it would also be the fate, no wonder who. It's a pity that Mordo knew that he was always an outsider. These stone-winged beasts would not listen to his advice, and he heard that Gideon said, "Leonor is the only one of us who can contact the great angel Michael, and is our spirit." At the time of the leaders, Mordau clearly felt that the surrounding stone-winged beasts had agreed with Gideon's plan to exchange experimental notes for Leonor. Regarding this, Mordo could only have a headache silently on the sidelines. When Gideon took the experimental notebook and flew to the Wharton Theater in the exchange for Leonor, Adam, who was running on two legs, had just ran to the gate of the theater. In the distance, Li Feng squeezed his knees and gasped, watching Gideon flying out of the theater with Leonor, and couldn't help but vomit. Mudon, it's great to fly. It was clearly that Adam and I left the monastery first. Yes, it's okay now. You just fly over and complete the transaction before I ran to the gate of the theater. After a while, Li Feng, who felt his physical strength recovered, was about to sneak into the theater to check the situation. He saw a devil trotting out of the theater, holding a notebook. Then, Adam panted and ran out of the theater. After identifying the direction, he walked along. The path of the devil's escape followed all the way. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and trot helplessly behind Adam. Although my physical stamina is pretty good among ordinary people, you are either the devil or the stitching monster. Will the physical strength be reduced? Or do you guys have found me and want to run around to exhaust me? Wait, when I return to the Marvel world, I must strengthen my physical fitness. Sooner or later, I will be exhausted from running a marathon. After Li Feng watched Adam follow the devil to Nobilisai's lair and quickly sent the guard devil back to hell, Adam watched the surrounding areas and cautiously broke into the devil's lair. Li Feng, who feels that he is foaming at his mouth, is no longer ready to follow. First of all, Li Feng's strength does not allow him to break into the devil's lair. This is the devil's lair. Who knows how many demons are in it? Does Li Feng feel that he has the strength in the devil's lair? There was a big killing in the old lair. If Li Feng's brain breaks in, he might decide who to kill. Secondly, there is no need to waste little physical energy. Li Feng remembers that after Adam broke into the devil's lair, he understood the reason why Nabalus resurrected the body and recovered Frankenstein's notebook and escaped safely. After reading the experimental notes, Adam returned to the devil's lair and followed Dr. Wade, who helped Nabalus resurrect the body, hoping that Dr. Wade could help him accomplish what Frank Stan promised him at the beginning, and create a soulless monster like him. He has been alone in this world for 200 years, and he needs a companion. Therefore, Li Feng felt that he was still waiting for Dr. Wade outside the devil's lair to be safe and to get the experimental notebook. As night fell, Li Feng, who was hiding in the distance, saw a blonde woman hurriedly out of the devil's lair. At first, Li Feng was not sure that this woman was the Dr. Wade he was looking for, but then Li Feng saw Adam also appearing in the distance, and quietly followed behind the blonde woman. What Adam didn't see was that not long after he left with Wade, a devil in black leather came out of his nest and quietly followed Wade. Li Feng curled his lips, followed behind Adam quietly, and said in his heart, "Wade Crush, should you feel honored? A devil, a stitching monster, and a magician choose to follow you at the same time. And more importantly, it is that none of our three extraordinary beings want your life." When Wade noticed that someone was following him behind him, Adam also noticed that the devil was following him from his birth. He immediately walked to Wade to show his identity and asked Wade to follow him. On the way, Li Feng listened to Adam's talk about the monastery, and it's between the devil, and Wade has a bewildered look. "I'm a scientist. You and the unscientific devil and angel, and the stone-winged beast that doesn't know what it is. Do you think I will believe it?" Wade felt that Adam had a brain problem when he was used as an experiment to resurrect the corpse. When I heard Adam tell Wade that her boss is the Devil Prince, Wade's eyes looked different when he saw Adam. "You have a pretty funny expression on your mind." Li Feng said that he was amused by Wade's emoji and couldn't help but laugh. Adam kicked open the back door of an abandoned factory. Hearing Li Feng's laughter, he thought it was the devil who was catching up. He hurriedly guarded Wade behind him and shouted at the shadow, "Come out." Li Feng smiled as he walked out of the dark corner and said, "Adam, sorry, you just told Dr. Wade about the devil and the stone-winged beast. It's strange that she would believe it. It's you." Adam saw that it was Li Feng who was following him. He breathed a sigh of relief and said to Li Feng while pulling Wade into the abandoned factory, "But what I said is true. As a magician, you not only have your own eyes." Seeing how the devil attacked the monastery, he shot many demons himself. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Magician's name Roar made Wade look at Li Feng more subconsciously. "I don't know what material of the cloak. I have a pair of boots that are out of date for hundreds of years. The most important thing is the small belly and the long knife at the waist." Magician actually holds the small belly with a long knife. What about the staff? What about the said staff? This is by no means a magician with a white beard in my mind, but just like Adam, who is crazy. With Wade's strange eyes, Li Feng just shrugged his shoulders to express his love or not, thinking, "You will know if I am a magician or not. If you count the time, the movement of Adam before kicking the back door should attract the devil." Before Adam and Wade walked out of the abandoned factory, the inadvertent devil Julier suddenly broke into the abandoned factory and shouted at Adam, Frank Stan, while restoring the appearance of the devil. Aside, Wade watched with a dull look at Julier's head suddenly bursting into flames, revealing a hideous face. Li Feng took out his playing cards and patted Wade's shoulder, which was completely ruined. "Look, the devil. Do you want to drag it in the laboratory?" Adam had pulled out 2 metal short sticks when he heard Julier's cry, and rushed to the devil and said to Li Feng, "Protect Wade away." Li Feng casually shot a playing card at Julier and snapped his fingers to shut Wade in the mirror space, saying, "It's so cool to cooperate to kill this devil if you leave the dry egg." After that, Li Feng took out his playing cards to assist Adam while preparing time spells secretly. As long as he looked at the opportunity, he put the time spells in his hand onto Julier's face. Li Feng wanted to see it. This one was obviously not. Can the powerful devil break free from the cage of time spells? Julier's original strength and experience were much higher than Adam. If it weren't for Li Feng's playing cards to his face from time to time, it made him buzz as if there was a fly in his mind. He felt that it was only time to kill Adam. Problem. Juliel, who noticed that Li Feng shot a poker card with a range of only 10 meters, thought for a while. He felt that now he was rushing towards Li Feng. Adam would definitely pester himself and find a chance to give himself one. You must know that Adam's power is not small. Who knows this whether he will be hit by a concussion under a stick? It is better to change the battlefield. Thinking of this, Julier, who noticed the collapse of the factory floor not far away, beat and backed up. When Adam didn't notice, he kicked Adam downstairs. Is Li Feng's spell range only 10 meters? Nonsense. Who has seen a magician blast the spell 10 meters after the spell dissipates? Li Feng is only used to the precise control of playing cards and showing weakness to the devil. Now that Li Feng's time spell is ready, he is waiting to find a chance to confuse Julier's face. Seeing Julier ignoring his playing cards and preparing to jump downstairs to kill Adam, Li Feng immediately raised his hand and shot the spell. I saw a stream of spell instantly enveloping Julier, who had just jumped up. At the same time, Li Feng quickly drew his long knife and rushed to Julier's side. Head. Seeing Juliel's soul turned into a ball of fire and plunged into the ground, and the bones turned into dust, Li Feng was relieved, looked at Adam along the edge of the collapse, and said, "Man, there is no deadly creek." After speaking, Li Feng opened the portal connecting the mirrored space and took out the bewildered Wade from the space. Although outsiders cannot perceive the mirror space, people in the mirror space can see everything that is happening in the outside world. So Wade walked out of the mirror space and started deep roar sucks, rubbing his face and muttering to himself. First, Adam lives. After hundreds of years, then the people around the boss turned into demons, and finally a magician who could shoot fire cards appeared. Is this the world I am familiar with? Li Feng curled his lips and said contemptuously, "If you are a doctor, you can't think of the devil as an alien? And isn't magic an unknown science?" "Science," Wade said with a teasing expression on your face. "Then you use science to explain how you just made the cards burn when they collide with the devil." Li Feng stretched out his hand to cast a spell in the palm of his hand to summon a small flame, and said, "Doesn't the molecular vibration and friction cause a flame?" Wade is a little speechless. She definitely knows that molecular vibration will cause flames, but the question is, how does Li Feng control the molecular vibration? Wade took a deep breath and asked, "There are too many people who know that molecular vibrations will burn, but has anyone become a magician for this?" "Mental power," Li Feng explained. "You can understand it as brain waves, infinite electric waves, etc. When you understand and use brain waves, you'll find that spells are as simple as the remote control can change the TV station." At this time, Adam, who was kicked downstairs by Julier, staggered back in front of Li Feng and asked curiously, "What kind of magic is the last trick? Why is Julier like a slow-motion movie?" Li Feng explained casually, "The time-slowing spell, as long as it is hit by the spell, the flow of time around the creature will slow down." Wade, who initially believed in magic and science, said in a daze, "Time? Can science explain time now? How do you slow down time? Can you still travel through time and return to the past or the future?" "Mudun, I shouldn't have said to a scientist that magic is the unknown science. Let's do it now. It will arouse a scientist's interest in questioning. Time is related to quantum energy." After explaining, Li Feng turned to look at Adam and said, "Man, are you sure we are suitable for chatting in this abandoned factory now? Are you afraid that Nobilisai will send more demons to chase you?" In fact, without Li Feng's reminder, Adam had already pulled Wade, who was about to ask how quantum energy manipulates time, and left, preparing to return to his dilapidated hut. Returning to the dilapidated hut, Wade looked at Li Feng with curious eyes while treating the wounds for Adam, the flesh shield warrior. Adam endured the pain caused by Wade stitching up his wound and asked Li Feng, "Why are you following me?" Li Feng leaned back against the wall and shrugged and said, "I am curious about you and Frankenstein's notebook that can resurrect corpses. You also know that I am a magician. In our eyes, you are like a suture monster resurrected by magic, but you have wisdom. And a magician stitching monster is not wise." After thinking about it, Li Feng said to Adam, whose eyes were full of anger. If you are angry with the suture monster called Roar, I can apologize. In fact, I don't know what species I should call Roar for the time being. For now, Wade, who was busy stitching up Adam's wound, heard Li Feng's confusion and said, "What does this mean?" Li Feng walked up to Adam, squatted and looked at Adam, pointed his own eyes and said, "I don't know if you feel your own changes, but I found that your body has bred a soul, but now the soul is trapped in an egg. Inside the shell, I don't know what was born, so I can only say that for the time being, as for the future, you must be a human being, an extraordinary human with a long lifespan." After that, Li Feng looked at the experimental notebook on Adam's waist, slowly reaching out to the experimental notebook, and said, "I'm very curious how Frankenstein gave you wisdom in the first place, and what caused you to nurture your soul now. Is it time, or what?" When Adam heard that Li Feng said that he was about to have a soul, he was stunned. He was completely immersed in joy. He didn't recover until Li Feng's hand touched the notebook. However, Adam did not stop Li Feng's behavior, but a face. Tangledly asked, "Are you sure you see my soul?" Holding the experimental notes, Li Feng stepped back a few steps, opening the notebook to record the contents on the magic book, and said, "Okay, if you don't believe it, you can try suicide and see if your soul floats out." Wade in the reconstruction of the three views thinks, since both the devil and angel have appeared, so a magician and the stitching monster in front of me are talking about the soul, I can still accept it. I just don't know that I am the devil prince. After working for so many years, will the soul go to heaven after death, or continue to work for Nobilisci after going to hell? When he heard the proposal to Li Feng, Wade rolled his eyes and said, "Everyone is dead, so what if they know there is a soul?" "You die?" Li Feng raised his head and glanced at Wade and said, "Isn't there you? You don't have to resurrect Adam's body." After a while, Li Feng threw the experimental notes to Wade and said, "Look, there are so many ideas in it." Li Feng said so, expressing a kind of expression that I am very cowhide, a university student, and understand the content of the notes at a glance, but inside, I can't understand the notes. I'm not educated, I apologize. Madan, how does the electric current resurrected body of Frankenstein electric eel operate? Which great god can help me explain? Now, that's all right. If you go back to the Marvel world without applying for university study for a few years, you can't create an immortal pet. Wade took the note curiously, sat on the bedside, and turned it over, and Adam, who didn't know whether it was a big heart or was too exhausting to fight with Julier, fell asleep after a while and made snoring noises. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. Now that the contents of the notebook are in his hands, he should also withdraw. Li Feng believed that his current small body could not participate in the battle between Adam, Stonewing Beast, and the devil. Li Feng gave a light cough and motioned Wade to turn his attention from the experimental notes to him. Unfortunately, he underestimated Wade's obsession with notebooks, and saw Wade said without raising his head, "Mr. Austin, what's the matter with you?" "Li Feng, it's nothing, just tell you. I have been out for a long time, and now I want to go back to the monastery and meet my companions." Wade looked up at Li Feng, waved his hand like a fly, and said, "Okay, I'll talk to Adam." Li Feng thought for a while and kindly reminded, "In this world, human life is a gift from God, and you are just an ordinary person, but you step into the realm of God and do it for yourself." After that, Li Feng opened the portal and disappeared in front of Wade. As for Wade still interested in studying the resurrected corpse or burning the experimental notes after reflection, it's not about Li Feng. He has reminded Wade, hasn't he? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The portal opened directly to the Stonewing Beast Monastery. As soon as Li Feng crossed the portal, Ofer hurried to Li Feng's side, returned the Solomon's key to Li Feng, and said, "Mr. Austin, this is yours. Spell book. Thank you for lending me to use this Solomon's key so that my brothers and sisters can stay in the world and continue to fight." A slightly tired Li Feng slapped Hatch, waved his hand, and said, "No thanks. As for the Solomon's key, I said it was given to you at the beginning, so keep it for yourself." Ofer shook his head, stuffed the Solomon's key into Li Feng's hands, smiled, and said, "The important thing about this book is the content. We have copied the content during the time you left the monastery. So this book originally has the first edition of Solomon's Key. With certain energy, we think it is better to return it to you. This is a good collection." Ofer stretched out his hand for Li Feng and himself, and said as he walked, "Some of the low-level spells I analyzed before have been checked by the queen. Now, the queen invites you to the living room and prepares to hand it to you." "Haha, I didn't trust me before, but now I'm so polite. I don't want to hand over the spell to me. Instead, I'm going to ask me where I left the monastery. You stone-winged beasts like to bend, so just ask. I will not hide." Li Feng slandered while following Ofer's back to the meeting room. In the meeting room, Liam, who was originally sitting on the throne, took a magic scroll that Ofer parsed for inspection. Seeing Li Feng's arrival, he got up and smiled and said, "You lent Ofer the key of Solomon. I heard that the devil who invaded the monastery was wiped out." Leonor leaned slightly and said, "Thank you for your help." She was also a queen anyway. Li Feng could not stand Leonor's gift and would be beaten to death by Stonewing Beast. Li Feng turned sideways to avoid Leonor's leaning direction, waved his hand, and said, "Nothing. I was in the monastery at the time. The devil, I can't run into the monastery. So if Ofer uses the Solomon's key, you can understand that I am protecting myself." Leonor smiled and turned to look at Gideon, who was like a wooden man. Gideon nodded slightly. He picked up a silver-white hip flask inlaid with some crushed gems and walked to Li Feng, saying, "This is a gift that the queen specially prepared for you to help the monastery defeat the devil." Leonor stretched out his hand for Li Feng to take the jug and said, "This jug is just a simple prop. It can ensure that the liquid in the jug does not deteriorate for a long time." After taking the hip flask, Li Feng took a closer look at the magic pattern on the flask. He could only say that Li Feng had been a magician for too short and the amount of knowledge stored in his brain was too small. He could only vaguely see the content of the magic pattern. Everyone knows that holy water is due to the priest chanting the scriptures, which has the effect of exorcising evil and curing some simple diseases. Leonor looked at the flask in Li Feng's hand and said with a smile, "But it's just ordinary holy water. The function of holy water is stronger, but its production is too cumbersome, and the holy water in your flask is the top holy water produced by the monastery." After listening to Leonor's introduction, Li Feng's first reaction was to roll his eyes. "Mudun, ordinary holy water is just mortals chanting scriptures, but you are angels, stone-winged beasts. I know how overbearing the holy water made by you chanting scriptures is. Yes, it is estimated that apart from the devil prince of Nablus, who is the remaining devil belching, this is also troublesome to make holy water. Otherwise, you have a lot of holy water. When facing the invasion of the devil, just aim the water gun at the devil. Nabilisi couldn't bear to be soaked in holy water. If you're more flexible in your mind, research technology, and find a way to send a large amount of holy water to the sky, and then form holy water raindrops on the ground, that group of demons can really become sewer rats. But what do you mean by giving me holy water? The devil uses dark energy, but what about me? Don't you know that I also use dark energy and want to destroy me?" Leonor seemed to see what Li Feng was thinking, and said with a smile, "I think you have some misunderstandings about holy water. The main function of holy water in the monastery is to purify filth. The reason why it has huge amounts of effect on evil things such as the devil is because of the devil. The mind is twisted," Leonor faintly explained. "The use of holy water has nothing to do with what kind of energy you use. Energy is just energy. It has no difference between good and evil. Just like dark energy is corrosive, is the power of faith safe? The power of faith is also dangerous. Otherwise, why don't those god sacrifices use them after collecting the beliefs, but put the beliefs in the hands of the gods, so that the gods will return to the sacrifices in the form of mana after they are transformed?" Leonor pointed to the hip flask and said, "These holy waters can purify your mind and body, and at the same time strengthen your resistance to dark energy corrosion, making your magician path more even. Li Feng is not sure whether Leonor's words are true. He feels that Leonor is more of a temptation to give himself holy water. As long as he uses the holy water to turn into fly ash, it means that he is an enemy, and he is safe after using it. It is the guest. After thinking for a while, Li Feng opened the wine pot and lightly touched a little holy water with his index finger on his right hand, perceiving his own changes. There seems to be no change. Li Feng glanced at Leonor, who was smiling, and put his right index finger into his mouth to continue to perceive the influence of the holy water on him. As soon as the index finger was put in his mouth, Li Feng felt that his mana had disappeared out of thin air, but the purity of his mana had increased a little. Li Feng doesn't care about the disappearance of mana, because mana can be restored through meditation, but the increase in mana's purity is a big surprise. If you want to have pure mana on weekdays, you have nothing to do except rely on meditation and water milling, but now you can do it with a sip of holy water. There's also this good thing. Li Feng licked the corner of his mouth, and Li Feng was ready to pour the remaining holy water with his head up. Gideon watched Li Feng's movements and hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop and said, "Mr. Austin, every time you drink the cap of the mineral water after regaining full mana, the effect will be better. We estimate that after you drink this pot of holy water, your mana will be better. The purity can be doubled." After listening to Gideon's explanation, Li Feng didn't know if holy water could strengthen the dark energy, but the purified mana was indeed real. Thinking that his mana tank was basically full, Li Feng raised the jug and took a sip carefully. For a long time, Li Feng, who closed his eyes to perceive the change in mana, muttered, "A small bite consumes half of mana, but the purity has increased by 1 level. Not bad, good thing." Lifting the hip flask, Li Feng leaned forward slightly towards Leonor and said, "Thank you. This gift has helped me a lot. I feel ashamed." In fact, after Li Feng drank the holy water, Leonor had been carefully observing Li Feng's changes. Until Li Feng's appearance remained unchanged, Leonor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This sudden attack caused the war to start at an instant. So the most important thing for us now is to prepare for the war, which leads to time constraints. We only analyze some low-level magic principles for you. When we finish this time, I will analyze the remaining spells for you. Li Feng took the scroll and said, "Thank you again for your help. At present, these low-level spells have been enough for me to learn for a long time. If nothing happens, I want to go back to my room and rest." Leonor turned to look at Ofer and motioned Ofer to take Li Feng to the guest room to rest. When Li Feng's figure disappeared in the meeting room, Gideon looked at Leonor and said, "Don't you ask where he left the monastery?" Leonor shook his head and said, "Since he drinks the holy water, not only is he not harmed, but benefits are obtained. It shows that Austin and the devil are not in the same group, nor are they evil people. Our priesthood is to destroy the devil, to protect humanity. What Austin wants to do has nothing to do with us." Li Feng returned to the lounge and couldn't wait to sit on the head of the bed and open the scroll. While checking the spells and recording the spells in the magic book, he pondered the principles of the spells. For a long time, Li Feng rubbed his eyebrows and muttered to himself, said it is a low-level spell, but I think some spells are better than high-level spells, just like healing spells, although my mana attribute is not able to use all the spells with ability, but this half-disabled treatment can also make me an excellent surgeon. If I run a hospital and treat one patient as soon as I raise my hand, it is estimated that I can count the money and count the cramps. There are also physical recovery spells. As long as a little mana is consumed, I can instantly change from exhaustion to life. Those beautiful men who are housed will hire me to perform spells every time they do beneficial activities for the body and mind. After a long time, there was a knock on the door, which brought Li Feng back to reality. Li Feng wiped his saliva, got up and opened the door, only to see Mordu standing outside the door with a wine bottle, frowning. Li Feng stepped aside to clear the road, signaled Mordu to enter the room, and said, "What's the matter? You're not like the magician in my mind now. Adam is back." Mordo took a sip and continued, He told Leonore that Nablus wanted to use Frankenstein's notes to resurrect the corpses he had collected earlier and prepare thousands of evil spirits to descend. Earth. Li Feng scratched his head. He knew the news a long time ago, but he didn't say it. Is it related to your ruined appearance? Leonore has issued a war order after knowing the incident. It's okay. I understand. I even want to join the battle, but... Mordor rolled his eyes and pointed to his ear, gritted his teeth, and whispered angrily. After Adam left, I heard Leolo order Gideon to follow Adam. As long as he finds Frank Stan's notebook, Gideon will kill Adam to prevent the method of resurrecting the body from falling into the hands of Nablus. Li Feng, what are you struggling with? The Mordor magician I know will only make the same decision, right? After all, the existence of Adam violates the laws of nature. Mordor was stunned, poured the wine in his mouth, and said, "But you also said that God allows Adam to exist, and I don't see any evil in Adam. Our duty is to protect. We have no right to deprive others of their existence." That's right. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.